Richie, well batted. How pleasing was it to turn up today?
Yeah, really pleasing. I was just saying that it's probably one of my better ones, given kind of the conditions and the situation we were in. So yeah, really happy to just be back and contributing to the team.
It did look a tricky pitch. What did you make of it, and what were the key battles you had to overcome?
Yeah, they had really good spells of balls that were nipping and bouncing a little more than probably what we're used to here at Grace Road. So it was a different challenge altogether, and I think, you know, to be 300 odd at the end of play, and I think we did a really good job there as a team.
And how happy are you to be back out with the challenge? Obviously the frustration of missing the first few games with injury and then coming back out.
Yeah, I feel like I've got to make up a bit of time now, being out, a bit of a frustrating one at the start of the season, but you know, I'm just happy to be out there and contributing. I felt really good. I've changed a couple of things and they seem to make me feel a lot better, so it's just nice to kind of see that work.
And we saw the emotion, you looked pumped up, you said it's one of your best when you did reach three figures. Just describe that feeling when you're taking the helmet off and raising the bat again.
Yeah, it was just nice. I probably let out a bigger scream of yes than I'm used to. But yeah, it was just a really nice moment. Logan was really nice at the other end, enjoy the moment, and I did do that. But just disappointed again to kind of get 100 and then not get a bigger one. Would have liked to have been a nice big 150 odd. But yeah, it's nice to get runs on the board.
Those runs on the board were also helped by the strong start you had with Seoul and then the lower middle order with the contributions they made. Again, it just shows the depth to the team that we have. Yeah,
we've got some amazing all-rounders, didn't we? You know, like Scrivs batting at 10, and you know, last year I don't know how many 50s he got. So we've got that depth, which is really, really nice to have, and you know, it just gets us up to that 300 mark, and you know, that could be crucial come tomorrow. So we'll see kind of how they bat on it and how we bowl on it. So we're in a really nice position, I think.
Yeah, on the position we're in, having been 119 for 5 and getting up to 300, as you say, where do you think that sort of ranks in what you assess as maybe par on that pitch?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about 250 odd would be a nice, good score on it. It's a lot of it is very challenging. You don't really feel in on the pitch. Like there's a ball that does nip about, and you think, oh, it could get you. So there's definitely the way we've bowled over the last month. You know, we're in a nice, strong position, I think.
And that is the position we'll take in tomorrow morning. We've got off to great starts with Dutchie and Logan taking the new ball, backed up by the rest of that 5-strong attack. How much confidence do you have in them in the morning?
Yeah, I think on sort of this kind of pitch, we don't want to get too giddy with the pace and the bounce of the pitch necessarily. You know, we have our processes that all the bowlers have kind of bought into, so sticking to them, and when the rewards do come, which they will do, we just need to accept that there might be periods where the batters might be on top for a little bit, but stick to our processes, and I'm sure we'll get the wickets that we deserve.
Conway, and again and bowls and driven beautifully by Budinger for 4. Over pitched, and well, there you go. We find out what they're loving it.
Sanderson is in, and he's going to pick up runs there. Budinger, as he punches it firmly back past Sanderson, who falls and sort of dives to his right. Is it going to be cut off by Proctor? It's not. Orgiastic cheers from the school children, who are all standing now. Budinger is turning that one nicely through mid-wicket towards the children, who are going to love this. It's crossing the ropes in front of them and hopping up and down with joy. It's a primary school group, I would say.
Yes, I think so. There's Proctor in again, bowls, and finds the edge of Patel's bat, and he's going to get 4 runs as it runs away wide of third slip. There is no third man. How many times do we find ourselves saying that?
Sanderson casting a dark shadow now is into Budinger, outside off stump, steered very nicely down to wide third man for 4 by Budinger. So 10.5 overs, so you never quite know. In goes Conway and bowls, but into drives very pleasantly. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball again, and Conway gestures in disbelief that that has gone through wideish extra cover, beating safe save and indeed mid-off, and going out to the boundary for 4.
Two senior players in the side, Proctor in and bowls, and forced away by Patel. And again, there is no third man. It's gone in the gap between third slip and backward point. Run away for 4, and that is the 50 up for Leicestershire, and it's come in very good time off the first ball of the 12th over. Running away from us, 2 slips in, bowling to the left-handed, but injured, goes off at leading edge, thick outside edge, and he is brilliantly caught at second slip. Proctor gets the breakthrough. It flew off, I think, the shoulder of the bat to second slip, who took off.
Conway into Patel, thick outside edge, it's gone between second slip and gully, and it's going to run down to third man for 4, isn't it? Always the way. Wouldn't have been a catch to third slip or fourth slip.
3 slips in, Sanderson into bowl to Rayan Ahmed, short, and it's a good catch down the leg side, and it's just gloved him, and Rayan Ahmed goes for naught. It was a good catch, he knew it.
Perhaps heading up into the meat for some refreshment. In goes Broad, and he's over pitched on that one, and Patel gratefully tucks in and drives it away through extra cover, sort of fairly vacant, biggish gap between cover and wideish mid-off. Broad is in and bowls thick outside edge between second slip and gully, and that was in the air. Went through about fourth slip, and it's gone down to third man for 4.
3 slips in, here's Sanderson running into bowl to Lewis Hill, short, cut away by Hill, runs for him here, it's running out towards the extra cover boundary, and it's going to cross the rope in front of the manual scoreboard, who are so quick. A few tussles, haven't they? Here's Sanderson in, and he's got him caught behind, yes. Hill waited for Graham Lloyd's decision. It looked out from here, it looked as though there was an edge through to Lewis McManus. It's necessarily an attribute these days too much. That's just clipped away on his hip, and Patel really just needed to get something on it, and he did. He got some bat on it, and it races away down to fine leg for 4, so disappointing into the over.
For 3. Broad in, bowls, Hanscom leaves, it doesn't really swing away, but it is. Conway in bowls, and nicely turned through square leg, in front of square, in fact, wide though of safe save, and out to the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard to bring up the Leicestershire 100. ECB come down on them. In goes Conway and bowls. Patel square drives gloriously for 4. Super shot, really stylish, the best shot in his innings so far from Richie Patel, just as Conway is in again, and Patel is going to get his 50 as he turns the full delivery off his legs down towards deep backward square for 1. I think it's also a no ball as well from Conway. Patel raises his bat, his first 50 of the season, only his 3rd innings because of that dislocation at Glamorgan in the slips. Conway is in, bowls to him down the leg side, flicks the pad, there's an appeal for leg before he's gone. Hanscom is given. It came off the pad, went down to fine leg for 4. Sue Redfern thought about it for a long time, and finally an umpire has given the decision. It mattered. In goes Conway, bowls, edged, caught by McManus, diving across to his right. He was trying to take his bat away from the line of the ball, and as he lifted it, it flicked the blade, flew low. It continued on its outswing route, and McManus took a nice catch.
Sanderson in again, bowl short and pulled away by Patel for 4. Took a hand off the bat in doing so. Had to swing at it, but it went fine.
Conway is in and bowls driven for 4. Just over pitched. He wasn't quiet at the pitch. It wasn't a half volley, but it was far enough pitched up for Cox to step out, get on top of the bounce and crack it away to Broad. Is in and bowls. That's a full toss, and it's driven out through cover. Should go all the way. Bartlett's chase is in vain. Broad bowls. Again, another full toss that is driven away. Did well to reach it. Richie Patel, I thought for a minute he might actually have spooned it out towards Bartlett or Zay, but at extra cover and sort of point. as Broad is in to Patel, who pulls it in the air but wide, well wide of Sales, down to mid-wicket, 4-4. As Broad is in and bowls outside off stump, windmill carved away out through backward point. Did it go all the way? It didn't. It bounced just at once, I think, before crossing the ropes, but it was short and wide. In goes Broad. That's outside off stump and short, and that is carved away through the offside for 4 more as well. This time it wasn't as short and sat up very nicely.
It's lovely to see the sunshine, but here's Broad in on leg stump, and that's a help yourself ball.
In goes Proctor, bowls driven most pleasantly by Patel for 4. To the electronic scoreboard, it's just got the legs to trickle over the ropes, but there was no chance at all for Keogh jogging back to cut it off, setting off for the single. Anyway, Conway is in to Cox, and it's come off the top edge, and it's looped back to Conway, and he's caught and bowled.
And Harrison starts a fresh over, and a big hit, and that could be coming in our general direction. Patel's just fed up with having a block.
In on the push as Harrison is in. Patel is driving, he's got it through, past the diving cover, out to the extra cover boundary, 4-4. He punches the air with joy. It's been an outstanding knock by Richie Patel. He's had to work so hard for it. His 103 has come off 181 deliveries. In front of the manual scoreboard, in goes Harrison, goes back. I thought that squeezed through Van Beek. It did skid onto him rather, and he'd gone back to it, but he did get down on it just in time to steer the ball.
He's in bowls, and it hits Patel on the pad, and he's out. It's Ben Green is the new batter, and James Sales bowls to him, and that's gone straight through everything. What the thinking was. Here's Sales in again, bowls and clipped away nicely by Ben Green. Runs for him here, could be 4, in fact it will be 4. Sabe has pretty much given up the chase. Just in front of square on the leg side as Sales is in for the Bennett end. Clipped away by Van Beek, and that's going to be 4 runs. On Northamptonshire debut, here's Sanderson in again and bowls to Green short, and he's paddled it round the corner. It's going to run down for 4. Did he get better net? Yes, he did.
Plain in the distance. Down the wicket comes Van Beek. It's heading our way. Blimey, that's going to be close. Bang, just below us onto the balcony. Sanderson is in outside off stump. Oh, great stop. Great catch, in fact. I thought it hit it into the ground, but no, he hit it hard to the left.
In and bowls to Ben Green. Down the leg side. Appeal for a caught behind, and he's gone. It's a little strangle down the leg side. The second one today.
Fast bowler.
At the end of a long day. Here is Conway. Bowls to Hull, and it was pitched up. Here's Van Beek in bowls and shorts, and cut away by Luke Proctor, and it's going to go away for 4. Proctor was considering the cut in the end. The ball coming round the wicket to him, it was a little bit close to him.
Holland is in and bowls Vasconcelos solidly behind it, keeps it out. And Northamptonshire have survived that little testing spell of 5 overs without any damage being done.
the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Scorecards are available from the main ticket office at Curzon Road, price £1.
Well, good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire about to resume their reply to Leicestershire's first innings. 304 all out the Foxes yesterday after being put in by Luke Proctor. Pitch didn't play quite as interestingly as it looks, although there was a little bit in there for the bowlers throughout, and the Northamptonshire bowlers, after a good start by the Foxes openers, stuck to their guns, and 300 we both feel, that's Andrew Rad of BBC Radio Northampton, myself Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, is a competitive score, but we shall see today how things pan out. We have another sunny, bright day in the East Midlands. Pitch may just have flattened a little bit in the sunshine, and the heavy roller's been on again. Andrew, good morning.
Yes, it has. Morning Richard, morning everybody. Yes, it is. It's a gorgeous day. It's a little bit more breeze around than there was yesterday. The trees and the flags at the far side of the ground just a bit more lively than they were at this time yesterday. Forecast is good, possibly a little bit more overcast sometime in the middle of the day. I mean, it felt first thing this morning, turning up at just before 9 o'clock, felt like a batting day. Nice, fresh, bright morning. But if there is going to be a bit of cloud around later, I'm sure Ian Holland wouldn't object to that. And yes, as you say, it was hard to assess the total yesterday that Leicestershire posted. And I asked Harry Conway, the Australian fast bowler, obviously picked up 5 wickets on debut for Northamptonshire yesterday. He actually was saying he thought Leicestershire batted well on it. Richie Patel in particular, suggesting that is the way that you have to play. Sometimes you have to be watchful. You can't go all guns blazing, gung ho, and all the rest of it. But he also said that he thought it didn't play as badly, by which I mean there wasn't as much in it for the bowlers as they thought when they won the toss and chose to bowl. So it's obviously baffling the players, I think, as much as it's baffling us so far. But as you say, we'll see how it pans out today.
We're looking down on it from almost exactly behind the bowler's arm. We're almost perfectly positioned for this particular game. The commentary box on top of the pavilion here at the Uptonsteel. It's a patchy old affair. The pitch, there's a lot of grass left on it, live grass that is, down the sides, which I theorised yesterday might have been in an attempt to sort of replicate the pitch at Bristol last week, where the groundsman, desperate to get some life into it, left a lot of live grass on it, but particularly down the sides with a sort of cut strip down the middle, a fairly narrow cut strip, but it seamed around nicely from that grass. And to a certain extent, if that was the theory, it has worked. Umpires Sue Redfern and Graham Lloyd in deep conversation as they head out into the middle. Graham Lloyd, the taller of the two, and I think that has never probably been said about Lloydie before. The taller of the two umpires. He gets a pat on the back from Sue Redfern, who, as we remarked yesterday, has got a sort of slightly flatter. It's sort of like the thing you see in the sort of southern states of America,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes, you ought to be on a plantation.
Yeah, indeed. Whereas Graham has the sort of slightly more conventional, in as much as a Panama can ever be conventional.
It's almost a Stetson, isn't it? Not far off.
Are Stetsons and then the sort of flat topped?
I think so.
One's
well,
right.
Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. We make shoes in Northamptonshire, not hats.
Cobblers.
Yes.
That's what
no, we do, honestly.
are. We do, yeah.
Here all week.
So, 6 without loss. Ricardo Vasconcelos is 2 not out of 18 balls. Luke Proctor 4 off 12. The object, which was achieved by the 2 Northampton openers yesterday, was just to be there this morning. 5 overs they had to face, and they did so without real alarm, actually. I can't remember, maybe once or twice the bat was beaten. But
the boundary that Luke Proctor scored was a little bit, maybe a bit closer to him for that little steer than he'd anticipated, but he played it well. He played it skillfully down for 4, and no, nothing too dreadful. I was talking to, messaging a former Northamptonshire opener last night who said it's one thing he didn't or doesn't miss about playing county cricket is those awful little 5 over, 6 over sessions before the close of play, when you're on a complete hiding to nothing. All you can do is just stay there and hope that you're not spending the rest of the day back in the pavilion. It's going to be Logan van Beek to bowl the first ball of the morning. 3 slips in place, bowling to Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor, round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, and Proctor is on the front foot, pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Northamptonshire with 2 left-handers opening, Luke Proctor, captain, and Ricardo Vasconcelos. Proctor in good form this year, 249 runs at 62 coming into this match, boosted by that career best 150 last time out at Derby. And Van Beek from the Bennett end is in and bowls, and driven crisply by Proctor, and very well fielded off his own bowling by Van Beek. Yeah, interesting having a chat with Harry Conway last night. I hadn't met him before, and because he obviously had been in the country for a few days, and he had some interesting views, talking about obviously the state of this game and the pitch, but was asking about coming over and playing in county cricket, because the sort of impression you get from a lot of the Australians that come over is it's something they've wanted to do. Here's Van Beek in again, bowls to Proctor, who's driving hard into the ground, bounces up nicely for Van Beek to field off his own bowling. I remember Chris Tremaine, who played for Northamptonshire, he's had spells each of the last couple of seasons, saying that when he was growing up in Australia, he was sort of 15, 16 years old, his coach then was saying you can't consider yourself a professional cricketer until you've played in the English County Championship, and it took him a long time to do it, but he eventually did. Here's Van Beek in and bowls to Proctor, who gets inside the line, nudges it out to mid-wicket, but there's no run. And Harry Conway described it as a dream come true to play in the Championship. He said that obviously the visa rules are not the easiest when it comes to coming over and spending a long spell, but he's managed to get sort of a 30-day job to come over and play 4 matches. And it's always rather nice to hear players from overseas talking up the county championship. Here's Van Beek in bowls, and Proctor steering it away into the ground. It's half stopped at 3rd slip, but they're going to get a single. Well, Proctor was interested for a moment in coming back for 2. Ricardo Vasconcelos got his back to him and was absolutely not coming back for 2. 7 for no wicket, first run of the morning. Proctor goes to 5. And as I mentioned in my little video this morning, it's nice that you hear the county championship being talked up at a time when a lot of cricket officials seem insistent on talking it down and trying to cut it back. But he's a very engaging character and nice chap. He did say that he wasn't a big fan of coming back for his 5th spell to take the second new ball at 5:30. But here's Van Beek round the wicket to Vasconcelos, and he's going to pick up his first run of the morning, steering it wide of the slip cordon perfectly safely down to 3rd man. There is a 3rd man, and they just pick up a single, so a single to each of the 2 batters in the first over of the morning. 8 for no wicket. Proctor is 5, Vasconcelos is 3. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere, and Northamptonshire supporters will be interested to know what's happening at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire's women are playing Middlesex today in the 50 over competition. Northamptonshire are batting first, and they are 30 for 1 in the 10th over. May Drinkle run out early on for naught, but Amelia Kemp is on 18 and Michaela Kirk not out 8.
Ian Holland will open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end this fine morning in Leicester. He's going to go around the wicket to Vasconcelos outside off stump, climbs on him a little bit out of those green patches. Vasconcelos just doesn't drop his hands, but he makes sure the bat is out of the line of the ball, but his head snapped back slightly. First, a little bit of signs of life, if you like, from the pitch this morning. It has had the heavy roller on it, and I think it was noticeable that Van Beek over. Van Beek isn't slow, but both openers had an awful lot of time to play him. There isn't too much pace in the pitch. In goes Holland and bowls, and forward goes Vasconcelos, angles his bat, pushes it through the vacant gully area down towards Richie Patel, who is designated third man. I saw Sol Budinger at third slip. Van Beek obviously was bowling, and he is now third slip for the bowling of Holland, but Budinger, first time I've seen him in the slips. Interestingly, they've relegated Rehan Ahmed. He dropped a couple of catches at Old Trafford and then a couple of catches at Bristol, and the fourth was enough. He was sent out into the outfield. In goes Holland, bowls to Proctor, this time from over the wicket. He's decided that he's going to get more joy to Proctor in that respect, and that one carries straight on outside off stump. Proctor leaves, then wanders down and prods at the pitch.
Was there a bowler's delegation sent to the captain?
I don't know, but Pete just gestured, Pete Hanscom, and I suspect Rehan knew his fate very quickly. In goes Holland and bowls again outside off stump. Again, no real movement, just pushed across. The danger ball, of course. It'll shape back in a little bit, and then maybe takes a little bit of seam.
Well, young legs, he can run around. That's fine.
Well, he's brilliant in the outfield.
Yes, yeah.
You know, he's made some really fine stops, but for some reason, just went through a bad patch catching, and that has seen him relegated. In goes Holland and bowls, lovely shape to that one, and Van Beek has to dive across as it takes the edge of the Proctor bat. Bounced a long way short of Van Beek, and he's down on one knee at the moment. The Netherlands international having got his left hand to the ball but not been able to stop it. It ran on down towards fine third man Richie Patel, running around the ropes, completed the feeling, but a little bit of joy for Holland. It was well played though by Proctor. Got on top of the bounce. Back round goes Holland. Bowls Vasconcelos. It does straighten a touch out of the seam, but again Vasconcelos reads it nicely. It was a little bit too wide, and he lifted his bat over the line of the ball. Northants, after 2 overs of the day's play, have moved on to 10 without loss. And again, they're playing sort of sensibly, calmly, like two proper opening batsmen.
Yes, I was thinking about slip catchers. I do remember the late and much missed David Capel, meeting him for a quiet beer in a bar in Port Elizabeth, 5,500 miles away, and his opening gambit was, "I don't want Rob Bailey in the slips next season. He doesn't concentrate enough." Here's Van Beek in bowls and pushed away, square of the wicket in the offside, just behind square, through backward point, and they're going to come back for 2 to Proctor. Again, steered away, using the pace of the ball. There is a vacant gully area, as Richard mentioned in the previous over, from this end, so there's an easy couple of runs. Proctor is 8, 12 for no wicket. I thought Rob Bailey actually wasn't bad in the grippers, but Capes had a theory at that time. Here's Van Beek in and bowls, and Proctor just dropping a bat on it, running it down to Sol Budinger at third slip.
I'm reminded of Rob on a daily basis because I've got several of his mugs in the in the cupboard.
Yes. Oh yes, well, yeah.
He made county mugs, didn't he, for most of the counties?
That's
in
right.
the end, I think.
I had a lovely one, the Northamptonshire one with Northamptonshire badge and Radders on the back, and I've no idea what happened.
Personalised.
Oh, it was, and I've no idea what happened to it. Here's Van Beek in bowls and Proctor in line, pushing it out again, square of the wicket in the offside where the aforementioned Rehan Ahmed fields, and there's no run. And I did ask him last year, I think, if there's any chance of a replacement, and sadly not. I don't think he's involved with that these days, but they were very nice, weren't they?
When he was umpiring, I did take him to task once because after about 8 years with one of them, and God knows how many washes in the dishwasher, one of them had started to fade slightly.
Here's Van Beek in bowls, and Proctor is on the front foot, pushing it up to mid-off. And there's no run. No, they were. Well, it was very appropriately, with his Staffordshire connections, being born in Staffordshire, Biddulph. And it was a nice little business at one time. I saw him last year at Radlett, and he was put out at the price of the ice cream. at Radlett, very expensive apparently. Van Beek over the wicket to Proctor and just doesn't quite get his line right. It's turned away by Luke Proctor, really his bread and butter shot. Down to deep square for a couple of runs. Takes the Northamptonshire captain into double figures, 10 to him, 14 for no wicket. He was not actually umpiring that day, he was mentoring a couple of the newer umpires on the panel.
I bet they were good though. It's that sort of place.
Yeah, well, I think they were nice, but
Premium prices, but it would have been a decent
yeah,
product, I would imagine.
commuter belt prices, but he had no argument about the no quibble about the quality. Van Beek back round the wicket, drops one short, and Proctor ducks underneath it, goes into the gloves of Ben Cox, and that's the end of the third over of the morning. 4 overs, no wicket for 10 for the Netherlands international, 14 for no wicket. Northamptonshire applying to Leicestershire's 304 all out. Proctor is 10, Vasconcelos is 4. I must mention a message I've had from Northamptonshire scorer Terry Owen, who, as some listeners will know, always does the park run in whichever place we happen to be.
There's 3 in Leicester, so which one did he do?
Victoria Park.
Yeah, that's fine. Local one. Up the hills.
Completed this morning at 10 to 10, and he's in time to be back at the ground.
That suggests, given that it started at 9.
He said he walked a bit of it.
Holland round the wicket, bowls. Oh, nice shape too, that one, but a good leave from Vasconcelos outside off stump as it just shapes away.
I think it was at Old Trafford where he made elaborate arrangements, ordering a car, a taxi and all sorts, to get him to and from the run, or wherever the nearest one to Old Trafford
Longford
is.
Park's only a mile away, so that...
And he managed to get back for quarter past 10 or whatever.
Very doable, very doable. Holland wanders in and bowls that one, swings back in, and he's late down on it. Vasconcelos down into the ground. It bounces maybe a foot outside off stump, and it trickles towards Hanscom at second slip. That was the one that came back, and he was in leaving mode, had to come down on it very late. Arguably it was just a touch short from Holland, but food for thought for Vasconcelos. Holland is in and bowls a little bit short, and that is wide, and that is cracked away off the back foot, and well, that was there to be hit away and got the treatment I'm afraid it pretty much deserved.
Yeah, Vasconcelos, like a lot of players of his stature, is very strong off the back foot, cutting, pulling, strong through the offside. In particular, his sort of trademark extra cover drive. Lovely player to watch when he's going well.
Holland in, bowls much fuller this time. It's driven, but it's not going to get past mid-off. Tom Scriven quickly across to his left and make the stop. 18 without loss remains the score. Vasconcelos has 8 now with that boundary off the previous delivery. I mean, Northants ice creams are pretty good, aren't they? I mean,
oh yes, yes.
Famously so.
Yes.
I can't remember the name of the...
Galoni.
That's the one.
Others are available.
In goes Holland, bowls. That's a better line, better length, and is treated with respect by Vasconcelos, who's forward on off stump, defending it out into the offside. Probably not in Northamptonshire's county ground, I wouldn't think, in terms of others being available.
No, they're not. I don't think they are actually. No, well, yeah. It's my friend and colleague Matthew Engel will always insist that that's the one thing he will absolutely have to have whenever he visits the county ground. He has to have a Galoni's ice cream.
Holland is in, bowls, worked wristily out wide of mid-on. Ahmed closes quickly on the ball, but he's reaching across to his left, and sunglasses fly off the top of his cap as by the time he picks it up, the single has been comfortably completed. And these two continue to impress. Vasconcelos now has 9. He's kept the strike. Proctor has 10. And they'll be pretty pleased in the Northamptonshire dressing room, I suspect, with the solidity of this start. 19 without loss, off 9.
Yep, just what they needed. Northamptonshire just to get through the first hour. And as is so often the case on the surfaces in the county championship, you have to make the new ball count. Van Beek, continuing from the Bennett end, running into bowl to Vasconcelos, textbook forward defensive, runs up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, because we've been away from the county ground for so long. The only match we played there this year in the championship was against Kent, first round of matches, and it wasn't really ice cream weather, to be fair. So we'll find out next week. Hopefully the ice cream van will be there from its usual position, the other side of the West Stand. Here's Van Beek in and bowls, and chopped away by Vasconcelos, away through backward point. There's a chase for two fielders converging on it. Rayan Ahmed running back from his position in the ring, and Ian Holland running round the boundary. And the upshot of it is they come back for 3. Vasconcelos goes to 12, Northamptonshire to 22 for no wicket. Vasconcelos had a disappointing start to the season. Has really struggled to get any sort of touch. 1 and 5 against Kent, 16 against Lancashire after being dropped first ball. Van Beek in and bowls, and turned away by Proctor again. That little trademark shot of his. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. A chase round the boundary. 2 more to Proctor. He goes to 12, joins his partner on 12, and Northamptonshire 24 for no wicket. But Vasconcelos coming back to form with 82 at Derby last time out. And insisted when I had a chat with him that he wasn't concerned. It was just what can happen, obviously, early season opening the batting in red ball cricket in England, which is a fair point. Proctor facing Van Beek, and he was almost tempted to try that little steer down through backward point again, and visibly was pulling the hands inside the line to get the bat out of harm's way. Proctor, as we were discussing yesterday, Richard taking on the responsibility of opening the batting. Emilio Gay having gone to Durham and hasn't really been replaced. So Proctor putting his hand up to do the job. And so far, done a pretty good job. Van Beek in bowls, and forward comes Proctor, covering up, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. There's a bit more cloud around than there was this time this morning. It's very high, fair weather cloud. It's, as I mentioned earlier, it's good forecast all day, but I'm sure Leicestershire and Ian Holland in particular wouldn't object if there was a little bit more cloud cover at some point. It's a fine forecast for tomorrow as well, but quite a lot cooler. Here's Van Beek over the wicket to Proctor, who has a nibble at that and could so easily have got the outside edge and be walking back, but he didn't. He missed it. But it wasn't through want of trying. 24 for no wicket at the end of the over. Vasconcelos is 12. Proctor is 12. Van Beek's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15.
Yeah, first time the bat has been beaten this morning. Various ways to get in touch with us, and we're always really pleased to hear from you. I was getting emails from almost old-fashioned now, isn't it? But anyway, I'll give you an email address, richardray, rae23@gmail.com. Andrew's on X at oldmanrad, 2 Ds. Holland round the wicket. Bowls outside off stump, far too wide. Vasconcelos has nothing to do with it. Or you can, apparently it's called skeeting on Blue Sky. Skeeting, S-K-E-E-T-I, well, as opposed to tweeting. Skeeting at RichR23 on Blue Sky finds me.
If you want to be very old-fashioned, you could write to us, couldn't you? Write a
Not
letter.
if you're expecting a shout out on air, because by the time it gets to you these days. In goes Holland, bowls and forward, reaching a little bit Vasconcelos. He did get on top of the bounce and managed to steer it wide of cover. Running back, the sun-hatted Budinger picks up around about 2 yards inside the ropes, gets his throw away. Vasconcelos picks up a couple. He overtakes Proctor. He moves on to 14-26 without loss. We did have plenty of people getting in touch yesterday. It was nice to hear from you all.
Absolutely. Keep it coming.
Pause in proceedings as Hanscom moves Budinger a little bit squarer just sort of almost in front of point now as Holland is in. Vasconcelos gets a delivery that is very wide. Graham Lloyd looked as though he was thinking about that for a minute. Vasconcelos let it go through.
Dave Chappers, who we were hearing from a couple of times yesterday, said that he's umpiring today. Grange Park seconds in the Northamptonshire League, of course in full swing this week, all 16 divisions I think. But he says he's hoping to obviously keep up with us through the course of the day.
Holland in, bowls, bang on off stump, but no great movement. The movement is when it's out wide and then it's being left, and Vasconcelos is solidly forward on off stump there, playing the ball back towards the former Hampshire, now Leicestershire all-rounder.
And I think it was Robert Brown also got in touch to say that he is in Dublin with the Saints playing Leinster this afternoon in the semi-finals of Rugby Union's European Cup.
Holland in, good bounce, good movement, but again it's from wide, and again Vasconcelos stepping back, slightly startled at the amount of bounce and movement, can let it go through, and does, and then wanders forward and taps at the spot from which it took off.
But he is hoping to be here on Monday, if all the connections work and the ferry and whatever.
Holland elbows jutting, runs away from us, and bowls Vasconcelos, goes for a big drive and misses it. Then the bat goes over his shoulder and he lets it go, and then brilliantly catches it again behind his back, as well that he did, because who knows which way it might have fallen had it landed on the ground and gone onto the stumps. That would have been an extraordinary form of dismissal, but anyway, he got away with it. So we've seen the bat beaten in each of the last 2 overs for the first time in different ways. Perhaps the lacquer is coming off the ball now, and it will begin to move around that a little bit more, but at the moment Northants making steady, if not spectacular, progress. They're 26 without loss off 11.
I wonder if he's ever tried baton twirling, because there was just a hint of that there, wasn't it? It was a
Clever.
fancy move behind the back.
Was.
Proctor, no fancy moves from him so far this morning. Here's Van Beek over the wicket, bowling to him, and Proctor again right across his stumps, working it out into the onside, runs up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 26 for no wicket, so 20 runs added this morning. Northamptonshire just looking to lay the platform, try and, if they can, get some sort of first innings lead. Here's Van Beek in again to Proctor, who again is on the defensive, pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Northamptonshire's women have lost another wicket in their game at Wantage Road against Middlesex. 47 for 2 in the 15th over. Northamptonshire. Amelia Kemp has gone for 22. Michaela Kirk, who's been in incredible form, South African player, on loan from the Blaze, got 100 in the first game, 88 in the second, and she is 11 not out. Here's Van Beek in, bowls back of a length, and this time Proctor on the back foot just drops the bat on it. It runs down all along the floor into the slip cordon, where Sol Budinger at third slip with the sort of Bill and Ben style floppy hat fields, and there's no run. Memo to younger listeners, Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men children's programme of my youth. We're just too young to remember it.
It was one of the very first children's programmes, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Well, it's one of the very first children, presumably. Here's Van Beek in, bowls, and Proctor comes across his stumps, works it into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run.
Early 60s?
Yes, it would have been, yes. It was Watch with Mother. Spotty dog with the wooden tops. Marvellous. This lovely hum around the ground this morning. Not a big crowd, but those that are here watching intently as Van Beek is in and bowls, and Proctor is on top of the bounce, nudging it down behind square on the leg side, and he's going to pick up another single. Proctor to 13 and Northamptonshire to 27 for no wicket.
David Lloyd loves that sort of run, doesn't he? He said,
Yes.
just a nudge around. He said, that's where openers like it. Just sort of onto the legs, on the body. Just you can nudge it around the corner, pick up one, get down the other end. Bowler's wasting his effort. Oh, love it, love it.
Van Beek, as the sun disappears behind a cloud for the time being. He's in and bowls to Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos just a little bit squared up by that one, and Van Beek's hands-on head just sensed for a moment that he might be through there, but he wasn't. Vasconcelos managed to get a bat on it, and that's the end of the over. 27 for no wicket, 14 to Vasconcelos. Proctor is 13. I remember the great John Arlott once talking about Philip Mead, a left-hander who opened the batting for Hampshire for so many years, and sort of get into the 40s in the days of talent money, and he'd just play that little shot, the little nudge around the corner for one to get his 50, and he got at the other end, he would say that's another ton of coal for the winter.
Talent money.
When they used to 50 or 100, some of the counties used to.
Oh, you could take a hat round,
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah, that's
the
what
club,
they called it in
or the
Hampshire
club,
or Northamptonshire. Is
or
it?
the club
Talent money.
Talent money.
Holland over the wicket to Proctor, just shapes back in, well played on off stump, everything close together from the Northamptonshire skipper, back down the pitch to Ian Holland.
Yes, it was sort of an added little bonus to.
They used to do it in Yorkshire, but I don't think it was called talent money. I can't remember what it was called.
You'd have got a few of those collections in your playing days, wouldn't you, Richard?
I know. In goes Holland, bowls edge just short of second slip taken by Hanscom on the bounce. Just beginning to ask a few questions now. The ball is just beginning to do a touch more. Perhaps the effects of the heavy roller that was on it this morning, perhaps the lacquer coming off the ball. I sometimes think with these Dukes that I'd give someone else the new ball just to
Yeah.
It's kind of wasted up to a certain extent. In goes Holland and bowls, and again behind it solidly enough, and then holds the pose Proctor, and suddenly realises that the Buddinger's got quite a bit of ground to make up to the ball to his right, and takes half a step forward, but by then far too late to attempt a quick single. Had they both gone straight away, there probably was one there.
Yeah, you're right. We've sort of 13th over now. This is almost when the sort of the business starts, the business side of the day.
Feels that way a bit, so Holland bowls and nicely leaning forward, almost walking into the defensive press is Luke Proctor, pushing it out into the offside. Again, there's no run. What Leicestershire obviously haven't got a breakthrough yet in this innings, but it's been a feature of the bowling so far this season that when they haven't, they've kept control of the scoreboard just about. They haven't gone for 4s or 5s and over for the most part. As Holland is in, bowls again, a lovely shape to it on off stump, but well played again by Proctor. Pushed out towards mid-off, and that's the case here. 27 without loss off almost 13. It's only just over 2 and over, and Hanscom will be happy enough with that, although he would like to see, I'm sure, a few more edges flying around.
Bowl dry, as the pros say, isn't it? Just dry up the runs.
Holland past umpire Lloyd, round the wicket to Proctor, who's squared up slightly, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, takes a step down, sees that fielder is closing quickly on the ball. Lewis Hill, in this case. Wait, no. Is the command to Vasconcelos. End of the over. 27 off 13 remains the score. 14 Vasconcelos, 13 Luke Proctor.
Well, 2 of the championship matches yesterday certainly moved forward, I think it's fair to say, with an awful lot of wickets going down, not least at Headingley, where another one has gone down this morning. Yorkshire against Warwickshire. Yorkshire all out for 205, this in Division 1 of course, and Warwickshire in reply now 195 for 7, so still 10 runs behind, 3 wickets in hand, and those that were planning to go Headingley on Bank Holiday Monday may be disappointed, and
Oundletown's
own Josh Hull is coming into the attack.
Well, Andrew tries to restrain himself. I'm going to let you be joined by Oliver Shukesmith for the first time this morning.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, we're back. Richard back with us presently. 27 for no wicket it is. And Josh Hull comes into the attack, having been awarded his Leicestershire cap yesterday, the Golden Fox, which he will wear, I know, with great pride. 2 slips in, and he's running in over the wicket to bowl from the Bennett end. Bowls down the leg side. And Vasconcelos has a little flick at that one, doesn't manage to get anything on it. Goes through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Again, cloud obscuring the sun at the moment, but as we mentioned at the start, it's a lot breezier today than it was yesterday, and you probably pick up on the effects, Mike, and for that reason, hopefully if we do get any cloudier spells, they won't last too long. Big tall figure of Josh Hull running into bowl outside the off stump, left alone by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Morning, Oliver. Good to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
What do you make of the first half an hour? It seemed as though it's a little bit of sort of shadow boxing between the two sides, but Northamptonshire will be happy to have got through first half an hour unscathed.
Yeah, it's looked pretty comfortable for Northamptonshire. Not too much has troubled them, but as Richard was just saying, Leicestershire done a good job on keeping things tight, not letting them run away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. 27 for no wicket as the sun returns. Hull in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos, but good carry through to Ben Cox. Was talking to Josh's mum, Antonia, last night. Obviously we're here for the presentation. It was really nicely done yesterday morning before the start of play here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, with Leicestershire's president, great Jack Birkinshaw, on hand to make the presentation. And the whole family were here, including Josh's brother Ollie, also a fine cricketer. Here's Hull in again, bowls and driven by Vasconcelos. It beats Josh Hull, and it's going to run away to the boundary at the Bennett end for 4. Nicely timed by Vasconcelos. Josh Hull has a long way to get down to try and get anything on that. Didn't manage to do so. Once it had beaten him, it was timed well enough to run away to the boundary at the far end of the ground. Takes Vasconcelos to 18 and Northamptonshire to 31 for no wicket. Better explain the whole Josh Hull thing, Oliver. He's as he runs in again to bowl to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Short, he tries to pull it. It doesn't get up as much as he thought. It hit him on the thigh pad, and there was not an appeal as such, but a certain amount of interest from behind the stumps. Vasconcelos, he's not a tall man, I think it's fair to say, and it didn't get up. It was probably, was clearly, I think, going over the top, but not by that much. No, Josh Hull is a product of my club, Oundletown in Northamptonshire, so and I'm having all sorts of slightly sarcastic messages saying you haven't mentioned that recently. Well, get it out of the way now. Here is Josh Hull running into bowl to Vasconcelos, and that's a tight leave by Vasconcelos. It didn't miss off stump by much. Good judgment by Vasconcelos, but I suspect his heart might have been, if not in his mouth, then, I don't know, halfway up there, as that passed close to the off stump. Anyway, no damage done, end of the over. Vasconcelos is 18, Proctor is 13, and Northamptonshire are 31 for no wicket.
Well, it will be Ian Holland to continue. The 8th over of this spell, of course, split over 2 days, but can't imagine he'll bowl for much longer. Will be Proctor on strike. He's got third man and fine leg are on the boundary as Holland comes in over the wicket. And Proctor steers this one down to the fielder at deep third to take a single. He moves to 14, and both batters really have played that shot pretty well this morning.
Yes, they have. I mean, for Proctor in particular, as we were discussing, it's very much, you know, he plays within, he has a method, he has a style. I mean, he's got this slightly sort of curious open two-eyed stance but he's got a method, it works for him, and he's got a range of shots that work for him.
Holland round the wicket to Vasconcelos, who's forward and driving beautifully through extra cover. Again, just lent on it. It's a long chase for Tom Scriven, who I think has just cut it off. Brilliant fielding from Scriven. It's a long boundary out there, and he had a long chase to go, but made it just inside the rope, and Vasconcelos picks up 3 runs.
Wonderful bit of fielding that was, and great commitment from Tom Scriven. He had to hare to almost the furthest corner of the ground, down by the meat, and that's just the sort of support that you would hope one bowler will give to another. That was cracking stuff from Tom Scriven.
He could easily have just let that go and not even chased after it. Holland back over the wicket to Proctor, who's forward and defends. He's there must be some sort of plan, because he's coming over the wicket to Proctor but round to Vasconcelos, as he has been all morning, I think. So not sure what reason behind that could be.
No, one thing we haven't seen, which is interesting because a lot of counties have used it against Proctor, is the leg slip. You see that often employed when Proctor's batting.
Holland in again, and he beats Proctor outside the off stump. Great delivery from Holland there, just nipped away slightly, and Holland beaten all ends up. And
I'm pretty sure I've never seen him caught there, but once or twice it's gone not too far away. I think the closest, if memory serves, a couple of years ago he was dropped at Taunton there. But it's fielding position, either leg slip or leg gully, but more usually leg slip that you see employed when Proctor is batting.
And this time Holland's delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Proctor. Again, he's finding some shape away, but the previous delivery was right on the right spot where you want it, with this angle across the left-hander, but that one just a bit wide and comfortably left alone by Proctor. They're quite similar looking, these two batsmen.
Yes.
Two left-handers, similar sort of stature, not easy to distinguish between the two. As Holland's in again, and this one's on the pads, flicked away from Proctor. He hasn't quite timed it, and Josh Hull will come around, but they can complete 2 runs comfortably as the over ends with Proctor on 16. The score 37 for none after 15 overs.
Yeah, Proctor's, as we were saying, he's got this slightly more open stance than Vasconcelos, who's rather more orthodox. There's probably also 3 or 4 inches difference in terms of height. We'll say Ricardo Vasconcelos. Diminutive which was the adjective used for years to describe Richard Williams, who you wouldn't remember, but Richard Chippy Williams, who played for Northamptonshire for many years, about 5'3", super cricketer. But, every report you ever read about him, it was the diminutive Richard Williams. 2 slips in as Josh Hull continues bowling to Vasconcelos, hits him on the pad. Appeal from behind the stumps. Josh Hull didn't seem particularly interested. It looked as though it was probably a little bit high, maybe just sliding down as well. But Ben Cox was enthused. But as I say, the bowler not really as much. 2 slips in. Ben Green is at first. Peter Hanscom, the captain, at second. You had a chance to look at that, Oliver, was it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what Cox was excited about. It looked well down leg as well.
No. Well, it's keeping the game. Here's Hull. In again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's watchful in defence, comes across his stumps and works it out into the leg side, where Sol Budinger in there at mid-wicket fields. And there's no run.
He seems like someone who would be full of energy, as many wicket keepers are,
yes,
Ben Cox,
yes,
so
well,
can't blame him for a bit of excitement.
They are a breed apart, aren't they, keepers? Josh Hull turns with the press box behind him at the far end, the Bennett end of the ground. And he's in again, bowls to Vasconcelos short, and Vasconcelos tries to pull and cloths it horribly. Second bounce out to Budinger at mid-wicket. Yeah, I thought it was just really nicely done yesterday, the cap presentation, to have the family there and to make I don't think Josh knew he was actually going to be capped, and his mum was saying they were trying to keep out of the way so that he didn't spot them and you know, suspect that something was going on. He's running in again to bowl to Vasconcelos. That's outside the off stump, left alone. Goes through to Ben Cox. But I was mentioning Josh's brother Ollie, who's a very good rugby player involved in Northampton Saints as well as a cricketer, played for Arundel last Sunday in the National Cup. And Ollie, rather like Josh, is a fairly sizable unit, and I think trying to hide one of the Hull boys is a little difficult. And I think probably he did spot his brother, but still, it was very, very nicely done. Running in now to bowl to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and hits him on the pad. Now this time, well, again, Josh Hull's not terribly interested. Ben Cox set off to chase it because they came through for a leg by, and was sort of carrying on the appeal as he set off to try and retrieve the ball, which suggests that he probably wasn't, again, particularly convinced. Leg by is signalled by umpire Sue Redfern. First extra of the innings, 38 for no wicket. Again, clearly going down the leg side. So first extra of the innings, an awful lot in the Leicestershire innings yesterday. 38 extras. Leg bys had a very good day, 21. 7 no balls, 7 oversteppings, and 14 runs added. Hull in again, bowls, and that's hit Proctor high up on the thigh pad. No ball called by umpire Redfern, so right on cue. The extras have started to pick up. 40 for no wicket. Yeah, Northamptonshire overstepping 7 times, 4 of them Harry Conway, nevertheless picked up 5 wickets on his Northamptonshire debut. County Championship debut, indeed.
I think it was Josh Hull took a wicket off a no ball last week, so he'll be hoping to keep his foot behind the line.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? Hull, a slightly angled approach, in and bowls, and turned away by Proctor. Again, just gets inside the line, nudges it down towards fine leg. Did he get bat on it? No, he didn't. There was no bat on it. It was signalled again as an extra by Sue Redfern. So having said that extras were not as prolific today as they were yesterday, we've now had 4 in a couple of deliveries. 41 for no wicket at the end of the over, 21 to Vasconcelos, 16 to Proctor, and Josh Hull's bowled 2 overs for 6.
Seems to have caused a few problems for the Northants batsman. He's now hit both of them on the high on the thigh pad, but just a bit short of a length to really, you know, be in the shout for a wicket. But he's definitely they've looked less settled against Holland as they have, against Hull as they have against the other bowlers.
Just a little bit extra pace and bounce, isn't it?
It will be Holland to continue. And this one is too straight, flicked into the leg side, but well fielded by Lewis Hill at mid-wicket. He's coming around the wicket this time to Proctor, is Holland. And just strayed onto the pads, but couldn't quite find the gap in the leg side. There's been a lot of noise from the Leicestershire fielders, which is always a good sign. It's easy to go flat when you haven't taken a wicket. As Holland in again and left alone well outside the off stump. I was watching Nottinghamshire v Sussex at Trent Bridge last week, and it was a clear sign that Sussex were sort of downbeat and had almost accepted defeat when the field went pretty silent in the 4th innings.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have particularly, and coaches will tell you, had a propensity in the last few years just to go very quiet and very flat very quickly.
As Holland is into Proctor, who pushes out into the offside, a quick single, a shy at the stumps, but I think Vasconcelos has made his ground, and in fact there's going to be an overthrow, as Josh Hull potentially wasn't quite as vigilant on his backing up as he should have been. So it ends up being 2 runs to Proctor. Sol Budinger came in from point and had a shy at the stumps. It was close enough. It was definitely worth a go.
It was absolutely worth a go. It was just treading water a little bit, wasn't he, Vasconcelos? But yeah, well, buzzers, they all count.
And Ian Holland's changed his mind again. He's going to come back over the wicket to Luke Proctor. And this one left alone well outside the off stump once more.
It's an interesting point you're making about the sort of froth and bubble out there on the field. I remember Phil Neal, obviously very fine captain with Worcestershire and involved for many years with the England setup, and when he came to Northamptonshire briefly as director of cricket a couple of years in the 90s, he was saying he was never a big fan of all the sort of noise going on around the field, for a reason I'll explain.
That's Holland in again. This one's too straight and flicked down to deep fine leg for a single. Proctor moves to 19. He hasn't quite found his line in this over. It's second time he's strayed onto the pads of Proctor.
And that's not the place to stray to Luke Proctor, because he's very strong there. And Phil Neal was saying it's fine if you can keep it up. If you can keep up the racket. You find this in club cricket a lot as well, that you have a huge amount of row for the first few overs. Then if they don't get a wicket, it all goes quiet. And Phil Neal said, they've done the job for you. You've basically admitted defeat.
Holland in again, the sun shining over the wicket as Vasconcelos is forward defending. Yes, I think my club team is rather guilty of that sometimes.
I think most, almost all of them are. By defeat, I don't mean necessarily lose the game, but you've handed the initiative. They've quietened you down. If the openers have gone through 10, 12 overs without getting out, and suddenly it all goes quiet. And I know if you were out there, you would think, yeah, okay, we've quietened them down. We've done part of the job. But Phil was obviously a hugely successful captain, so knew what he was talking about. I'm not convinced it made a lot of difference, but it was an interesting view. 44 for no wicket. Josh Hull to continue. Third over of this spell from the Bennett end. Running into bowl to Luke Proctor, who finally finds the edge, and that is a genuine nick by Proctor, and very, very well fielded on the third man boundary immediately down below us by Lewis Hill. That's a cracking bit of fielding. Second one we've seen this morning down on the boundary, one from Tom Scriven, one from Lewis Hill, sprinting around. And that saved 3 runs. They only came through for a single. Proctor to 20, 45 for no wicket, and as you were saying, Oliver, it's Josh Hull's just asking a few questions here. Did find the edge. Bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos tries to drive, doesn't time it, just scuffs it out to mid-wicket where Sol Budinger fields. Still sun obscured by the fairly high clouds that we've got here in Leicester, but it's still a very, very pleasant morning. Got a bit warm in here yesterday afternoon. Richard and I were wilting slightly, like a plate of spinach or something. Here's Josh Hull running in again to bowl to Vasconcelos. That is incredibly short and signalled as a wide. It sailed over Vasconcelos' head, which is not that difficult, admittedly, but it also sailed well over the head of Ben Cox. It's gone to the boundary, and that's 5 wides. And it brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. Fair enough, testing batters with a short ball, but that was very, very short. And Josh being, 6'7", 6'8", and or even more, and Ricardo Vasconcelos being about 5'4" or thereabouts. Yeah.
I think that one would have even flown over Josh Hull's head.
I think it probably would if he'd been keeping. Yeah, 50 for no wicket. Hull in bowls. Very full, but down the leg side, and good take down the leg side by Ben Cox, who looked somewhat nonplussed and was, I'm sure, hoping that the umpires would call wides rather than byes, and they had to, because there was absolutely no way that Ricardo Vasconcelos could have got any bat on that, even if they sort of taken the leaf out of the players at the Crucible and got the extension out. I think they might have struggled. Hull in again to bowl to Vasconcelos, short, and Vasconcelos just using the pace of the ball, steering it down wide of the slip cordon down to third man, where Lewis Hill tidies up, and it's another run to Vasconcelos. He goes to 22, and Northamptonshire to 51 for no wicket, so 45 runs added in about 50 minutes this morning. Cries have come on Hully from around the ground. Luke Proctor facing this next ball from Josh Hull, hits him on the poke. There's an appeal for LBW and he's out. And Josh Hull has the breakthrough. It was very full. It hit Proctor on the boot. Went up and appealed for LBW. It didn't look a bad shout from here. And Sue Redfern, as she does, took her time and eventually sent the Northamptonshire captain on his way. And just having seen the replay, I don't think Luke Proctor will have too many arguments about that. And Hull strikes, Proctor goes for 20, and Northamptonshire are 51 for 1. That is a lovely bit of bowling by Josh Hull. Fast, full and straight. And doing the job as far as his side are concerned. Northamptonshire's captain has he's been in very good form so far this season in the early exchanges. He's not going to go on and get a big score today. I imagine it'll be George Bartlett coming out to replace him as the players take the opportunity to have a drink. The Vermilion Tabards are seen out on the field. The 12th men. Trying to see, I think it's Liam Guthrie out there rather for Northamptonshire, just not playing in this match, just bringing out some refreshment for Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it is indeed going to be George Bartlett, the former Somerset player, coming out at number 3. We established yesterday, I think Richard was saying that Ben Green, I think it's in his Who's Who entry, said that his favourite opponent was George Bartlett, and we were looking up and found out that they played against each other at under 13s, county under 13s level. Somerset captained at that stage by George Bartlett, and Ben Green playing for Devon. They must have played each other, I'm sure, perhaps at school level or whatever. George Bartlett was at Millfield, but he's coming out to join Vasconcelos. Bartlett made 100 here last year in the corresponding fixture. It was his first championship century for Northamptonshire this year. Played well in the second innings against Kent when the wickets were tumbling at the other end. He batted 3 and was 60 not out at the end of a disappointing batting performance by Northamptonshire. 113 runs at 37 so far this year. And we do get the leg slip in. That's interesting. With just 1 ball to go in the over. Logan van Beek in there at leg slip as Hull comes in and bowls, and it's very full again, but it's outside off stump, and Proctor just laying Bartlett rather, just dropping a bat on it and pushing it out into the covers where Rayan Ahmed fields, and success for Josh Hull in that over. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13, with Proctor out for 20. Vasconcelos is there on 22. Bartlett still looking for his first run, and Northamptonshire 51 for 1.
Well, you mentioned Ben Green likes playing against George Bartlett, and he should get an early opportunity to bowl at him here, because he's coming into the attack from this pavilion end, fresh off the back of a first career 5-wicket haul last week at Gloucestershire, and we're looking to make an instant impact here. They've broken up one end, and they'll be hoping to break up the other, I suppose, and have 2 new men at the crease. He's got an interesting moustache, almost mullet combo as he'll come in to Vasconcelos for his first delivery here, which is short outside the off stump, gets some good lift, but well wide, and Vasconcelos easily able to leave it alone.
Trying to model himself on Richard Ray, obviously. Oh, yes, I see what you mean, yes. Was he walking back facing us? Yes, it looks like a sort of a bit like a 1980s darts player, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he pulls it off, but few would be able to. I certainly wouldn't. As he's in again. This time Vasconcelos is prodding forward. It's slightly off the inside edge of the bat, but comfortably enough down to fine leg for a single.
There's just a hint of Steve Beaton, the bronzed Adonis, isn't there, really? Just about Ben Green, with that look. Without the spangly shirt, though, at the moment, at least.
I'm sure you won't mind being compared to a man of Steve Beaton's
great man
I think, was it this year was the first World Championships without Steve Beaton for about 30 years.
That's right, yeah.
As Bartlett takes a minute to assess the field before he fronts up to face green. Who's beaten him all ends up. A great delivery. Swung away from Bartlett there, who looked to drive it, and a genuine play and miss there.
That was very, very close to, well, A, the off stump, B, the outside edge. We did notice, Oliver, when we were looking yesterday at at that game, the under-13s game, that Ben Green was out bowled Bartlett, so perhaps he's been waiting all this time to return the compliment. Nearly did that.
Well, they'll have another go here, and it's, again, some good shape away, but Bartlett comfortably defending this time. He's clearly got his tail up here as Ben Green. Just in the first over of his spell, but testing already, and as I mentioned, off the back of career best figures. As Bartlett taps his bat, awaiting the next delivery from Green, which is full, and once again played out into the onside. He's stepping quite far across his stumps here, is Bartlett.
He does. It's a bit like we were saying about Richie Patel yesterday. He does set up around about, I don't know, he's almost on off stump, certainly middle and off, I think. Does make him a little bit of an LBW candidate.
As Green will come in again to Bartlett, and this is on his pads but way too high, and it will be a leg by into the leg side. Bit too straight from Green. It's I think it was Ollie Pope particularly talked about it, the sort of off stump guard seems to be a trend amongst batsmen at the moment.
Very much so, very much so. Yeah, Anderson Phillip, the West Indian playing for Lancashire, did him George Bartlett LBW quite early on up at Old Trafford. He got 18, and exactly in that similar sort of way, just coming right across, ball very full length and just trapping him in front. Well, he's on strike now against Josh Hull. 53 for 1. Leg slip is still in there, Van Beek. 2 slips as well, as Hull is in, bowls, and driven by Bartlett nicely, but Josh Hull manages to get a hand on it and prevent the ball eluding the man at mid-on. Result that there's no run. Sunshine is out again. It's not particularly sunny outlook for Northamptonshire's women, who are not having a good morning against Middlesex at Wantage Road. They are 77 for 5 in the 22nd over. Michaela Kirk, who's been the standout batter for the side this year, is not out on 20, but not a lot of support from the rest. Here's Hull in, bowls to Bartlett, and Bartlett again right across his stumps, working it out into the onside. Goes out to mid-wicket where Sol Budinger fields, and there's no run. Few in today, probably not quite as many as there were yesterday, but I would imagine a lot of people on a Saturday, of course, are involved with club cricket. I know that will be the case back home in Northamptonshire, either playing or watching or scoring or umpiring. And here is Hull. In and bowls to Bartlett on leg stump, clipped away by Bartlett in the air, and oh my goodness, what a terrific bit of fielding again down on the boundary by Lewis Hill. He had to leap up to stop that going over the rope, and knocked it back into the field of play just down below us. And again, the standard of the outfielding this morning, that's the third piece of outstanding fielding we've seen this morning. That saved a couple of runs, certainly, because it was destined for the boundary. As it is, Bartlett picks up 2 to get off the mark, 55 for 1. This is quality, high quality stuff from Leicestershire in the field. His Hull in bowls and dropped down into the offside by George Bartlett, and a nice mutual consent single. The 2 fielders in there realise they're not going to stop it. Field changes over for the left-handed Vasconcelos, takes Bartlett to 3, and Northamptonshire to 56 for 1. Vasconcelos 23, off, what, 56 balls, so he's been patient, he's been watchful, laying the foundations. He's facing this ball from Josh Hull, and that bounces again a little bit more maybe than he was anticipating, but he got nicely in behind it, just ran it down to Rehan Ahmed, who's in there at sort of deepish gully, more of a backward point really, and there is no run.
Gave a very over-dramatised long barrier there to Rehan Ahmed. Ball hardly reached him in the end.
Yes, it wasn't entirely necessary, was it? But well, just wanted to keep up with Lewis Hill. Here's Hull in again, bowls outside the off stump to Vasconcelos, who leaves well alone. It goes through to the keeper. It's 56 for 1. Vasconcelos is 23, Bartlett is 3, and high time I made way for Richard Ray. Just while Richard is coming into place.
Certain amount of swapping around in the commentary box, but we are almost there now. Impressed by Hull this morning. He's bowled reasonably tightly. He's worked up a decent head of steam on a pitch without a great deal of pace, and did Luke Proctor for pace really in that full delivery.
As Green beats Bartlett outside the off stump, not sure he was fully playing a shot at that, but went past the outside edge nonetheless. Some good carry through there by Green.
Yeah, nice shape to it again. I think you're being generous to his old sparring partner, Mr. Bartlett there. I think he did have a little feel for it, but we'll see.
As Green comes in again, and this time Bartlett comes forward and turns it into the leg side. Not fully comfortable behind that one, but he'll get a single and come down the other end. He's got some good pace here as Ben Green. These two bowlers, Green and Hull, of course, at the other end, have seemed a lot more threatening than Holland and Van Beek did this morning, as well as the opening pair bowled. Just that extra bit of pace which these two possess seems to be causing the Northamptonshire batters a bit more of an issue. As Green is into Vasconcelos, who's forward with a textbook forward defensive back up the wicket. I would say he's a naturally aggressive batsman, is Vasconcelos, but he hasn't been given much to go after this morning. And
no, they've kept it tolerably tight, haven't they? But at the moment, the innings is kind of reflecting, as is so often the case, each other.
There's Green in again, and Vasconcelos forward into the offside. Got an extra man in the offside now with a cover in as well as the mid-off and point fielders. Just the two slips now, which is where that field has been moved from. Deep fine leg and deep third remain in place as they have all morning. As Ben Green is in again to Vasconcelos, who is once more forward, this time plays it out into the onside, where Ian Holland picks up at mid-on. Tight over so far from Green. He's making the batsman play every ball, and has presented some challenge, particularly to Bartlett, but it will be Vasconcelos who fronts up this time. And this one's short, and again Vasconcelos tries to pull and cloths it to mid-wicket. That's the second or third time he's attempted that shot this morning, and none of them have come off. But he's definitely not going to back away if the bowler drops short.
Leicestershire lost their first wicket at 58, 57 for 1, but then the Northamptonshire bowlers started to make inroads. In goes Hull and bowls, and another no ball just over steps coming down that slope. Well defended by Bartlett. It was fullish and he was on the back foot, but as I say, there isn't a great deal of pace, but nice shape, but just overstepped, so adds to the extras, up to 12 now. Still got that leg gully in. Hole in, bowls down the leg side, swings when he didn't really want it to swing really. It was, if he was targeting the leg stump with Bartlett stepping across, looking to clip it perhaps. If he left a little bit of a gap, it just swung away down the leg side. It wasn't taken cleanly by Cox as he moved across towards Van Beek at that leg slip position. Not sure whether Van Beek will be too keen on Bartlett flicking one straight to him, because it'll be travelling when it gets to him, that's for sure. Well, isn't slow. In he comes and bowls. That one is on the legs, bounced a little bit, getting up towards the thigh pad of Bartlett, but he worked it nicely round the corner down towards long leg and takes his single.
Not sure I'd want to field that leg slip
No,
to anyone.
No. Not a pace bowler, because, well, I guess you'd see it more if it's coming from over the wicket and sort of swinging towards you. In goes home, bowls to Vasconcelos, who works it calmly off middle and leg out towards mid wicket. Takes the single that's there for him. Holland having to move across to his left. Holly Boy seems to be the chosen moniker for young Josh. Not too much invention gone into that one, but there isn't too much invention in nicknames these days. In comes Holly Boy and bowls, and Bartlett leaves outside off stump. Good carry taken just above his head by Ben Cox, but there is a sort of a feeling among some watchers that Hull's winter work has resulted in a slightly smoother action. To what extent that's the work he's done with Leicestershire or with the England setup, I'm not quite sure. I have to ask him about that, but it does look a touch smoother in his follow through and the sort of delivery stride. It isn't putting, famous last words, quite as much pressure on the body. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Again, good carry, but that little bit of width. But probably didn't see enough of him last season. Saw plenty of him, but not quite enough to. I'd have to see a video of the two actions, see if it has changed slightly. Whether he was disappointed not to get picked for England for the Zimbabwe test. I suspect it, and didn't really expect it, but Sam Cook from Essex has got probably a deserved call-up. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. It's getting closer to the off stump, but again, Bartlett can and does leave safely. So, whole 5 overs, 1 for 20. He will always concede a sort of run or two more per over than some of the slower seamers, but he has this knack of picking up important wickets, and he made the breakthrough for Leicestershire this morning, a breakthrough they sort of badly needed after an hour.
Yeah, it had been looking pretty comfortable for Northamptonshire, and Leicestershire will be very glad that they got that breakthrough without too many runs being added to the total. As Green comes in looking for another. This is on the pads of Vasconcelos. I'm not sure he got any bat on it as it goes down to fine leg, and it is indeed signalled leg byes. Obviously he's only in the 3rd over his spell, but he's bowled very well to Bartlett so far. Has Ben Green hasn't quite found the line to Vasconcelos, I don't think, as well as he has against the right-hander. And he's in again to Bartlett, who's coming forward and defends.
There's sort of shape there, but it's at a fairly gentle pace, isn't it? And Bartlett, like Vasconcelos, is able to adjust and sort of play it off the pitch to a certain extent. Tom Scriven's starting to warm up now, so Josh Hull might have done his work for the time being. 5 overs is probably enough for the young man at one go.
As Green is in again, and this is full and driven to Tom Scriven at mid-on. Timed it quite nicely, but it was never going to beat the fielder at mid-on. Yeah, you said the shape that Green is getting is quite predictable almost, and you wonder if he's got an in-swinger that he can try here and sort of add that extra element of doubt in the batter's minds. As he's in this one, left alone outside the off stump.
What this pitch isn't doing, or isn't doing for the Leicestershire bowlers at any rate, that the Bristol pitch did last week, was there was plenty of swing in Bristol as well, but it was nipping back from time to time and bouncing. And at the moment, Northamptonshire seamers yesterday got the ball to occasionally bounce markedly, but it hasn't really done that for the Leicestershire seamers.
Green beats the outside edge of Bartlett, who's coming forward to that one, and another genuine player miss outside the off stump.
Conventional outswinger, wasn't it? And just missed it, essentially.
Yeah.
Yes, it just swung that little bit too much, but they'd like it, I'm sure, to be nipping around a touch more than it actually is, but still got the 3 slips in, the Foxes.
As Green is in once more, and Bartlett slightly squared up by that one, pushes it out into the offside, but takes his bottom hand off the bat. And he hasn't looked comfortable yet against Ben Green, who's proving a real test for the right-handed George Bartlett.
You won't want to get out to him if they are old adversaries and friends, and they've often come up against each other, and it does add a little bit of extra something to the confrontation, if that's the right word. A little battle. It is going to be Scriven. They missed him last week. They got over the line, but I'm pretty sure that Gloucestershire wouldn't have made 250 in their first innings had Scriven been part of the Leicestershire attack. Picked up his first fifer at Old Trafford the previous week, but also picked up a bit of a was it Old Trafford the previous, or was it before then? Either way, it was Old Trafford.
It was Old Trafford.
Yes, it was. It also picked up a little bit of a niggle, but he's okay now, thankfully, touch wood.
They're quite unlucky in that game at Old Trafford, weren't they? They had
With the
Lancashire
weather,
11
yeah.
for 3, and then the rain came.
And then they only got on for an hour at the end of the day, the 4th day, really. And Marcus Harris and Josh Bohannon sort of played the game out reasonably comfortably.
He's been in the runs again.
Yes, they have, both of them. Both of them, yeah, they are. They're 2 informed batters. Round the wicket comes Scriven and bowls. It swings on down the leg side. Vasconcelos sort of gestures at it, but doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Cox, almost on the run. 62 for 1 remains the score. Gone cloudy. Plenty of blue around still, but the white fluffy stuff has built up a little bit. There's a few sort of grey clouds around. Rain isn't forecast, and they are moving tolerably quickly across the ground from sort of west to east. In goes Scriven. Bowls. Oh, a slightly airy sort of drive. It swings back in towards Vasconcelos. Inside edge and pad, and the ball skews off into the leg side, where Logan van Beek is fielding. Just the 2 slips now. Ben Green, legs akimbo at first slip. Peter Hanscom at second.
It's a very wide stance he's got, Green.
He's a big fella, big old unit. Hands on knees as Scriven is in. Vasconcelos forward. He's pushing that slightly wide of Josh Hull, who has to move to his right. And all good batters should be. He's aware that Hull is a left-hander, of course, and that he would have to transfer the ball to throw it from right hand to left. So it is a doubly comfortable single, so to speak. He moves on to 25, 63 for 1. back over the wicket goes Scriven to the right-handed Bartlett, who is shuffling down the pitch and leaves the ball that snakes back into him, and it doesn't really get up, and well, had it snuck back that little bit more, that would have clattered into off stump, because it certainly didn't go over them, and it wasn't that far from hitting off stump.
Think twice now again.
Wow, good leave. Shuffling forward, trying to cover the swing, but Scriven getting a little bit of seam movement back in as well. In he comes, bowls, Bartlett shuffling forward again, pushing it out towards Hull, who is onto it with his left hand, but it was a good call and a good single. And Hull didn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps. 64 for one. Bartlett 6 off 24 balls. They are keeping him honest, as they say. Having to work for his runs. The run rate has crept up slightly, 2.7. Scriven back round. Comes in and bowls, and that's going to be 4, because that one drifted onto the legs of Vasconcelos. A little bit of in-swing, but he used the pace and direction of the ball, just punched it away. Didn't try and overhit it either, just timed it sweetly through mid-wicket, and no chance at all for Richie Patel to get round from wide long leg to cut it off. And a little bit of a pressure release delivery there from Tom Scriven. He'll be disappointed about that. Vasconcelos on to 29, 68 for 1 Northants.
Yeah, the 3 boundaries Vasconcelos has hit in this innings, he's just sort of leant on them, hit them enough to find a gap, but not tried to overhit it, which is potentially an issue he's had when trying to play the short ball so far, when he hasn't quite timed it on the pull shot. As Green is in and Bartlett forward into the offside for no run.
He always looks a little disconsolate, Ben Green. It's just the body language as he walks back. No expression. And being a big man, it looks a bit like a trudge, but it isn't.
Not sure whether it's the angle we've got that's making it seem that way, but he's got quite a short run up as he's in and left alone outside the off stump again.
No, it is short. It's probably only sort of 12 paces, something like that, if that really. But I suppose why expend unnecessary energy into it, and if you are a big chap. Be interesting to know, be interesting to have a speed gun on him.
He's in again here to Bartlett. This one, some great shape on that. It began down leg side and then straightened up, and Bartlett didn't look comfortable at all in playing that.
He was shuffling across, and then he suddenly found it coming in from sort of leg to middle, and
yeah, it looked like it was going to be sort of an easy flick into the leg side, and then just straightened and squared him up a bit. But he's played it well enough and is still there to face this ball, to which he comes very far forward, a big stride, and blocked into the onside.
Patience the key for both batter and bowler on this track. It's just enough there for the batsman to be permanently wary, so to speak.
May have the feeling that if they can see it through till lunch, the Leicestershire bowlers might get a bit tired in the afternoon session and start to stray as Bartlett's forward again into the offside defensively for no run.
Yeah, that would be the thinking, I'm sure. Plenty of time left in the game, of course. Good forecast, i.e. a dry forecast for all 4 days.
I think it's supposed to get a bit cold tomorrow.
We've been spoilt though for the last few days, haven't we?
Yeah, so Green is in, and once again some shape, but played comfortably enough into the leg side by George Bartlett. A maiden over by Ben Green, who's got figures of 4 overs for just 2 runs.
Yeah, 12 wickets this season at 21, which is a pretty good start to his loan period, or second loan period with Leicestershire. They'd dearly love to make it a third. Whether Somerset can be persuaded to release him for the last 7 championship games as well as the first 7 remains to be seen. I'm sure it's something that Leicestershire are working on. Scriven in from the Bennett end, bowls round the wicket, clipped away for 4 more. The in-swing, over-pitched, read nicely by Ricardo Vasconcelos and played sweetly through mid-wicket. All Van Beek can do is turn and jog back. And consecutive boundaries to Vasconcelos off the bowling of Scriven. Again, that will make him feel a lot better, the left-handed opener. Not that I'm sure that he's concerned about his run rate, but up close to 3s now with those 2 boundaries. Scriven in, bowls outside off stump, just adjusts his line slightly. Played firmly, but not with a big follow-through by Vasconcelos, out to Hull at mid-off. Buddinger's at extra cover, really. Rehan Ahmed at backward point. Hanscom second slip, Green first slip. Van Beek is at mid-wicket. Richie Patel down at wide, long leg. In goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump. Vasconcelos steps forward but lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Ian Holland's the only other field I didn't mention. He is at mid-on. Van Beek has been swapped with Hull. He's been moved to mid-off. It's not a case of sort of hiding Hull in the field. It's just he's such a tall young man, really, that he isn't quite as quickly on to the ball, down to the ball, as the likes of Van Beek, and they have been taking a single to him. In goes Scriven and bowls. That's a shout for leg before. Did it hit him outside the line? Was it an inside edge? Did swing back in, but immediately Sue Redfern sort of put her head to one side, so that Scriven got the answer straight away. Let's see how close it was. It hit him outside the line, I think.
Yeah, Ben Cox was very excited about that one.
Might well have gone on to hit the stumps. It might well have gone on to hit off stump, but as it was swinging back in, but it looked to hit him outside the line to me on the back foot. If anything, in goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump. No, says Vasconcelos as he drops it down with an angle bat towards Rehan Ahmed. Didn't get a bowl against Gloucestershire. Rehan will be hoping to do so here, especially on the back of 2 ducks. He always wants to contribute, make a contribution. And
I did see him warming up this morning with the ball. Whether that's a sign of that he is going to bowl or not remains to be seen, but
may be required to spell the seamers. But in goes Scriven, bowls outside off stump and left again by Vasconcelos. We saw Calvin Harrison bowl nice and straight, but there was no real turn for him. Any turn was pretty slow, and was able to be read off the pitch yesterday. And he's a taller of the 2 leggies, really, and would expect to get a little bit more bounce and turn perhaps than Ahmed, whose bowling this season hasn't really been as penetrative or asked as many questions as he would like, I'm sure. I know Andrew MacDonald, former Leicestershire head coach, now head coach of Australia, reckons Rehan will turn into a batsman who bowls a bit of leg spin, basically.
As Ben Green will continue. Bartlett once again coming forward and playing out into the offside. Yeah, well, he's been batting at the top of the order, hasn't he, for Leicestershire?
He has, yes.
I was very surprised to see that him, well, because I saw he opened in the first game when Patel was injured, but I thought that was just to try and get the game over and done with on the 3rd evening. But then he's had some success, as you mentioned, 2 consecutive ducks, but before then 100 and a half century. As Green is in and Bartlett defending comfortably back up the pitch.
Yeah, they like the idea of when he does come off, obviously he gets his runs quite quickly, as the likes of Sol Budinger does as well for the most part. And it's possible. You know, Leicestershire like the idea of being a sort of 100 or 100 for none or 100 for one off sort of 12 or 13, as has been the case a couple of times. It gives the middle and lower orders sort of time, so to speak.
As Green once more beats the outside edge of George Bartlett's bat. That got some serious lift outside the off stump. And he's really caused problems without doing any damage yet, as Ben Green.
Zero reaction from Green. You think as a bowler, you'd pause at the end of your follow through and look at the batter and ooh and ah, but Green just turns.
As he's in again, and Bartlett forward, who will get a single into the offside, but once more he wasn't completely comfortable behind that one, slightly off the splice of the bat. It is a new bat, I think. The 12th man came out between overs and made the delivery to George Bartlett, but just squirted out into the offside for a single, that one.
34 balls for his 7 runs so far.
Yeah, it's been tough going for the Northamptonshire number 3. As Green into Vasconcelos, left alone outside the off stump. You wonder if Ben Green's lack of reaction is sort of, well, it's what I do every day, you know. It's nothing special to beat the outside edge.
They tend to be a lot more sort of philosophical for the most part than your average sort of club bowler, I suppose, that, especially if they've been around for a while. But Ben hasn't played a huge amount of red ball cricket. I think this is only 28th, 29th first class game, so.
As he's in again, and once more left alone, was it? No! There's an edge behind. Vasconcelos attempting to leave the ball, has tried to withdraw his bat, but has clearly got a feather through to Ben Cox, who takes the catch comfortably. Didn't quite have the right angle to see that, but he's walked off with no complaints. So that ball came back in sharply.
Flicked the blade.
And yeah, just a glancing blow through to the wicket-keeper, and Leicestershire have their second wicket this morning. 73 for 2. Vasconcelos made 33 off 75 balls.
Feels like a big wicket, that. Ian Holland got out in much the same way in Leicestershire's first innings, looking to leave, and did lift the bat, but it bounced and swung and took the blade. Obviously, Holland a right-hander, Vasconcelos a lefty, and he was pulling his bat well out of the way, but that extra little bit of bounce and swing and just flicked the blade as it went through to Cox. But it was a, and he indicates with his right hand as he crosses the boundary rope there, Ricardo Vasconcelos, that bounce and movement. It was a really hard-working knock, but another breakthrough in the patience of the Leicestershire seamers, and in particular that of Ben Green, paying off.
It will be James Sales in at number 4.
Yeah, not David, JC.
That was the final delivery of Ben Green's over, who's now bowled 5 overs and still just conceded the 2 runs, 3 runs now, plus the 1 wicket.
It's been a great spell, hasn't it? Really great spell from Green, just nagging away. It's sort of old-fashioned stuff in a way, but effective, wonderfully effective.
Haven't seen him bowl before, but is 5 or 6 overs sort of a spell for him, or do you think he can carry on?
No, he's quite capable of sort of 7s or 8s, and Hanscom is quite an old-fashioned skipper as well. He'll stay with his best bowlers for long spells if he can. He'll be a bit more careful with the likes of Hull. But if somebody's bowling well, he likes to leave them on for as long as he can. In goes Scriven and bowls down the leg side. Oh, flicks the thigh pad of Bartlett, and Cox takes a really fine take, diving away to his left. Oliver is leaving us after introducing himself to you with an hour's commentary, and Andrew Radd moving back in alongside as solitary aeroplane, single engine plane drones overhead. Scriven is in, bowls. Bartlett is shuffling a long way forward and then leaning down on that one with an angle bat and squeezing the ball down to third man and taking one. I'm just saying, Andrew, how often innings sort of reflect each other, and seeing similar dismissals and similar sort of thing happening
Absolutely right, and that I very much agree with you, Richard. I think that was a big wicket. Vasconcelos had set himself to bat for a long time. He likes to play his shots, as we know, and he'd worked really hard.
He was doing the Patel job, wasn't he?
He was, and as Harry Conway was saying yesterday, somebody, you know, full of praise for the way Richie Patel played, somebody needs to play a comparable sort of innings. And it looked as though Ricardo Vasconcelos had set himself to do that, but that's a really important wicket, I think, at this sort of juncture, and Northamptonshire now got to rebuild with two relatively new batters.
Scriven is in and sails on the back foot, rises up but plays it well, angles his bat, guides it through the vacant gully. Third slip had gone in, Van Beek, for the new batsman, and picks up the single sails he needed to get off the mark. 75 for 2, but these two young right-handers, different proposition to two experienced lefties at the top of the order. That plane is now well within sight. In goes Scriven, bowls, that's a decent shout for leg before he's gone. On the back foot, Bartlett's slightly tortured innings comes to an end. As ever, Sue Redfern thought about it for a long time, but as is so often the case, one brings two. And, well, height wasn't an issue. Bartlett's a tall right-hander, but it hit him round about the knee roll. I think the only question, was, had he got outside the line? Yeah. Because he's been shuffling across. Sue Redfern thought about it and thought not. Well, 75 for 3.
That's right. I mean, with his back to us, again, the only thing is, you know, we can't see if there's any bat involved, but it looked, he just went, he's been shuffling across as you and Oliver have been describing, and he just didn't look, his feet weren't really moving particularly well today. He just never really exuded an air of permanence, George Bartlett. So he played really well in the first game of the season at Bondage Road against Kent, but that was a struggle today, wasn't it? I think tortured is a good word. It was very, very hard work. Was it 37 balls for 8?
Yeah.
And Rob Keogh, a vastly experienced Rob Keogh, comes into bat. And now, we said about relatively new batters, now Northamptonshire have two new batters out there. And this is a big little phase of the game here, isn't it? It's half an hour to go till lunch. These two are still there at the break. Then Northamptonshire say, okay, we've still got a good chance of going on and coming somewhere close to Leicestershire's total, or even getting a lead. One of these goes quickly. Obviously, Safe Zabe is in terrific form, coming off the back of 200s. But they'll want just to stop the bleeding a little bit here, won't they? Certainly through to lunch.
And Bate goes back in at third slip, understandably enough, with the new batsman who is checking his guards. Another tall right-hander, Rob Keogh, rather more experienced, though he's been in this situation before. Bob's at the knees as Scriven is in. He shuffles forward, tries to cover everything. It thumps into the pad and loops out towards Ahmed at point, who comes running in, loses his sunglasses, as it always seems to be the case. He's a slightly tighter pair on his on his cap. I don't think bat was involved. It was the faintest feather, but there was no great excitement in terms of the catch being taken. But Scriven finding a little bit of something off the seam as well as through the air. In he goes, bowls again. Oh, clipped right off the stumps. He stepped right across there. Keogh, he was batting outside off stump when that zeroed in, as a lot of the Leicestershire batters were doing, in notably Richie Patel, to flicked it away off the stumps down to long leg, where Hill must be lonely for Hilly these days. He's always sort of in an isolated somewhere. Made the stop.
A couple of fantastic bits of fielding from him this morning, though, haven't we seen? It's been really out of the top drawer.
He has a couple of drops to his name, I'm afraid, out on the leg side boundary this season, and he's been practicing hard. He was very disappointed with himself as a former wicketkeeper to put those down. 76 for 3, one each to James Sales and Rob Keogh.
And Keogh it is who's going to face this next over from Ben Green. This excellent spell, 5 overs, 1 for 3. Here's Green in, bowls outside the off stump, starting a little bit wide of off stump, moving away wider, shaping away towards the 3 slips. And Keogh leaves well alone. Rob Keogh was very much at the heart of things the last time Northamptonshire won a championship match here, which was 2019. 6 years ago, made 132 in that match to set up a 7-wicket win. Here's Green in, bowls to Keogh, who's again in behind it, pushing it out into the covers.
Why does it suddenly appear to be doing that a little bit more? Why are they getting a bit more?
Well, we saw this yesterday. I mean, there's it's a bit more overcast, but you wouldn't think that would have a lot of impact on the actual pitch. Because it's not doing a lot through the air. It's such as it is. It seems to be nibbling around off the pitch a little bit more. I don't know, slightly older ball. Some skillful bowling as well, as Green is in, bowls outside the off stump. Again, nice shape to it, but Keogh is able to watch it from the hand and let it go through. It's a little bit breezier as well. I don't suppose that would have any effect, whether it's just drying that pitch out a little bit, but it's a puzzle.
Mother Cricket playing with us.
Well, as so often she does, but it makes for intriguing watching. But
the great thing about cricket,
never quite know what's coming next. Is Green in bowls, very full, driven by Keogh off the outer portion of the bat down to Josh Hull at third man, and they come through for an easy single. Keogh to 2, 77 for 3. Say hello to Shady Adey, one of our regular correspondents who was we were talking earlier about the Philip Mead story, another ton of coal for the winter, and he said reminded me of David Steele, of course, accumulating steaks and lamb chops for his runs scored. And he was 50 years ago, summer of 1975, doing great things for England. Finished the year as BBC Sports Personality of the Year and a freezer full of meat as well. Here's Green in and bowls to James Sales, and Sales is nicely into line, playing it back down the pitch, no run. Sales, one of a number of Northamptonshire batters up at Old Trafford to get within sight of 100 and not get there. Proctor was out for 64, Sales made 92, Lewis McManus 95. Save did get there and made 100. Here's Green in and bowls very full, but Sales drives pleasantly up to mid-on, and there's no run. That's the end of another tight, tidy, miserly Ben Green over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. It's 77 for 3. Keogh is 2, Sales is 1, and we've got about 20 minutes or so to go until lunch.
Unless you would love one more before lunch, and if they get it, then it's probably their session.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Having started so well, but again, it's reflective of the Leicestershire innings, which went in a fairly similar pattern. Scriven then, sunshine glinting on his fair hair, comes in and bowls, again shuffling across his Keogh, pushing it straight out into the onside. Sol Budinger comes into field, no chance of a single.
Northamptonshire's women continue to struggle against Middlesex at Wantage Road. They're 102 for 7 now in the 35th over. Won the first 2 games, but up against it today. And Michaela Kirk, the key wicket, has gone for 24.
Scriven on his toes as he runs in and bowls. Keogh again turns it into the onside, straight delivery, but this time he's got it past Budinger. Lewis Hill has to run up from long leg towards sort of deep backward square. By the time he does so and gets his throw away, Keogh has taken a comfortable couple. He moves on to 4. 79 for 3. Come on, Scriver. Again, I suppose it's changed to a certain extent. Instead of Y, they add ER to the names these days, don't they? In goes Scriven and bowls. Laid down on it is Keogh. Each time is going to be huge. You think there's going to be a huge leg before shout, but he's at the moment, playing it nicely off his legs. He's getting down on it in time and squeezing it out into the leg side.
Yeah, the better ones I always thought were Paul Romains, who played for Northamptonshire, then moved to Gloucestershire and had a very successful career. He's now a teacher. He was human.
Yeah.
And David Larter, who celebrated his 85th birthday recently, Northamptonshire and England fast bowler, was chipper.
Scriven bowls, Sales plays him on the back foot, off stump, out into the offside. I think fondly back to the days of Ben Rain, who was known as Purple.
Or Acid.
No, I don't think anyone ever called him Acid. but Purple was for a while.
My old chum Richard Montgomery, the batting for Northamptonshire and Sussex with much success, was for a time was Albert after Einstein, because he read chemistry at Oxford, which is not quite the same thing. But
Scriven in, bowl, Sales is late on it. Lots of howl, an absolute howl of anguish from the slips in particular, as it seamed back in and took the pad. But Sales, unlike Keogh, isn't sort of shuffling quite as far across, and it almost did too much and ran out into the onside. Sue Redfern signals a leg bye, as Budinger had to move to his right to field. These days, there's quite a few cricketers of sort of university and college backgrounds. Well, there always was to a certain extent, but it wasn't sort of remarked on. In goes Scriven and bowls down the leg side, an appeal for a catch behind, but flicked something, but no, says Sue Redfern, it wasn't the bat. And Scriven's appeal was more in the nature of an inquiry. End of the over, 81 for 3, 30 overs have been bowled in the innings. 24 then this morning, there were 6 last night. 1 to Sales. 5 to Rob Keogh. Still, best part of 18 minutes until lunch, so we should have, what, 4 or 5 more overs?
Should do.
4.
Well, Northamptonshire's fast bowler Rafi Weatherall is reading law at Exeter at the moment. He's got exams, I think, at the revising for them at the moment. I don't think he's been called Rumpole yet, but you never know. Here's Green continuing this excellent spell from this pavilion end, and starts with one wide of the off stump that James Sales leaves alone, shapes away again towards the slip cordon taken by Ben Cox.
Again, that's a generational reference, really, with respect to Horace and John Mortimer.
Yeah, Chateau Thames Embankment, wonderful stuff.
Leo McKern.
Leo McKern, yes. Here's Green. In again and bowls very full outside off stump. Doesn't shape away quite as much as some have, but Sales leaves it alone, showing good judgment. Goes through to Ben Cox.
Looks to me like we're going to get a double change shortly, and the 2 opening bowlers are going to come back on. They're going to have a little burst before lunch.
A bit of Holland and a bit of Van Beek. And now it's Green, in and bowls again to James Sales, who is coming across his stumps this time, plays it up to mid-on, where Tom Scriven fields, and there's no run, stays at 81 for 3. There's another thing about nicknames. My players who was involved with Northamptonshire when I first started back in the 80s, Mark Gouldston, still involved, of course, and his son Harry's played for Northamptonshire. Here's Green in again outside the off stump, left alone by James Sales. And he was, and indeed still is, known as Bladder, or Blad. I think after Gallstone, which is, I think, a little tenuous, but it's stuck. And as
Gallstones do.
Well, yeah, yes. I mean,
apparently,
I've known Mark for 40 years, and he's it's still used today. Here's Green in bowls and padded up, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. It's shaped back in, and Sales has left it alone. It has hit off stump, and the wicket that we were saying Leicestershire would dearly love to get, the 4th wicket of the session, has come their way with James Sales not offering a shot. It's shaped back in, and it's a terrific bit of bowling by Ben Green, who's been shaping them away, That just angled in. James Sales left it alone. He padded up. It hit off stump. Sales goes for 1, and Northamptonshire now in a spot of bother at 81 for 4.
Yeah, it's been some spell this from Green. 6.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4 now, and just hasn't bowled a loose ball. He's moved most of them. He's asked questions all the time, and he's had the rewards, and patience paying off. Remember, 51 for naught is now 81 for 4.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have lost what now? 3 wickets, because they were 73 for 1, and they've lost 3 wickets in a trice, really. That was the last ball of the 27th over, and that is the 5th ball of the 31st. So yeah, they've basically lost 3 and 4 overs, which is terrific stuff from this Leicestershire attack. And now Saif Zaib coming out, as we said, coming off the back of 2 centuries. Made 100 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. 116 there, and then a very different innings up at Derby in the previous match. He made 105 off 90 balls, as Northamptonshire scored 125 in 15 overs after lunch on the 3rd day, going at 8s to set up a declaration with him and Justin Broad. But very different set of circumstances here, and he needs to dig in from Northamptonshire's point of view.
We saw several batters bowled leaving at Bristol last week, but that was sort of jag back leaving. That was a misjudgment, but it was a super delivery.
It was a lovely bit of bowling, wasn't it? Round the wicket comes Green to bowl to Saif Zaib outside the off stump, leaves it alone, through to the keeper. End of the over. Ben Green take a bow. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. It's been outstanding stuff from him. 81 for 4, and I couldn't help but thinking, Richard, when James Sales padded up to that one and left it and was bowled, the comment of Darren Lehman after the first game of the season against Kent, when in their second innings Northamptonshire lost 3 wickets with batters not offering a shot. And as Darren Lehman pointed out in his interview with me afterwards, bats cost 500 quid. It's a very good idea to use them.
Might as well use them.
And I have to say, James Sales was one of those in that little passage of play, not offering. Grant Stewart bowling him without offering a shot.
Rob Keogh, experienced partnership now at the crease for Northamptonshire, as in goes Logan Van Beek replacing Tom Scriven, and forward goes Keogh, looking to drive, not really timing it, bounces past Van Beek, but only as far as mid-off. Now Van Beek doesn't get as much swing. He's quicker, a little bit quicker, but he doesn't get as much swing from what I've seen of him so far as the likes of Green or Holland, but he does occasionally get one to see him and bounce. Holland continues to swing his arms up mid-on. Van Beek is in, bowls short, pulled for. That is going to go. He wasn't quite quick enough. Good shot from Keogh, who will take on the short ball. And no chance for either Josh Hull at mid-wicket, or indeed Lewis Hill running around from long leg to cut that one off. Might imply a state of mind, well, we're going to go, which also applied to the Leicestershire batsmen to a certain extent, in that they sort of were convinced that they were going to get an unplayable one sooner or later, so get what they could while they could. And that's going to be a decent shout for leg before he's gone. He was fuller from Van Beek. It did seem back in. Keogh was stepping across, and that looked as adjacent, as they say, as any of them. And indeed, Sue Redfern, who normally takes a long time to think about it, didn't take a long time to think about that.
No, I don't think she needed to either, so unless there was any bat on it. I think Rob Keogh was absolutely stone dead, and yes, the fact that she didn't we didn't give the lingering death that occasion. And Rob Keogh, as we mentioned, with all the experience in the world, but this has been a really, really impressive display. We were talking yesterday about this, and you mentioned in particular, Richard, the quality of the Leicestershire seam bowling this year and the options they have. And they really have had a terrific session here. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that this has been Leicestershire's session, and Northamptonshire now, well, they've still got a bit of work to do to avoid the follow-on, which is, what, 155?
155, yeah.
So they need another 70 runs to avoid the follow-on. I hate to be, hate to be the one to mention it, but there's still work to do. Lewis McManus, the vice-captain, coming out saying about a good game of the bat at up at Old Trafford. Made 95 there. Made a quick 16 last time out at Derby, just perishing in the cause. Really, they needed to go and get quick runs. But Northamptonshire needs somebody to stay in there, and at the moment they are the expression much beloved of the late great Shane Warne, Leicestershire all over Northamptonshire like a cheap suit.
Sue Redfern just bowled that one back, a left arm. Was she a left arm spinner? That was a nice action.
Very
she
nice.
Bowled it back to Van Beek, who grinned at her.
Just a hint of the Phil Edmonds about that one there.
Very nice action. 85 for 5 then. McManus at the crease. Always a red rag to the Leicestershire bull these days. In goes Van Beek. Bowls to him. It seams back in and bounces on him, and he manages to, it sounded a little bit woody inside edge and thigh pad, and drops down on the pitch in front of him, and he looks askance down at the pitch there, Lewis McManus. But he managed to keep it out as Van Beek fell in his follow-through, as he does sometimes actually. Flings himself into his action. It's a nice action, it's a smooth one, but just occasionally seems to lose his balance in his follow-through. In he goes, bowls to McManus outside off stump full. McManus lets it go through. One of the points that Alphonso Thomas was making after the win at Gloucestershire was that on the second evening, Leicestershire bowled beautifully for an hour and didn't pick up a wicket. Holland beat Cameron Bancroft on all 6 balls of 1 over, and they didn't get him out. As Van Beek turns, runs in and bowls, and up on his toes, McManus defends on off stump. Fine over from Van Beek. And one of the points Alphonso Thomas made, he said on that second evening, was that don't change it because you're not picking up wickets.
Yeah.
You keep going, be patient. He said that's not always an easy message to get across to an attack when, you know, a side has added 50 or 60 and you think, well, we're not getting any wickets, let's try something new. And that kind of applied this morning as the 2 openers, Vasconcelos and Proctor, batted really solidly and looked in complete control in going past 50. But as soon as one went...
Well, he also made the point, Richard, that Peter Hanscom's a sort of relatively old-school captain who's quite happy to give a bowler a long spell if necessary. That's Holland starting a fresh spell, with Ben Green taking a very well-earned rest after that outstanding spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4.
Yeah, something else, wasn't it?
And Holland is replacing him from this pavilion end. First ball is short of a length, and Zabe just drops the hands out of harm's way. 4 for 12 in 28 balls, that little sequence. Here's Holland in, bowls to Zabe, who has plenty of time to play it up to mid-off, where Tom Scriven is fielding and there's no run. Yeah, from 73 for 1 to 85 for 5 in the space of 4 overs and 4 balls, for the addition of 12 runs. That's what patience can do for you. Just keep doing what you're doing. Here's Holland in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Save. It is overcast now. This was exactly as forecast, I have to say, by the weather apps this morning. They said the cloud would come in middle of the day, perhaps be a bit brighter later on. And what looked to be a batting day at sort of 9 o'clock this morning, rather less so now, but I don't think it's got an awful lot to do with the overheads. Here's Holland in, bowls, and again a beauty to Safe Sabe. He dropped the hands, but I think he dropped the hands after the ball had gone past. And these 5 Leicestershire seamers, Holland, Van Beek, Josh Hull, who picked up the first wicket, Ben Green and Tom Scriven, doing a terrific job here for the Division 2 leaders. Here's Holland in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Zabe. Goes through to Ben Cox. Well, it's been 20 years since anybody has made 3 consecutive championship hundreds for Northamptonshire. That was Usman Afzal.
Oh, this would be a good one.
Yes, well, it would be very handy from the visitor's point of view. Here's Holland in, edged just in front of third slip, and found the edge of the bat as Zabe was pushing firmly at it, but it didn't, fortunately for him, quite carry to third slip. 85 for 5 at the end of the over, and what, with 4 minutes to go, I suspect Leicestershire would dearly love a couple of overs. Northamptonshire will do, I'm sure, everything within their power, whether it's bootlaces or whatever, in order to make sure that there is only one more over before lunch.
Yeah, Ben Green took Van Beek's sweater and ran over to Sue Redfern with it. In comes Van Beek and bowls on off stump, leaning forward. McManus thick outside edge, but got on top of it, guided it as much as thick outside edged it down through the vacant gully, down to third man, and is off the mark. So we don't have 2 batsmen at the crease on naught any longer. Safe Zabe will make what he can of Logan Van Beek. He checks his guard with Sue Redfern. Looked to be out on off stump, if not outside. Looks around him, sees 3 slips. Budinger at third. Van Beek comes round the wicket, bowls on off stump, gets, oh, should have stopped that one. Sol Budinger, he guided it down towards third man. Budinger, slightly theatrical dive across to his left, two-handed, and then didn't quite get the ball. It went on another yard or 2 or 3 really, and McManus was able to call Safe Zabe through for a single. Budinger might feel good about that. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and McManus is solidly behind that one, playing it up the pitch on the onside. Trickles past Safe Zabe, who watches it go past his feet to the hands of Ian Holland, who comes in from mid-on to field. What a change. First hour, second hour. Van Beek in, bowled, leaps at the creases, appeal for leg before he's gone. It did stay a little bit low. McManus trapped in front, and Leicestershire have picked up their 6th wicket of the morning. And kudos to Hanscom, really, because he's made the change. Scriven was bowling nicely. He went back to his opening bowlers, and Van Beek has obliged with 2 quick wickets. Both, you have to say, palpably leg before on the back foot.
Absolutely. Again, I don't think there was a lot of doubt about that. The only possible thing that could have saved Lewis McManus there was he managed to get outside the line, and I don't think he did in terms of impact. But that, as you say, it just hurried through a little bit, and well, what a session that has been for Leicestershire. And Northamptonshire in disarray, to be honest. They still need another, what, 68 runs to avoid the follow-on, and now it's going to be down to Safe Zabe, Justin Broad in the lower order to try and do so after lunch. But that has been an absolutely terrific session by the Leicestershire attack, both individually, but I think more importantly as a unit. I think Peter Hanscom's handled them superbly. The bowlers have responded. Ben Green, I think, the pick, but all of them have done their bit. They've all come to the party, and they've left Northamptonshire, frankly, in a heap.
Players have left the field for lunch, the wicket having fallen with 2 minutes to go until the lunch break, and we'll go and have ours. You'll hear me, if you leave the stream on, do an update for BBC Radio Leicester in around about 6 minutes time, but Leicestershire will enjoy their lunch. It didn't look like that was going to be the case after an hour's play, but 6 wickets for just 36 runs in round about 50 minutes time has given the game a very different feel. Will it continue after lunch? Will Northants dig in, led by the double centurion saves Abe. We shall see. Hopefully you'll be able to join us. That's Oliver Shute-Smith, Andrew Rowd of BBC Radio Northampton, and myself, Richard Rea of BBC Radio Leicester, in around about 40 minutes' time.
37 for 8 against Gloucestershire.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot over the...
That's it. They're fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. We've had an interesting morning's cricket in every possible way. First hour belonged to Northamptonshire, who built their first innings to 51 without loss. The second hour, or just under, belonged to Leicestershire, who picked up 6 wickets in the space of another 36 runs being added, as a consequence of which Northamptonshire about to resume in their first innings on 87 for 6. Saif Zaib holds the key for Northants if they're going to build a solid response to Leicestershire's first innings 304, and accompanying him to the crease is Justin Broad, replacing last man out Lewis McManus. Andrew Rad of BBC Radio Northampton, myself Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, Oliver Shute-Smith as well, BBC Sport, your commentators this afternoon, and let us hope, Radders, that it is as entertaining and as interesting as the morning's play.
It was, and I know it's going to be Northamptonshire supporters back home who are going to be saying, well, you know, what happened? How long have you got? To be fair, I thought the main thing was that Leicestershire bowled extremely well. The pitch has not done anything untoward, as far as I could see. McManus's one just before lunch maybe kept a little bit low, but there's been some very high-class seam bowling out there this morning, and 5 wickets going down in the space of 41 deliveries, and Northamptonshire with a lot of work to do if they're to avoid the follow-on here. Another 68 runs needed.
Logan van Beek has 2 deliveries of his 8th over still to bowl, and he's going to be bowling the first of them to Justin Broad from the Bennett end. In he comes, bowls to Broad, who clips him away exquisitely through the leg side for 4, chips it away. It was in the air for quite a long way, but only Josh Hull sort of really in remotely a catching position. I suppose you could also say Midon was as well. Hull was at mid-wicket, but he was nowhere near that one, and beautiful piece of timing from Broad, and that's a deflator for Leicestershire. If they were feeling particularly chipper, and as I'm sure they were at lunch, just a reminder that 2 very good batsmen still at the crease. Broad 4 off his first ball, awaits as Van Beek is in, bowls to him. There's an appeal for a leg before. It sounded very wooden, and Sue Redfern, having given a couple just before lunch to Van Beek, turns that one down. Van Beek has his hands on his head, but it certainly it sounded very woody. He has his back to us, the batter, from that end, so we couldn't see it on, but
it did sound a bit woody. It was probably also inclining down leg side as well, but
he'd shuffled a long way. It was the wood, I think, that saved him. But it did sound really very much as though timber was involved.
Well, we were just saying that these two, Saif Zaib and Justin Broad, had a terrific partnership at Derby, the last match that Northamptonshire played a couple of rounds ago, and they put on 85 at sort of pushing 10 and over. But the second circumstances couldn't have been very much more different to what we find here, as Holland starts proceedings from this pavilion end after lunch. Ian Holland, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Saif Zaib, because here Northamptonshire right up against it. So 5 wickets for 14 in 41 balls up to lunch. After that solid start, courtesy of Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor. Here is Holland with 3 slips in place. Overcast skies, and Saif Zaib is nicely, solidly in behind that. Plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Saif Zaib, 100 in each of his last 2 championship innings. Grateful Northamptonshire would be if he could make it 3 in 3. First target, as we were saying, is another 64 runs to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. His Holland in bowls, and Zaib with a jump pushes it out into the covers for Rehan Ahmed to field. We were just talking off air about whether, were it to be a decision for Peter Hanscom to take, which way he would go, whether he would decide to enforce the follow-on or not. I think our view was probably that if the last 4 wickets fell quickly, then they might decide to enforce it, but the forecast is good for the next couple of days, certainly dry, as Holland is in bowls to Zaib, who clips it up to mid-on, where Sol Budinger fields and there's no run. If, however, Northamptonshire did put up a bit of resistance, put a few more overs into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers, and the follow-on was only just, if it was sort of 140 all out or something, then maybe Peter Hanscom would think, well, OK, we've got plenty of time, there's a vast amount of time left in the game, the forecast is good, we'll bat again. Here's Holland in again, lovely square drive by Safe Zabe, and that's 4 runs. It's one thing about these two, Richard, they will look to be positive as far as the match situation permits. And that was a lovely square drive by Zabe. He goes to 5, 95 for 6. Northamptonshire. So 51 for no wicket, 73 for 1, then 73 for 2, 75 for 3, 81 for 4, 85 for 5, 87 for 6. 5 wickets in just a touch under 7 overs. Holland round the wicket, down the leg side, and Safe Zabe just gets inside it, doesn't get a touch as he looks to flick it away down to fine leg. End of the over, 95 for 6. Broad is 4, Zabe is 5. All this in reply to Leicestershire's 304 all out yesterday. Not a great day either for Northamptonshire's women so far in the 50 over competition. They're playing at Wantage Road against Middlesex, and Northamptonshire have been bowled out for 144. Few runs down the order, but nobody getting to 30, so Middlesex will need 145 to win and deny Northamptonshire a 3rd straight victory.
Logan van Beek has momentarily appears in the break in the thickish clouds above us. We'll continue from the Bennett end. In he comes, bowls too broad, who steps right across, and it's full, and he's late down on it, but he is down on it, squeezing the ball out to Scriven at wide-ish mid-off. Three slips, Green, Hanscom and Budinger. Ahmed's at point, and as I say, Scriven at wide-ish mid-off. Mid-on. Hull sort of between square leg and mid-wicket. As Van Beek is in, bowls, and looking too on drive to a certain extent is Broad on, but it's on the front foot. It's a firm push rather than a drive. He doesn't really follow through, might just have shaped back in a touch. Runs it out to Holland. It's curious that Holland, who's been very much the main man with the ball for Leicestershire so far this season, is the one Leicestershire bowler yet to pick up a wicket. He's kept things tight. 20 wickets at 15.4 coming into this game. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and again Broad on the back foot, plays it behind square defensively, takes his bottom hand off the bat, looks inquiringly at Safe Zabe, but Josh Holt has to run from that in front of square position to well behind, reach down with his right hand, not his throwing hand, and a very comfortable single was always there to be taken. A couple of goals. Wheel overhead. Disappear in the direction of Ayleston and the Ring Road. Round the wicket comes Van Beek, bowls, and Safe Zabe defence again on the back foot, dropping the ball out into the offside. Takes half a step down, or a couple of steps down the track, but sent back by Broad. Ahmed quicker onto it than Josh Hull.
Is that their preferred feeding ground, Richard, the Ayleston Ring Road? Lots of fish and plankton and stuff.
The goals, they're everywhere, aren't they, these days? Not so many, actually, in Leicester, funnily enough, as in some places. In goes Van Beek, bowls, goes past the outside edge, slides the delivery past the outside edge of Safe Zabe's bat. He went for the drive, but it was unconvincing. Didn't really move too much. He looked just like he was kind of driving down the wrong line. Might just have straightened a fraction. Enjoyed my squash curry for lunch. Thank you to Leicestershire for that. In goes Van Beek, and it's Fuller. And it's driven firmly back to him, but straight to Logan Van Beek, the New Zealand-born Netherlands international, and he feels in his follow through. 2 for 27, his figures at the moment. That's from 9 overs. 96 for 6. Northamptonshire. Holland will continue. Who isn't a Dutch international, though he should be. He's an American international, or an America international.
USA. It's interesting what he's saying about the fact that Ian Holland is the one not to have got in the wickets column yet, but it feeds into what we were saying before lunch about what a superb effort this has been as a unit, as a bowling unit from the Leicestershire attack. Here's Holland into bowl to Justin Broad, who's beaten by an absolute jaffer.
Wow.
That was a beauty, yes, I was going to say. Any ideas? That's lifted and left him, and that really was as near unplayable, I think, as you could find. As we say, Justin Broad, and as Oliver made the point, that Justin Broad has opened the batting. He's batted just about everywhere, I think, in the course of his career with Northamptonshire so far. Facing Ian Holland here, and that's nicely into line from Broad, pushes it out, just drops it out really into the offside. And there's no run.
One thing we didn't mention when sort of pondering why they suddenly wickets were sort of falling and the ball was doing plenty, having not done too much for the first hour, was how long it takes for the effects of the heavy roller to wear off. It sometimes is about an hour, isn't it? So maybe that was it.
Yeah, fair point. Here's Holland in again, bowls to Broad, whose appeal for LBW as he pads up, and Graham Lloyd says not out. That did come back, and Broad again, as James Sales did, padding up. Not out, says the umpire, but my goodness, that was worth a shout. We've just got the replay on it now.
I think it was missing off, but that was a dangerous,
well,
dangerous
fraught
lead.
Yes, I was going to say, it's as they've already seen, it's a ploy fraught with danger. Here's Holland in again, bowls to Broad, who's beaten outside the off stump. Big appeal for a catch behind. Leicestershire think they've got him. Graham Lloyd says not out. Well, to say it's all happening out there is an understatement. It is a frantic, frenetic passage of play. It was in that period leading up to lunch. And the bowler's just having a word with the ump, who I'm sure is saying, "He didn't hit it," or words to that effect.
He's probably one of the most approachable of the umpires, isn't he, Graham Lloyd? So
96 for 6. Sun is out. Holland is in, and Broad pushes it out to backward point, and there's no run. I was just looking at, out of morbid curiosity, the three batters in the Kent collapse that prompted the Darren Lehman comment about not offering were Vasconcelos, out this morning trying to leave it alone, James Sales, out padding up, as Holland comes in, bowls to Broad, edges just in front of third slip, who takes it well on the half volley, but that, well, Ian Holland just did just about everything apart from get Justin Broad out, but Broad's still there on 5, Zabe is 5, Northamptonshire 96 for 6, and the third was Justin Broad. So they have previous, as the magistrates would say.
Nearly a replica of the hat-trick of sorts in the last time. May yet be, but hopefully from Broad's point of view that is a lesson doubly learned. Van Beek to continue from the Bennett end, round the wicket to save Zabe. Bowls, Zabe is beaten on the outside edge. Rather plunged forward at that one. Again, it didn't really do an awful lot. It did shape away a touch, but it may have been that he was playing down the line of off stump so that whatever happened, he was covered. But that too, a dangerous game. Doesn't feel like the next wicket is too far away. Famous last words. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Safe Zabe is forward and then angles the bat on the defensive push. It runs along the ground through gully down towards Lewis Hill, who's at third man, and the single is taken. Zabe and Broad do a spot of gardening. Logie, Logue, Logs, Loga, anything but Logan, anything but his name. Just variations there on
An unoriginal theme.
over the wicket he goes and bowls to Broad, who twitches at that one. Really stayed on the back foot, and goodness me, he really does not look very comfortable. He dropped it down off the bat, and it ran past off stump. Didn't miss it by so much, but he really did twitch at that one. Van Beek in, bowls outside off stump, bounces and leaves Broad, who leaves it because it was wide, but it was taken by Cox two-handed above his head, leaping to his right towards B green, as his jumper says. There is an A green, which is why he's got his initial on his, but there's a big old gap between the B and the green.
Well, I saw Ben Green at lunchtime. He does look like Steve Beaton, you know, bronzed Adonis.
In goes Van Beek, bowls. That's better from Broad. Stepped across and turned it off his legs down towards Hill. No, no, no. He is the call from Safe Zabe, actually. Broad turned at the far end, and he'd have been running to the danger end, but Safe Zabe didn't take any chances, sent him back. So Broad on to 6. Zabe has 6. 98 for 6. Partnership into double figures now, on to 11. Van Beek's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls outside off some grunt of effort. You heard how much he put into that delivery. Unfortunately, from his point of view, it was misdirected. It was too wide. Length was okay, but it was too wide. And Zabe just let it go through.
You made the observation earlier, Richard, about the way that the innings have been parallels between the two innings we've seen so far. And it was, of course, just after lunch yesterday that the Leicestershire innings reached its sort of crisis point at 119 for 5, and it was doing all sorts, and we were saying, well, if they get to 200 they'll do well, and then conditions did seem to ease a bit. Here's Holland in, bowls to Broad, who's tucking it out into the leg side, fielded by Ryan Armin at mid-wicket, and there's no run. If that sounds like clutching at straws, then it is, but I'm trying to come up with, you know, I think it is a fair point, actually. It was yesterday the first session and a bit, and Leicestershire also, of course, made a very strong start with a half-century opening partnership. Holland is in, bowls and Broad nicely, solidly in defence.
They had Patel at the crease, didn't they, and Cox, so that they just needed one who could stay with him.
And you said at the time,
yeah.
And you said at the time that was what Northamptonshire needed Vasconcelos to do, and why his wicket was such a big one this morning. I suppose now they need some Safe Zabe probably to play a comparable sort of role. Here's Holland in, bowls to Broad, who's I think hit on the glove. So it just drops down into the offside. Not wringing his hand or anything, so no damage done. Tall man, Justin Broad. Had a really good start to the season in all departments. He's held a couple of absolute screamers in the field. Picked up useful wickets. And he scored useful runs. Here's Holland in, bowls and turned away into the leg side. Can't get it past Tom Scriven in there at wideish mid-on, and there's no run. Justin Broad's one of those, having fought hard to get into professional cricket. You know, one of those that played lots of different second 11s and served his apprenticeship in club cricket and so on, and he seems absolutely determined to take this opportunity, grasp it in both hands. Made a very good start. That's outside the off stump. Broad leaves it alone, and it goes through to the keeper, Ben Cox. Very personable, pleasant young man. Very talented as well. But this is a tough proposition. 98 for 6. A lot of work to do. Northamptonshire are going to get themselves back into this game. Here's Holland running away from us on this pavilion end. Bowls and clipped away by Broad. Runs here for him as it goes away just in front of square on the leg side. They'll come back for 2. Rehan Ahmed chasing it down towards the boundary in front of the family stand. She reels it in about 3/4 of the way back to the fence, and they pick up 2 runs. Brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire, greeted with rapturous applause around Grace Road. 8 to Broad, 6 to Zabe. At the end of the over, it is 100 for 6. Ian Holland bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens. No wicket for 26.
And Broad too, an international cricketer.
Yes.
And no Dieter Klein, formerly of this parish. Both German internationals. Van Beek is in. Safe save defends as the ball zeroes in on his stumps from round the wicket. Drops it out towards Ahmed at point. There's no run.
Yes, good of a Holland-Germany encounter in a moment.
$100 up. 154. Sorry, 55 is the follow-on target. Van Beek bowls. It's again that shout of effort as he releases. It's like the sort of tennis players who grunt as the ball impacts their racket.
Well, Justin Broad would know all about that. His dad, Neil Broad, tennis player, partner Tim Henman in doubles in the Olympic Games, I believe. Won a number of tour titles.
I bet Justin is very good at tennis as well, then, isn't he? We would assume.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he's not.
He's watching on at the moment as Van Beek goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge with a beauty that does straighten and draws Zabe into a push that he gets away with, doesn't take the edge.
And doesn't that, what's happened today, put into even sharper focus just how fine an innings that was of Richie Patel yesterday?
Van Beek is in and bowls to off stump. Zabe staying back this time, isn't drawn forward, drops it out into the offside again. Ahmed the fielder. Skip at the start of his run-up, Van Beek, before running in and bowling. Again off stump line, again Zabe has to defend, and again we're sort of seeing one of the positives about the Leicestershire attack in that might not be picking up breakthroughs again, but they're still keeping it tight. Run rate down at 2.5, so of course that's partly because of the number of wickets that fell and new batsmen at the crease, but even now that very few loose deliveries. Van Beek is in, bowls outside off stump, good length, but line just a little bit too wide, and Zabe lets it go through. 40 overs, 100 for 6. Nice symmetry to the board, but not from Northamptonshire's point of view.
The bowling discipline has just been
it's old-fashioned
superb,
stuff,
isn't it? It is.
But it's, you know, lessons that, you know, have been learnt over centuries playing the game, but they don't change.
Well, it's not. I was going to say it's not the proverbial rocket science, is it? It's pretty basic stuff, but we've seen it absolutely almost to perfection in this little session. Outside the off stump goes Holland, left alone by Justin Broad. I saw one of a well-known Northamptonshire supporter describing it in a social media post at lunchtime, batting is inept. I don't think I'd go quite that far, you know, Richard. I think we try and analyse things, and I think you have to sometimes say that the opposition have bowled very well, and that's been the case. Here's Holland in outside the off stump, left alone by Broad, through to the keeper. I mean, you can say, you know, obviously batters out without offering is never a particularly good look, but Vasconcelos did just about everything, as you mentioned, whether you were on at the time, to get everything out of the road, and it was that spell of Ben Green's before lunch was something a bit special. Here's Holland in, again outside the off stump, again shaping back in towards the right-hander's off stump, but Justin Broad leaving alone. It is overcast now, as we mentioned this morning. We criticise the weather apps when they get it wrong, but they've been absolutely spot on today. They said about sort of late morning it would cloud over.
Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. Foxes have had a brilliant morning. They picked up 6 Northamptonshire wickets in the second hour of the session. There were 2 apiece for Ben Green and Logan van Beek, 1 for Tom Scriven, 1 for Josh Hull. They reduced Northamptonshire to 87 for 6. Northamptonshire now 100 for 6, but still needing another 54 just to avoid the follow-on.
And Justin Broad on driving back past the bowler for a couple of runs. He goes into double figures, 10 to him, 102 for 6.
Apologies about that. They just wanted that quick 15 seconds. I think it was about 14, wasn't it? Because there was a slight gap left. Hopeless broadcasting.
Not a lot you can do in 15 seconds, as I'm told. 102 for 6 is Holland in, bowls and forward goes. Forward goes Broad, pushes it out into the... Well, he was pushing out towards the covers. In the end, it just sort of dropped down almost at his feet, and there's no run. So 53 more runs required for Northamptonshire to reach their first objective this afternoon, which is to avoid the possibility of following on. No, we were saying about the weather apps, and they've got it absolutely spot on today, and it is cloudy now, overcast. Holland is in, bowls, and that's beaten him all ends up, and it seemed away so much that I must admit for a split second I thought he'd nicked it through to the keeper. He hadn't, but that has gone almost like a fast leg break. And I remember us saying this morning, Richard, when we started off and it was lovely sunshine, Ian Holland wouldn't mind too much if the cloud rolled in. Well, I don't think he does. 102 for 6 at the end of the over, 10 to Broad, 6 to Zabe, and Northamptonshire still 202 runs behind.
Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach and of course bowling guru, has been behind the bowler's arm. He's just crouching down by the advertising hoarding at the moment as Van Beek goes in, bowls 2, saves Zabe, who tries... Oh, poor fielding by Rehan Ahmed, very lazy, sort of reaching down to his left, should have stopped that and has given away a couple of runs. He chases back to pick it up, but Hanscom looks less than impressed by that. Just occasionally, whether it comes so easily to Rehan, that sort of anything to do with sort of sport really, that sometimes he just kind of loses concentration and just reached down there, took his eyes off the ball, and it just rolled under his hand. Van Beek in again to Zabe, who's driving slightly wide of Ian Holland, mid-off. Holland scrambles across to his right and tumbles, but he does make the stop, so safe Zabe can only pick up 1. He moves on to 9, 105 for 6.
What time do Hull City kick off? Is it 3 o'clock?
They all kick off at the same time, right, for necessary reasons, but yeah, there's a lot depends on it for the Tigers. But it's the Foxes who are on top at the moment. Van Beek is in. Broad gets a delivery down the leg side. He steps inside it, lets it bounce through to Ben Cox. Had a chat to Coxie at lunch. He suffered at Bristol because he was hit by a delivery sort of that missed all the padding, and he had to go for a CT scan. There was, you know, worried about contusion on the lungs area, and he has been coughing blood and things, but the scan was okay. He said it hurts and he's a bit stiff, he said, but get through this game and get a week off, and he said I'll be all right after that. Tough these boys sometimes.
Heroic performance down at Bristol, wasn't it, with the bat?
It was. Van Beeker's in. Bowles brought his gloving it, I think, down to fine leg. Let's see what the signal even is. It is for 4. No chance for Cox to get across. It was a sort of thickish part of the glove, as evidenced by the fact that we could see it from the commentary box. And it ran down to fine leg for 4. So Broad on to 14. The partnership up to 22, 109 for 6.
Thanks to Wally at the back of the box, who tells me it's Portsmouth 1, Hull City 1.
Trying to avoid this.
Oh, come on.
Now it's in my... Yeah. Oh, well.
Well, Super Soaraway Cobblers are already safe. So.
Well, yeah, exactly. In goes Van Beek and Bowles and Broad, looking to drive and be positive. Isn't quite at the pitch of that one and punches it out, but only as far as wide-ish. Mid-off has to check the shot slightly.
Well, of course, the big talking point back at home is the European Rugby semi-final tonight. 5:30 kick-off at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin. Leinster against Northampton Saints. A tough one for the Saints to win, you would think, in Dublin. But
that would be a super result to do it, though, wouldn't they? In goes Van Beek. Bowles on off stump. Broad is forward. Touch late. It hits the pitch hard as it comes off the bat and bounces high, almost head high from off the pitch, but Broad solid behind it. Change of bowling. So Holland's unlucky spell, you have to say, comes to an end, and Tom Scriven is going to take over at the pavilion end.
There are a lot of Saints fans who've made the journey across. Richard, either on the ferry, which was the choice of our BBC Radio Northampton commentary team, partly on grounds of cost, partly I'm reliably informed because it's a very good breakfast on the ferry. But
assuming it's not too rough.
Assuming it's not too rough, but yeah. But they've gone over there. But I know a lot of Saints fans have made the trip over. So win or lose, I'm sure they'll enjoy themselves. But if there was a win at the end of it and a prospect of a European final.
So where does the ferry leave from?
Holyhead.
Holyhead, which is sort of North Wales.
North Wales, yeah. It's going to be Tom Scriven, 4 overs, 1 for 16. Picked up the wicket of George Bartlett this morning. He's back into the attack, round the wicket to the left-handed safe Zabe, and Zabe gets an inside edge, I think, onto his thigh pad, and it rolled down dangerously close to the off stump. But he survives. Every ball is an event, as they say. Could almost be a slogan, couldn't it? Just having a look at where that did hit him. I thought there was a bit of bat involved.
There was?
Yeah, I thought there was.
Inside part of the top of the bat.
But it was dangerously close to off stump. Zabe on strike again. Scriven in bowls to him, and he's playing at that outside the off stump, and his rather sort of penitent attitude after it had gone past the outside edge, didn't need to play at that.
But it's the ball before, isn't it?
Yeah,
it swings back in and he finds it, and then that one holds its line outside off stump.
You know, let's be clear, it is tough out there. It is seriously tough, and I can imagine Rory Kleinveld, the bowling coach, will be saying, as he often does, it would be overcast now, wouldn't it, when we're batting? So I've heard him say that any number of times. Here's Scriven in again, wide outside the off stump, and Zabe throws the kitchen sink and every other appliance at it, doesn't make a contact with it, goes through to the keeper. I suppose you say, well, it's fair enough, it was wide, it was short and wide, and it's an area where safe Zabe is usually very strong. He doesn't want to render himself totally strokeless, but at the same time it wouldn't have been a good look if he got a little nick and been caught behind, but it is not easy out there at the moment. Here's Scriven in again, bowls to Zabe, that's better, works it away into the onside. Up to mid-on, where Ian Holland fields. And there's no run, lots of Leicestershire, almost all Leicestershire caps out there at the moment. I think, is it Lewis Hill there? He's favouring the white floppy at the moment, but I think everyone else.
Buddinger usually favours the sun.
Buddinger usually does, but I think he's got
he's not, yeah. He's got his cap on today, which is nice to see. Yeah, just hilly.
Here's Scriven. And again, bowls to Zabe, who's punching it out to extra cover. And there's no run. So I think we're going to be set for some overcast conditions, at least for, I don't know, another couple of hours, according to the apps. Wind, I think it's changed direction a bit. It was coming a little bit more east-northeast, sorry, west-northwest rather.
There is a weather vane away to our right,
yes,
with the fox
Oh,
with
yes,
his noses into the wind. So
here's Scriven, bowls to Zabe, who punches that hard into the ground over the top of Rayan Ahmed at point, and it runs away for 4. As I said, Safe Zabe is very strong through there and played it well, punched it into the ground, so hard into the ground that it bounced well over the head of Rayan Ahmed, ran away for 4. Zabe into double figures, 13 to him, 14 to Broad. It's 113 for 6, and Oliver will come in to replace me and join Richard.
thank you, Radders. Won't be entirely surprised if Radders heads for the Friends of Grace Road, not having paid them a visit yesterday. He has time now. Has time. There's no queue. Actually, I don't know whether it's open yet. Sometimes it's 2:30, but no announcement yet. As Van Beek is in and bowls to Broad, who turns him off middle and leg out towards Josh Hull, who's at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Scriven will be disappointed with that last delivery to Zabe, because it was 5 dot balls up to that point, and you sometimes feel the squeeze is as important as the wicket-taking deliveries. It's partnership up to 26 for the 7th wicket now. Van Beek in, bowls, Broad late on it, but on it nonetheless, on the back foot, off stump. Ball dribbles down towards gully. Budinger moves to his right from 3rd slip to field. As Andrew was saying, it was at this stage yesterday that Leicestershire put together a decent stand for their 7th wicket. Ben Cox joining Richie Patel at the crease. So if the innings continue to run in parallel, these two will continue to build. In goes Van Beek and bowled Broad up on his toes, almost jumping into the air as he defends that one out again into the onside, where Hull is the fielder. Leicestershire will be desperate. Just prevent this partnership growing too much. As I say, I'd be a little bit surprised if they enforce the follow-on, even if they get that opportunity, which they're far from guaranteed to do. As Van Beek is in, bowls down the leg side, just that to a certain extent as it bounces past his waist. Justin Broad doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox. What does Green and Hanscom in? They decide that Budinger should go from 3rd slip to leg slip. Van Beek, sweatband on his left wrist, runs in and bowls on off stump, inevitably, having put up a leg slip in there. And on the back foot, Broad gets up on his toes and steers it through the vacant gully down towards 3rd man for 1. Moves on to 15. Floodlights coming on.
Yeah.
Might help the swing. Sometimes it seems to. Why that should be, the physics of that, well, you're a university boy, you can tell me.
Doesn't really come up much in a languages degree, I'm afraid.
Fair enough. Round the wicket goes Van Beek, bowls, and Zabe is solidly forward. That one, he was in control there, and angled bat steered it again through gully down towards 3rd man and takes 1. End of the over. 114 for 6. You could come up with a load of Spanish or Portuguese now, and I wouldn't properly understand. But
well, my brother studies engineering. And
okay.
he knew someone who did a dissertation on the physics behind the swing of a cricket ball. So the research is out there.
Yeah.
Not that I know where to find it, but
there's been a few people who've sort of analysed it, and there are so many variables, aren't there? Really, we were always told that that it was just simply that the shiny side went through the air more quickly, therefore it bent in the other direction.
Scriven into Zabe, who flashes at another one. It was short outside the off stump, and it's the second time he's gone for a full-blooded cut shot and missed. He's not going to hold back if he gets a bit of width, clearly, as safe Zabe, and as you said earlier, it looks good if it comes off, but it would be a silly way to get out with the score at 115 for 6.
Well, it kind of always to me shows that the batsman's thinking, I'm going to get out here sooner or later, so I might as well get what I can, and that's not necessarily the way to approach the innings.
As Scriven in again, and this one's wrapped him on the pads, looked a bit high. To me, there was a appeal again from behind. There's been many times when the slips and wicketkeeper have passionately appealed and the bowlers seemed completely uninterested. This was another one of those occasions, but came back into Zabe, that one definitely.
Maybe got outside the line as well. You could see all 3 stumps almost by the time it hit him.
Scriven is in again, and this one's down leg side, left alone by Zabe, and well collected by Cox behind the stumps. As you mentioned last over, Richard, the floodlights coming on, it is quite gloomy out there at the moment, and Leicestershire seem to have done everything but take a wicket really since lunch.
Yeah, it'll be a concern for Hanscom, but as it probably was this morning, but they know that if they can get one, another one might not be far away.
Scriven is in, and Zabe pushes off the back foot into the offside, and they come through for a quick but well judged single as Zabe moves to 15. Yeah, it's just about being patient, as you said in the first session. It was a similar sort of passage of play, and then 6 wickets really fell in a cluster. So I'm sure there won't be panic at all in the Leicestershire ranks.
We haven't seen Green since lunch, who was the pick of the Leicestershire seam attack this morning, which is saying something because everybody was pretty good. And of course there's Josh Holt.
As third slip once again moves to leg slip for Justin Broad, who's taking strike to Tom Scriven. And this one's on his pads and clipped away through the leg side. It's into a gap. Don't think it will reach the boundary, but they'll come through for a couple. And Rehan Ahmed goes back from square leg to do the fielding just in front of the boundary. 2 more runs to Justin Broad. Safe Zabe might have been looking for a third there. He's very quick between the wickets, but it's never going to be on. As Scriven comes in to finish his over to Justin Broad, and this one is straight and defended back up the wicket. Tom Scriven finishes the over. 6 overs, 1 for 23 are his figures, and after 45, Northamptonshire are 118 for 6.
There we go. Friends of Grace Road are now open should you be in the ground and wish to try one of their make them an offer for it's not a specified sum for a piece of cake then. They'll be inundated. That's an interesting approach. Their cakes are for sale, make them an offer. Get yourselves down there, folks. Actually, there's a biggish queue now, I can see already. In front of the meet. You're not missing any cricket because Van Beek is just asking his third slip, Budinger, to go to 4th. So we've got a 1st, 2nd and 4th slip as Van Beek is in, bowls outside off stump. Zabe leaves. Fourteenth over for Van Beek. As Andrew has been saying, that the more overs that go into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers, the less likely it is, you would think, that Peter Hanscom would enforce a follow-on were he to get that opportunity. That was a brief experiment. Budinger has gone back from 4th to 3rd as Van Beek is in and bowls, brings Safe Zabe forward. solidly in defence, pushes it out to Ahmed. Might he get a bowl? I think it unlikely.
Yeah, I think particularly with, as you said, Josh Hull and Ben Green yet to bowl, I think they'll definitely come on for a second spell before you turn to Ahmed.
Like a lot of Australians, you know, Hanscom sort of gives the impression he doesn't really rate spinners. In goes Van Beek and bowls on off stump, and again a solid defensive press from Zabe. Sees the ball run out to Ahmed in the covers.
Well, in fairness, if your seamers are bowling as well as Leicestershire's have this year, you don't really need a spinner.
They do have one, obviously, in Rehan Ahmed, who has bowled leg spin for England, and Salt Budinger can bowl a little bit of off spin, but it isn't their predominant weapon for sure. Van Beek is in, bowls, it's good, accurate stuff, and again, Zabe has to treat it with respect, and does, but he's looking, whisper it Northamptonshire supporters, increasingly solid here. This is the man who's got centuries in each of his last 2 innings. Flashes aside, if he can get into a slightly different mindset. He's clearly a man in form. Ball now 45.5 overs old, so well over halfway through. In goes Van Beek, and it's a little bit short outside off stump, and up on his toes, Zabe cuts it away nicely. Didn't try and overhit it either. He knew there wasn't a point, so he didn't really have to keep it down. He did get on top of the bounce, but that was a very nice shot. And he is, as I say, beginning to look in the sort of form which we know him to be. He's moved on to 19, 122 for 6. Partnership now 35. I think this might be Van Beek's last over of this spell, unless he takes a wicket with this delivery. Bowls, Zabe, bounces, edge cord. He did take a wicket with it. Got that extra little bit of bounce, took the shoulder, and a fine catch from Budinger, diving to his left at 3rd slip. Well, Leicester supporters will be saying I talked him out. Probably Northamptonshire supporters will as well. He was playing much better, but that one jumped at him, took the shoulder of the bat. He couldn't keep it down. There's nothing he could really do about it, and he was unlucky that it was close enough for Budinger to dive across and take the catch.
Yeah, you commented on the grunts that often accompanied Van Beek's deliveries, and you could really tell the effort he's been putting in this spell, and you could see it there with the way the ball lifted off the pitch. Wonder if things might be over quite quickly now for Northants, considering the fall of the way wickets fell before lunch.
It is a difficult situation for the new man to come out, and floodlights are on. Leicestershire's tails are up. Still need, what, another 33 to avoid being asked to follow on. Calvin Harrison, on loan from Notts, comes to the crease. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester fairly shortly, in theory. We shall see. But yes, attention, Leicester Sport of Leicester Sport is beginning to switch to the cricket. Leicester City playing Southampton today down the road at the King Power Stadium, just a mile behind us. But yeah, I've seen a few articles about it in the press. Are these the 2 worst teams to ever play Premier League football, etc., etc., etc.? Which of course they aren't. I wouldn't. Derby were, weren't they? I wouldn't. Southampton have matched Derby's wonderful. I remember that. I covered a lot of those games back in the day.
Can't say I really follow football myself, but
good man.
Very surprised.
Say to your cricket.
Was very surprised to look down the table and see a team with only 11 points at this stage of the season.
So I shall keep going if I may, just in case they come to me. In goes Scriven and bowls, and is beautifully driven by Broad for 4, just over pitched. That was in the slot, actually. There was a little bit of shape to it, but didn't matter. It was sort of from the arm, so to speak, and it was right up there, and Broad tucked in. Hit it straight back past Scriven, between him and Ian Holland for 4. He's just once and over. He's bowled a 4-ball, really, Tom Scriven. He's bowled it as nicely as everybody else, the other 5. But just occasionally He's let slip a loose one. In he goes and bowls a better length out swinger that Broad leaves. He remains on 21. 1-2-6 for 7.
That was the 4th boundary Scriven's conceded in his 7th over. Only Logan Van Beek has conceded more, but he's bowled double the amount of overs. So
yeah, just occasionally. He's returning from injury. Only missed the 1 game. Runs away from us and bowls too Broad. That's a good delivery that bounces and swings away. And Broad stepped forward and at the last moment decided to leave wisely. Again, there was that little bit of bounce and nip from the surface. I think they've forgotten. So I'll go through this over and then I'll let you take over, Oliver. Leg slip in again as Scriven bowls too Broad. Nice shape to that one. Broad, his inclination is to stay on the back foot. So it has walked into, his weight was on the front, but it was by no means a big stride as he defended that one out into the offside. Excellent channel, that boy. I do wish we had stump mics, I really do. Occasionally the sound is shouted loud enough for us to pick it up in the effects mic. Right up here on the top of the pavilion. In goes Scriven. Bowls. Broad is looking to leave and it hits the blade of the bat as he does so and runs somewhat fortuitously down towards 3rd man, where Hull has to run across the ropes to field, but does so sufficiently quickly to prevent a second. I'm pretty sure he was looking to leave that one and lifted the bat over the line of the ball and it just bounced a bit on him.
yeah, it was similar to the way
Yes, he was.
Vasconcelos was out earlier, just obviously Scriven not quite having the pace of Ben Green, meaning it perhaps didn't quite, he still had a bit of time to adjust and steer it down to 3rd rather than into the hands of the keeper.
So first ball for Calvin Harrison. Can Scriven make it a good one? Well, not with that one, because he started to run in, but as he got to the crease, he just slowed up and decided he wasn't going to deliver. He wasn't going to go through with his action. Harrison steps back, rehearses a few firm defensive shots, then shuffles back, takes his guard. As Scriven turns, having walked back to his mark, runs in and bowls down the leg side, and it's foolish, and Harrison, grateful, can just turn the bat face on it, push it down towards Richie Patel. Maybe the first time Richie's touched it post lunch. And Harrison takes his single and keeps a strike actually after 47 overs. 128 for 7, Northamptonshire. Here comes the update. Only a couple of minutes late. It isn't, no. They've picked up 7 now of Northamptonshire's first innings wickets. You would have bet against that when the Northamptonshire openers were adding 51 for the opening partnership, but 6 wickets in 40 minutes or so before lunch really have put Leicestershire on top, and they've added 1 to that just a few moments ago. Safe Sabe, who was beginning to bat really nicely, got a delivery from Logan Van Beek that rose and took the shoulder of the bat, and Sol Budinger took a fine catch diving to his left at 3rd slip, made the score 122 for 7. They need 155 if they're going to avoid being asked to follow on. Whether Leicestershire captain Peter Hanscom would enforce the follow-on is a moot point. They might go out there and bat again, the Foxes. Justin Broad is batting well, though. He might take that question out of Hanscom's hands. He's 22 not out. Calvin Harrison is with him on 1. Northamptonshire now 128 for 7. Back with you online. Just missed a couple of deliveries that Harrison negotiated successfully. That last one from Van Beek outside off stump, and he let it go through.
Well, he suspected if he took the wicket he might carry on bowling, and that has certainly happened here. As Van Beek is in once again to Harrison, who's up defending it out to mid-off. First game of a second loan spell, I think, for Calvin Harrison, of 2 games after his success in the first 2 he played. Currently, well, before this game, I'm not sure if he still is, I'm afraid, but it was Northamptonshire's top wicket taker this year. He was down at Trent Bridge last week, Northamptonshire, with a week off, and back at Nottinghamshire, but he's been sent away again. He faces up here and once again is on his toes defending a ball on the back foot into the onside. So not sure whether he'll keep doing 2 match stints with Northamptonshire, but not sure there's a clear way into the Nottinghamshire side for him with Farhan Ahmed bowling so well as he is at the moment. So I suspect, and I'm sure Northamptonshire will be happy to have him if Nottinghamshire don't want him, as he's pushing this one, guiding it down to third for a single. Score is 129 for 7.
Well, he reckons Farhan Ahmed is the most talented under 19-year-old in the county game, Calvin Harrison, so he doesn't expect to displace him, you wouldn't have imagined, on that basis. Different sort of bowler entirely, isn't he, really? I wouldn't be surprised if Farhan gets back into the gets into the England side before Rahan is actually recalled at the way they're bowling at the moment, although Rahan the better bat.
Van Beek into finishes over as this one's turned into the leg side. There's hands on heads. I couldn't tell you what for. It looked comfortably played comfortably enough by Justin Broad, but
he does play late and on the back foot by and large. So they keep thinking that, and he's shuffling across. So they keep thinking they're going to sneak one onto his pads, but he's done well there, Broad.
He's an interesting bowler to watch, is Farhan Ahmed. The start of his run-up is slightly unorthodox. He stands completely square on to the batsman before...
square on, facing the bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas most bowlers would start their run-up side on, or at least at some sort of angle. He's directly facing the batsman, sort of waits there for a couple of seconds before a skip to begin his run-up.
Green is back into the attack from the pavilion end. Bowls, and again there's nice shape to the delivery, as there was to every delivery he pretty much bowled pre-lunch. Harrison is equal to it, waiting on the back foot, which is a slightly dangerous game if it's going to seam around a bit. But like a number in this Northant side, it's a sort of tall young right-hander. They're a big side. Northamptonshire, tall side. Green is in and bowls outside off stump. He steps forward and as though he's going to try and drive that one away, but leaves his bat raised, watches it through into the gloves of Cox. Green just turns, walks back to his mark, pushes his hair across his forehead. He had a serious mullet last year when he was with us. You mentioned that sort of longish hair, but he's had it trimmed slightly. It was like, what's his name down at Sussex? Ollie, what's his name? In goes Green and bowls on off stump.
Ollie Carter.
Ollie Carter, but he's kind of proud of that, isn't he? He's sort of unashamedly mullet lover.
I'm not sure I agree with his love of it, but...
No, I think he's in a minority of one, isn't he, by and large, but he's a Sussex boy. And
yeah, former schoolmate of mine, in fact.
Is he?
Yes. Was in my older brother's year group, so they knew each other quite well.
And goes Green and bowls, lovely delivery, and again he's waiting in the crease and playing late, Harrison, but successfully guides it out to Ahmed at point. Great something greener, said somebody. Great areas. His expression doesn't really change, Ben Green. Unless the ball actually takes a wicket, he just turns and marches back to the top of his mark, which isn't that far away. In he goes and bowls. A little bit shorter of a length this time, so Harrison's preference for the back foot is justified on that occasion. He just turns his wrists on it pushes it out towards square leg, where Lewis Hill, chatting away to Sue Redfern, is the fielder. Green is in and bowls on off stump. Harrison is all care and attention as he leans into the forward press. No big stride, but solid behind it. Play that over well, Calvin Harrison. He remains on 2-1-2-9 for 7. The Northamptonshire score. Out comes a replacement helmet for one of the Northamptonshire.
I think it's for a fielder.
It is. It's for Cox. He's going to stand up to.
I think we're getting a short leg. Looks like Josh Hull is going to come into the attack.
Yeah, be Budinger. Not sure who the Leicestershire. Oh, it's Ian Salisbury. I haven't seen him around for a while. He's been injured, poor old Ian, as he has been injured for much of his career. I'm going to leave you, Oliver, in the company of Andrew.
So it will be Josh Hull to bowl. We're just going to change seats, so I'll be back in a second.
It all runs like a smooth, well-oiled machine, this operation. Here's Josh Hull steaming in from the Bennett end to bowl to Justin Broad. Full, driven by Broad through extra cover, and that I think is going to go all the way for 4. Chased out there towards the family stand, but it's not going to be caught up. So Broad, well, gifted really first ball of this spell from Josh Hull with a lovely long half volley that he just punched away for 4. Broad to 26, 133 for 7 Northamptonshire. As Richard departs off to the general direction of the... No, he's not. I thought he was going to head off to the Friends of Grace Road to make them an offer that they couldn't refuse for a cake, but I don't think so. 22 more needed by Northamptonshire to avoid possibility of being asked to follow on. 2 slips and a leg slip, and Hull is in bowls, and again it's full. This time it's driven away through backward point, and a terrific stop on the boundary by Rehan Ahmed. And yeah, no, it wasn't Rehan Ahmed, was it? To see what it is down there. Richie Patel, beg your pardon. Richie Patel down there. The ground field in the outfielding by Leicestershire today has been outstanding. We've seen 3 or 4 terrific stops to save runs. On that occasion it saved 2 because they picked up 2 runs. 28 to Broad, 135 for 7. Hull in again bowls, and this time Justin Broad is solid in defence. Josh Hull it was, of course, who started the rot as far as Northamptonshire were concerned this morning, producing a terrific Yorker that hit Luke Proctor flush on the boot, and he was out LBW. Still at 73 for 1, Northamptonshire thought they were reasonably placed, and then 5 wickets in 41 balls. For the addition of just 14 runs, 73 for 1 became 87 for 6. 135 for 7 now as Hull is in bowls to Broad. Full again on off stump, driven up to extra cover, shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, and it's deflected off, and they're going to get buzzers from this. And for maybe 5 it is. Come 5 for Justin Broad. It was worth a shy at the stumps because Broad again was just maybe treading water a little bit. It was Tom Scriven's throw. It hit the stumps, and unfortunately, the law being what it is, and I think it's a law that a lot of people would like to see changed, that a terrific bit of fielding is effectively penalised. But it's gone for 4 overthrows. They're just sorting out which which end they need to be, and I would imagine it needs to be Calvin Harrison on strike, because that was 5 to Broad. Well, it's a Brucey bonus for Northamptonshire. 33 to Broad, 140 for 7. But it does seem such an unfair law that I mean, that was a cracking bit of fielding by Tom Scriven. And it wasn't even as though they were backing up, but it was just took a deflection off the stumps, and there's not a lot you can do about it. Forward short leg now goes in for Calvin Harrison, facing Josh Hull, and it's a good length ball. Harrison solidly in behind it. Very interested what you were saying, Oliver, about Calvin Harrison. He's been a terrific acquisition as far as Northamptonshire were concerned, as you say, starting his second lone spell of 2 matches. I mean, he couldn't have done any more at Old Trafford. 11 wickets in the match up there. It was the best match bowling figures in history by anybody making their first-class debut for Northamptonshire, beating a record that had stood since 1907, which even I don't quite remember. Here's Hull into bowl to Harrison, and Harrison again very solid in defence, pushing it up to mid-off, and that's the end of first over of Josh Hull's spell, which has gone for 11 runs, but well, 4 of them, as I say, really through no fault of anybody. 140 for 7, 33 to Broad, 2 to Harrison. So what he was saying, and I know you obviously have links up there with Nottinghamshire being at uni there, it's going to be difficult for him to get back in, you reckon, with Fahan Ahmed having...
I think so, yeah. He took 4 wickets again last week, did Ahmed, and they had Liam Patterson-White in their squad as well.
Who was on loan to Northamptonshire last year.
As Ben Green comes in to Justin Broad, defended into the offside where it's fielded by the third slip who comes around. And yeah, I think Patterson-White, he'd been captain in the second 11 and had taken a lot of wickets and scored some runs. So I think those 2 are both probably ahead of Calvin Harrison at the moment.
Yeah, Patterson-White played a few games for Northamptonshire last year, and again did a very good job. Almost won the game down at Cardiff against Glamorgan.
As Green is in once more. This one off an inside edge into the leg side for a single. It was completely safe, but was not where it intended to go by Broad.
But he brings, I mean, he's a terrific package, Calvin Harrison, in that he's obviously a fine leg spinner. Can bat, made 50 again on debut in that debut matchup at Old Trafford, and he's a terrific, as we saw yesterday, a terrific slip catcher. So he seems to have been a very good fit for Northamptonshire so far.
He'll take strike to Green here and defend firmly up the ground. They'll come through for a quick single. Not quite sure how he managed to get that ball away, Scriven. He sort of underarm flicked it behind his back, but they were always going to come through comfortably for the single.
Between that and Ricardo Vasconcelos' baton twirling that we were talking about this morning, they could perhaps form a circus act or something.
Rhythmic gymnastics.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah, that's a thought. Get the old rope out.
There's Green in again, as this one's driven firmly to mid-off by Broad.
I think the feeling is also, and Darren Lehman made this point, that he's also fitted in very well in the dressing room, which is clearly an important part of... And I never think it can't be particularly easy as a lone player to go into even a reasonably young dressing room as Northamptonshire's is at the moment, and sort of fit in and realise where you fit in.
Green in once more. This one's driven straight to Rehan Ahmed. I think third slip was almost appealing there, but it definitely bounced.
Crowd catch, which third slip was obviously slightly baffled by. But yeah, I mean, I personally was delighted when I saw that from a Northamptonshire perspective that he's got another two matches with the side. I think he's very, very good value and a very nice chat with him up at Old Trafford.
As Green finishes off his over with a very full delivery that's played into the offside by Broad.
In fact, I was saying yesterday, I think to Richard, that I suppose when you're on loan, clearly as a bowler, the ideal is that you get some overs that you wouldn't have had otherwise. And when I had a chat with him afterwards, I did ask him with the 76 overs in the match at Old Trafford, which was what he got through, 19 in the first innings, 57 in the second, which was the most bowled in a first-class innings for Northamptonshire since Monty Panesar nearly 20 years ago. Did sort of ask him whether he thought that was probably enough to be going on with, and he thought it probably was. Justin Broad on strike, 34 to him, 142 for 7. The floodlights on. 2 slips and a forward short leg as Hull comes in, bowls to Harrison, very calmly just gets inside the line, turns it down to Lewis Hill. on the fine leg boundary down below us, and it's one more to Harrison. He goes to 4, 143 for 7. Born in Durban, Kelvin Harrison.
Well, there's been plenty of spinners getting a lot of early season overs under their belt.
Absolutely.
I mean, the prime example, probably the first round of games, that Somerset v Worcestershire game, where Leach and Vaughan bowled about 150 overs between them.
Here's Hullin, bowls to Justin Broad, short, and, well, it's a no ball, is the first thing to say. So it's 2 onto the total, 145. But it's spat up, and Justin Broad did really well to keep it down. It went on the bounce to second slip, but it was a no ball anyway. But it was a brute of a ball from Josh Hull, using all his height and strength. And Broad did well. Showing a bit of ticker here, Justin Broad. 145 for 7. Here's Hull in and bowls to him, and turned away again calmly by Broad. They've run the first quickly. They thought about a second, but Lewis Hill, it really summing up what I was saying earlier about how good the ground fielding has been for Leicestershire this morning. It's so quickly to the ball from the fine leg boundary that there was no question of coming back for a second. So Broad is 35, 146 for 7. In fact, both these batters born in South Africa. Broad in Cape Town, Harrison in Durban. Harrison ideas on strike with a short leg in as Hull bowls to him down the leg side. Tries to flick it away down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. And Ben Cox skips around to take it. The latest situation at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire are playing Middlesex in the women's 50 over competition. Not looking great for the Northamptonshire side. They're bowled out for 144, having won their first 2 games. Middlesex 75 for 2 in the 17th, so needs to produce something a bit special to claw that one back, you would think. Here's Hull in to bowl to Harrison, who has clipped that away down to fine leg for 4, off the glove, I think, because he seemed to be just whipping a hand off the bat, but it's raced away down below us. Not even Lewis Hill could intercept that one, and it brings up the 150 for Northamptonshire, so just 5 runs away from ruling out the possibility of following on. Although, if you've been with us since lunch, we've been discussing whether Peter Hanscom would enforce. Decision could, of course, be taken out of his hands, which Northamptonshire will hope to do. Here's Josh Hull in again, bowls to Harrison, using his height well, gets on top of the bounce, plays it into the ground. Good stop in there by Sol Budinger at forward short leg. Maybe take this opportunity also, Oliver, if you don't mind, just to canter through the scores in the other games, because I'm conscious that we haven't actually done that for a wee while. In Division 1, Durham 478 for 8 against Hampshire down at Southampton. Graham Clark, who wasn't in the side until Ben McKinney pulled out just before the start with a bad back, made 160. Here's Hull in, bowls very full, and Harrison looking to drive. I think in the end just plays over the top of it. Goes through to Ben Cox, and that's the end of the over, 150 for 7. Game is moving ahead at Taunton. Essex all out for 206 yesterday. Somerset bowled out today for 145. And in their second innings, Essex have already lost Paul Walter for naught, a 12 for 1. So Essex 73 runs ahead. Don't know, they might have enough. But that one, again, you would imagine there's not going to be a lot of cricket there on Monday. At Headingley, Warwickshire claiming a handy first innings lead against Yorkshire, 253 all out, lead of 48.
As Ben Green into Justin Broad to start a new over. This one's rather off the splice of the bat down through the vacant gully region for a single.
Yorkshire 71 for 2 in their second innings of that match. Joe Root has just gone in, he's made 19 not out so far, so Yorkshire are 23 ahead. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 431 all out, this of course in Division 2. Glamorgan 431, Derbyshire 48 for 2 in reply. Lancashire finishing with 450 all out up at Old Trafford against Gloucestershire, who were 29 for no wicket.
There's Green into Harrison, who defends into the offside.
And last but by no means least, at Lords, Middlesex making 238 all out in reply to Kent's 129. So Kent conceding a first innings lead of over 100, but they're making a much better fist of it second time round. Kent 100 for 1 in their second innings, so they're just 9 runs behind. And Zach Crawley has got runs at last, 58 not out off 72 balls.
Green in once more, a short ball that Harrison thinks about pulling but decides better of. It's taken by Cox well above his head. That was quick from Green.
It was, and there's still a bit in this, isn't there? There's still a little bit in this service, but I think you were saying with Richard, it would be really interesting to get the old speed gun on Green in particular, but how well he's bowled. I mean, you just run out of superlatives for his 10th over, 2 for 7.
As he's in once more. This one's down leg side and taken by Cox, tumbling away to his left.
And Ben Green, did you see, he's held up a hand to say sorry. He's bowled one slightly ropey delivery in his 10th over. There haven't been very many others that I can think of, but well, no. Good to see, setting high standards. But this really has been a terrific performance by him.
Once more into Harrison, who drives through the offside. Rehan Ahmed can't stop it with a dive at point, and this will go to the boundary. The first boundary that Ben Green has conceded. And as you said, off the 59th ball of his spell, you can't say too many bad words about that. It was just slightly overpitched and a bit wide.
Well, it also means that Northamptonshire will not now be following on. It's gone past that particular little target, so kudos to these two who've done a pretty good job. They've added 33 for the 8th wicket so far. And now they've put a man back, so I wonder, well, they've got 2 back now. They had a long leg, they've now got a deep square as well just in front, so I wonder if we're going to see the short ball.
As Green is in, and it's a ball outside off stump that Calvin Harrison has gone to defend, and it's lifted significantly and moved slightly away from him and beaten him outside off stump. He'd be very happy he didn't get a glove or a bat on that.
Again, I think we said of one of Ben Green's deliveries, a very similar one just before lunch. How do you play that? Yeah. It's as near unplayable as you can find. And again, I've absolutely no idea what you do with that. Just say well bowled and move on, I think. But 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11. Ben Green. His figures have been ruined by that boundary. He's now going for over a run and over. It's disgraceful. In the meantime, we're going to see a bit of Tom Scriven back into the attack. It was a very short spell from Josh Hull. So Tom Scriven back in the attack, looking for his 2nd wicket, having removed George Bartlett this morning. He's in, what's his 8th over, 7 overs, 1 for 29. Scriven running in with 2 slips in place to bowl to Justin Broad, who has a little fence at that and immediately chastises himself. Just a little punch with his fist to show that he knows he shouldn't have played that. But again, it was a beautiful ball first up. Start of a spell from Tom Scriven, probing that line, sort of 4th stump. A bit of bounce as well, bit of movement. Lights on. And here is Scriven in again, bowling to Broad and beats him again. This is Fuller of length. And Broad, I don't know, he played, I think he did pull the bat inside the line, but I think he did it so posthumously, as it were. I think it had already gone past him by the time he did so. But again, I just like the way Justin Broad goes about his cricket. Regular listeners will know I'm a bit of a Justin Broad fan. I think he's just got a bit of heart about him, and I think the fact that he's had to work to get very hard to get where he is now. Broad just dropping that one into the ground, goes on the bounce to 2nd slip, and there's no run. Makes him absolutely determined every time he goes out to to make a mark, and he didn't have a great day with the ball yesterday, as I'm sure he will be the first to admit, having bowled very well at Derby. But he's done his bit here with the bat. Northampton's top scorer now, past Vasconcelos, who made 33 this morning. Here's Scriven, running into bowl to Broad outside the off stump, left alone, through to Ben Cox. I was just having a quick look at seeing how my club were getting on this afternoon, and they've got 340, so that should be enough.
50 overs, is it?
50 overs, yeah, but it's Northamptonshire League in the Prem is interesting. The first half of the season is it's all 50 over cricket, but it's win, lose, draw, so there is a draw available. First half of the season. Second half of the season, it's basically ODI rules in colours, coloured clothing as well, but it's whites at the moment. Here's Scriven in, bowls to Broad, who's defensively out into the offside. No run. Van Beek comes in from extra cover to field, so they've got to bowl him out now. But but it's a bit like in the Championship. If you get a good draw, then it's not that far short of a win. But we'll see how that unfolds.
Yeah, the Sussex leagues have a similar system. But I think they start and end the season with 50 over, pink ball, coloured kits, and then have the win-loss draw in the middle.
Okay. Here's Scriven in, bowling to Broad, drives nicely out into the covers. And Bake goes down in stages at extra cover, but fields, and there's no run. End of the over, 155 for 7. Broad 36, Harrison 12. Yes, it's they have the whites, cricket in whites at the start of the season, win, lose, draw. The second half is coloured clothing, win, lose, and in the middle there's the T20 competition as well. So plenty of cricket there, and at the top end of the Northamptonshire League, but I don't know what it's like down in Sussex. A big league. I think we're up to 16 divisions now in the Northamptonshire League, something like that.
Well, in Sussex there's 12 divisions, but then they're split regionally as
right,
well.
okay.
As Green is in to start a new over, Harrison defending.
Yes, I think one or two clubs in Northamptonshire would probably be quite keen on that, because our seconds, and obviously Oundle is top end of Northamptonshire, so like northeast of the county. They're playing opposition today from Stony Stratford, which is just sort of very close to Milton Keynes. So it's a long old. Them having to make that trip today. It's a long old haul.
Green in once more to Harrison, and again beaten outside the off stump with a ball that passes Harrison at sort of knee height, but was taken above Cox's head. He's really found some life in this pitch, as Ben Green, as he did before lunch as well. But yeah, in the Sussex leagues, the top 2 divisions I think are county-wide, and then it begins to split.
Right.
So my division, the longest journey you have is about an hour.
Okay, it's
and
not too bad then.
Our second team, the longest journey they have is about half an hour, because it splits even more. Green in again, Harrison defending into the offside.
Yes, the Rutland League on Sundays, which covers quite a wide geographical area, obviously partly Northamptonshire, then into Rutland, of course, and just up into Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire, Huntingdonshire. That is also regionalised lower down, which is handy when you've got a young side as we have, and not many of them drive.
Ben Green into Harrison, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
Richard has returned to the box. I was fully expecting him to come with bearing gifts in the shape of a large Victoria sponge or similar, having made them an offer of 10pence or something. But oh, I see. Oh, right. It doesn't apply to the cake. Doesn't apply to the cakes.
Green in once more, and Harrison defends into the leg side. Thinks about a single, but decides better of it wisely, as Lewis Hill still in the floppy sun hat despite the lights being on and the clouds coming over.
It's my imagination. It looks like it might be just getting a wee bit lighter, actually. Where the weather's coming from just looks a tad brighter than it was.
As Green will finish his over with a short ball. Harrison pulls it It's wide, it's well in front of square, bounces once before Hill comes across. Fields very well, picks it up, does a 360 spin, tosses it from one hand to the other in the process, and then launches the throw in. So 2 runs to Harrison. I'm not sure he was fully in control of that shot, but...
No, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because in the previous over, they dropped a man back for Harrison. I think for the last ball of the over, and we were saying then, are they going to try him out? And in the end, it was the double bluff. They just bowl a full ball. But they obviously know that he will take it on, and he did. And yeah, as you say, it wasn't a million miles away, but very impressive little pirouette there from Lewis Hill. The scorers have given him 5.9, 5.8, I think, for artistic impression. 157 for 7. Tom Scriven starting his 9th over from the Bennett end into bowl to Justin Broad. Very full. Big appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Redfern. From here, and we are not absolutely behind it, didn't look a bad shout. Might just have been inclining down. You've got the chance to have a look at it there, Oliver. You have a look and tell us what you think. It was very full. It certainly wasn't going over the top.
I think he was outside the line.
Outside the line.
He's stepping across quite a bit is Justin Broad.
Yes, well in that case fair enough. Northamptonshire having at least managed to avoid the threat of the follow-on as Scriven is in and bowls to Broad, and Broad rocks onto the front foot, drops it down at his feet. 3 fielders converge on it. In the end, it's Rehan Ahmed who picks up. It is definitely getting brighter. In fact, over to our right, there's enough blue sky to knit a pair of sailors' trousers, as my old nan used to say. One of her many pointless expressions. Here is Scriven. In again, bowls and beats Broad outside the off stump with another beauty. It's just that same nagging, probing line. And Northamptonshire have come up against a couple of bowlers who've done that really well this season. And we talked about Ben Green and, well, indeed all the Leicestershire seamers today, but Ben Green probably outstanding. Keith Dudgeon for Kent, who was sadly, of course, now injured and gone home, but picked up a 7-for on debut for Kent at Montage Road. And again, it's those same very basic, very simple bowling virtues. Scriven in bowls full and Broad, to the delight of the Northamptonshire dressing room balcony down below us, just very solidly into line. They'll have been enjoying this, as I say. When Safe Zabe went, the feeling was, and I think you were on with Richard at the time, you were saying it could easily have folded very quickly after that, but these two have shown a bit of fight, which I'm sure the coach and their teammates will have appreciated. Scriven in bowls and beats Broad, and he's out this time. Caught behind. It was a full ball. Again, I don't think there was a huge amount he could have done. He had to play at it. It took the outside edge. Good low catch by Ben Cox, and Justin Broad's resistance is over, and you sense now that if obviously the follow-on has been averted, but Leicestershire should, you would think, have a very substantial first innings lead. Broad goes for 36. It's 157 for 8, and a second wicket for Tom Scriven.
Yeah, he's he's on from the same end that he bowled that spell before lunch from, where he took the first wicket. Had a couple of overs from this pavilion end and didn't quite seem as settled, but it's been a great spell, and just rewards for Tom Scriven, as I am now going to go off and hand you back over to Richard Ray.
Okay, thanks Oliver. You're back with us a little bit later on. Yeah, it's good timing to bring Richard back in, who I know we'll have updates to do for BBC Radio Leicester this afternoon. So Justin Broad, 36 off 66 balls, which is pretty good stuff from him, and showed a bit of fight and a bit of determination. And it brings Ben Sanderson to the crease, who is about to go past a career milestone with the bat, which probably will mean at least as much to him as the couple of wickets that he needs to get to 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire. He is currently on 999 first-class runs in his career. And knowing how much bowlers love to talk about their batting almost as much as batters like to talk about their bowling, he will be very keen to get this run. He was on 999 with about 2 or 3 games to go at the end of last season, and for various reasons didn't get there. So he's got, what, 1 ball left in this over. And then we shall see, of course, eventually how Harry Conway's batting. Sanderson facing his first ball and in behind that very solidly. Pushes it up towards mid-off, but as Oliver was saying, deserved reward for Tom Scriven. He's bowled beautifully. And now has figures of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. Harrison is 14. Sanderson yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire 157 for 8.
Yeah, and again, patience, accuracy and movement paying off, as they nearly always do when you're bowling in cricket. Green has continued to bowl as parsimoniously as he did pre-lunch. Astonishing effort from him. Yes, I was just following the progress of the Tigers, and I'm glad to say they're staying up. Just. Boy, was it just. 11 overs, 2 for 13 for Green as he runs in and bowls it edges, and it's caught. He has his 3rd wicket, bounced on Harrison, couldn't keep it down. Straight to second slip, 2 hands for Peter Hanscom, and Leicestershire have once again made 1 in 2-2. Calvin Harrison. Well, I'm thinking of Ben Sanderson now. There's a chance that he's going to be stranded on Nord and still on 999 going into the 2nd innings as the sun breaks through on Leicestershire's efforts.
Again, we could see it, conditions improving. Well, again, you can't really say any more about Ben Green and how well he's bowled. His figures at the end of this innings, unless Harry Conway does something fairly remarkable, are going to be quite extraordinary. Currently 11 overs and 1 ball, 4 maidens, 3 for 13. I was saying it was only that boundary that Justin Broad hit that meant that he'd actually conceded more than 1 run per over. But he has been superb, and again, I'm sure people are going to be sitting at home, particularly if they're not perhaps watching on the stream, and saying, oh well, you know, Northamptonshire haven't batted very well, but what could Calvin Harrison do about that?
Yeah, he's a tall man, and it still climbed on him, did his best to keep it down, but took the shoulder, flew to Hanscom, who made no mistake. So Green, who picked up his maiden 5 for last time out down in Bristol, continuing to make a huge impression during his spell with the red ball at Leicestershire. And well, if Somerset are watching, they haven't had a brilliant start to the season.
No, they haven't.
Could do far worse, but hopefully they won't. Anyway, Green to continue at last man. Conway, a giant of a man, bowls and just manages to get down on that. There's a huge mix-up. He could be run out. Oh, he misses. It should have been out. Ahmed, from no distance at all, has his head in his hands because he had all 3 stumps to aim at from no more than, what, 2 yards. Batsmen were nowhere and he missed. And Cox had managed to get up to prevent any overthrows, but Leicestershire cannot believe they're not walking back to the pavilion. Rehan Ahmed's torrid time in the field goes on. He's still got his hands to his face and he can't believe he missed. And there's a sort of embarrassed silence around the ground.
Well, you have to say there that overall that bit of cricket, cricket was the loser, wasn't it, really? It was an appalling piece of running and not a great bit of fielding.
Well, Conway is off the mark, at least. In goes Green. Bowls to Sanderson. Oh, big swing and a miss. I think you ought to talk Sanderson over the line. But, well, he's had 2 extremely fortunate escapes already.
That's absolutely fine. Richard, you carry on.
Right.
I didn't seem to bring him a great deal of luck when I was trying to get him through it last year. So
that was an astonishing miss. Why he didn't have to hurl the ball hard, you know. He just had to hit them. Green is in. Sanderson gets a bouncer, ducks underneath it. Slightly unconvincingly, but he got underneath it. As I say, our Australian correspondent reckons that Conway might as well not take a bat with him. He's off the mark.
Well, he's got
somehow.
His first-class average is 8.3 in first-class cricket in Australia. His highest score of 31, so he's not a complete rabbit.
By Aussie standards, perhaps. Being judged differently. Green is in. Bowls to Sanderson, who looks to drive, hits it hard down into the ground, and it trickles slightly apologetically out to mid-off where Holland fields. So,
well, I tell you what, Harry Conway is playing some magnificent shots at the non-striker's end.
yes.
He's practicing his leave as well.
The bat looks like a matchstick in his hands, isn't it? It's a
bit embarrassing when I was interviewing him last night, and my arm was aching because he was
tearing up with. Green into Sanderson, who doesn't edge it, sort of thick top part of the bat, and it loops towards point. It bounces short of Rahan Ahmed, and Ben Sanderson remains on 999 first-class runs, but the applause is for Ben Green, who has bowled absolutely outstandingly. 11.6, so 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 14, and those figures are completely justified.
Yeah, no,
158 for 9.
He's been quite outstanding today. It's as good an exhibition of seam bowling as I've seen, really, certainly this season. And Keith Dudgeon was very good, as I was saying, with Oliver, bowled beautifully for Kent. Bowled Northamptonshire to defeat in the first match of the season, but I would say this is probably even for control and just giving the batters absolutely nothing. This has been a very high quality display. Tom Scriven looking to polish off the innings, bowling to Harry Conway. Conway's forward smothering it. It was slightly embarrassing. I mean, I'm just probably a touch under 6 foot, and I wish I'd have sat down and done the interview, because doing it standing up, we had a good chat. He's very interesting, very personable, nice natter about this, that, and the other. But after 5 minutes, my arm was dropping off because I was having to hold up the microphone to record the interview. And he is a very, very big chap. He's facing now as Scriven is in and bowls to him, and he plays that up to mid-on. Nothing wrong with that. Josh Hull fields, and there's no run. It looks like, you know, when you're a dad playing in the back garden with your son or daughter, and you're using their bat that might be a sort of size 6 or a toy one that you get in a plastic bag at the newsagents, and it clearly isn't the right size, and it does look a bit like that, doesn't it, at the moment?
He's on the move, isn't he?
2 slips in, the Scriven is in, bowls to Conway, who's pushing forward and is beaten outside the off stump by another beautiful ball from Scriven. The Leicestershire powers that be will be wondering at what point they can switch the lights off, because the sun is out now. It's a very pleasant afternoon. There's still plenty of cloud around, but again, the apps have got this spot on. They said it was going to be like a sort of a cloudy period in the middle of the day, and then it was going to brighten up later, and so it has proved. Scriven is in, bowls to Conway, covers up defensively, pushes it up towards mid-off. Logan van Beek needing something to do to burn off a little surplus energy, runs across in front of fielder at mid-off, coming in from extra cover. One more is the cry. Well, absolutely, but Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway, what have they got to offer? Scriven in and bowls to Conway, who's getting into line, nudging it down to backward point where Ahmed fields, and there's no run.
City may have scored.
Oh yes, yes.
Has it kicked off? Yes, it has. 15 minutes in.
I didn't realise quite how close we were to the
it depends
kick power, actually.
Which
way the wind's blowing.
Mile and a half, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The wind is from that direction.
Oh,
you can
is,
see
yes.
from the Fox.
Yes, yes.
And so it has blown the sound of the very rare sound of Leicester City cheers down to us.
We live very close to the within that sort of distance as for AFC Rushden and Diamonds ground. Here's a Appeal for LBW against Conway. I think he probably may have just got himself outside the line. Possibly a bit of bat involved. Anyway, Sue Redfern says not out, and Conway survives the over.
He's so much on the move, I'd be surprised if he didn't get outside the line there. Let's have a...
Yes, he's like a sort of a...
Ooh, jeepers.
Slightly taller version of Derek Randall, if you think the way he used to bat when he was always lots of moving parts.
It would have hit halfway up middle, but it also hit the inside of the bat
Okay,
first.
fair
So
enough.
it was it clipped the bat, but absolutely it would have taken middle out halfway. But yeah, little inside edge.
158 for 9 it is, and Northamptonshire still trailing by 146.
He actually raised the bat afterwards to show everybody. Probably the
course.
red mark on the inside edge, but he generally did take the inside edge. Green then looking for a fourth wicket is in to Sanderson, and he has got his 1,000 runs. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide. He sort of flicked at it, and it flew somewhat unconvincingly, but nonetheless short of third man. And Ben Sanderson is off the mark with a single. Where are the cheers?
I don't know.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Are you sure about this?
I'm absolutely sure, yes.
I think the message needs to go to the dressing room.
I've had several months to look at it.
Green is in to Conway, who is defending solidly, actually, back up the pitch. I saw Graham Lloyd looking at the sky, and well, he's now looking up and having a chat to Ben Sanderson, who is leaning on his bat with the nonchalance of a man who's got 1,000 first-class runs to his name.
Well, the next thing is going to be, if he gets his 2 more wickets to get to 400, those that have 1,000 runs and 400 wickets for Northamptonshire.
In goes Green, bowls a bouncer to Conway, who just ducks underneath it.
And he will want to know. Believe me, he will want to know.
Well, I would not bet against it happening when he has the ball in his hand here at Grace Road. When that will be, it could be quite soon. There are 42 overs left to be bowled today, or 42 and a half, so another 10 before tea will be taken. Take off 2 for a change of innings, possibly. In goes Green, and pushed firmly by Conway out towards Ahmed, and he sort of walks down the wicket. He's got a 4-arm guard on, wisely perhaps, because it has one or two. I'm surprised one or two other batters haven't, because there has been a little bit of lift from time to time. I don't think anybody's been hit on the 4-arm as such, but a few right hands.
Richie Patel yesterday, I think, was the only
Yes,
one. He wore one, didn't he?
On the elbow sort of area. Green is in, bowls full and straight, but again, Conway sort of waiting in his crease, just bunts it out to mid-off.
Well, I suppose the other thing is that the next target for Ben Sanderson is the fact that he still needs 6 more to score 1,000 first-class runs for Northamptonshire, because 6 of those runs were for Yorkshire.
6 are Yorkie runs, right.
They don't count.
Green in, bowls, defended on the off stump this time by Conway out to Ahmed, and he played that over for the most part extremely competently. Sanderson dealt with the first ball slightly fortuitously, but Conway faced 12 balls for his single.
The umpire's having a chat, and I suspect it will be to switch the lights off, because they're really not needed now, and it's the skies where the weather is coming from. It's much brighter. The clouds are much higher. They're well broken, so common sense would dictate that they're switched off until might possibly be needed later on in the day. But common sense and cricket don't necessarily go hand in hand.
Always.
No. 159 for 9. Ben Sanderson, flushed with success, will face the next ball from Tom Scriven. Oh, that's "They shall not pass," says Sanderson. Pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I was thinking about, assuming he gets to the 400, it's about 30 in history that have taken 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire, so not that many, and it's, so when you consider how little first-class cricket we play now compared to what used to be the case. Here's Scriven in, edged and dropped at first slip. Edged to Ben Green, and he caught it, dropped it, caught it and dropped it. He had 2 goes at it and he couldn't quite hang on. It was to his right. Not an easy chance, but one that well, you'd expect Ben Green to swallow that, what, 8 times out of 10. But it's gone down. Oh, will that prove a costly miss? Scriven in again, bowls to Sanderson, hit on the pad. Big appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Redfern. Sanderson rehearses the shot he meant to play, which is a nice little work away through mid-wicket. Ben Green is gazing to the heavens. Can't believe that he dropped that. So he did have a couple of goes at it. Just couldn't quite hang on, get the rebound. Scriven looking for a 3rd wicket from the Bennett end, in and bowls to Ben Sanderson, who goes for a big swing that would have deposited the ball probably into the press box at the far end of the ground had he made contact, but he didn't. 159 for 9 it stays. He had that wonderful moment game against Kent a few years ago when Ben Sanderson got 40 odd and put on a record partnership for the last wicket with Lewis McManus, and then Ben Curran went and got a wicket, his first wicket in first-class cricket. And the game sort of petering out to a draw. Scriven's in, bowls short. Sanderson ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper. And I remember saying to, I think it might have been to Rob Keogh, what are they talking about up there? And he said they're just boring each other to death with talking through their batting and bowling respectively. Like we said earlier, batters love to talk about their bowling and bowlers love to talk about their batting. Here's Sanderson facing Scriven, hit on the pad but going down the leg side, bit high as well I think. No appeal, and another over ticks by. Sanderson is 1, Conway is 1. 159 for 9, Northamptonshire trailing by 145, having lost the wickets since lunch of Safe Sabe, caught by Sol Buddinger at 4th slip off Logan Van Beek for 19. That was 122 for 7. Justin Broad played well, caught behind by Cox off Tom Scriven for 36. That was 157 for 8. And Calvin Harrison caught at 2nd slip by Peter Hanscom off Ben Green for 14. That was 157 for 9.
So Green, with a sort of chance to redeem himself, comes in and bowls to Conway, who bunts it out into the on-side, the foolish delivery. They take the single. In comes Lewis Hill, but he doesn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps because the batsmen had more than made their ground. Indeed, Conway was sort of halfway back towards the pavilion before he sort of didn't exactly grind to a halt, but he sort of keeps running and sort of prescribes a
he needs one of those
180-degree circle.
One of those drogue shoots, doesn't he, to slow him down.
Once he gets going, he takes some stopping. He just flexes his left knee, but he's forever sort of flexing something. The big man. Green in to Sanderson. Poor ball by Green standards. A bouncer down the leg side, which is something he hasn't bowled, and he's just nagged away at top of off really and got movement and consequently picked up wickets. Probably that catch may still be in his mind.
I suspect Ben Sanderson has pulled rank here on the basis that he's got a first-class batting average of 9.4 and Harry Conway's 8.3, so he's senior partner.
Green is in and bowls. It bounces up a little bit at Sanderson, but he plays it quite well. Just takes his bottom hand off the bat and shovels it around the corner. There is no one round the corner, just Hill for some reason down there at deep square has to come running into field. Stays in because Conway is now going to be on strike, but Sanderson now has 1,001 first-class runs to his name. Floodlights are still on, incidentally, so whatever the conversation was, it didn't end with them telling Leicester, they can switch the lights off. In goes Green. Bowls very full, looking for the Yorker, but Conway sees it, waits on the back foot and just clips it out towards Hill, who is now up saving one, so no run. Green bowls. Oh, super delivery. That is far, far too good for Harry Conway, who looks back down the pitch, having gone forward and gone back and tried to block it, and it swung past his outside edge, and just kind of shrugged to himself in those circumstances.
Yes, as F.S. Truman would probably have said, it were wasted on thee.
Bangs the bat down. He has a long way to go to bang the bat down. In goes Green and bowls to him, and he digs out a foolish delivery that looked to stay a bit low and would have been plumb in front. But his bat came down on the ball, kept it out. Green has no success. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 17 for him. So he has plenty of which to be proud, but I bet it's that catch that's still in his mind. The catch that went down.
Yes, so 40 overs left in the day, as Richard was saying. Potentially knock a couple off, but of course we've got tea to factor in. We've got the fact that Northamptonshire are 9 down to factor in, which would, in normal circumstances, delay tea. So when we get a cup of tea, heaven only knows. But somebody will tell us. At some point, possibly. Here's Tom Scriven starting his 12th over from the Bennett end to bowl to Sanderson, who goes for another expansive drive up over mid-off. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Ben Cox. That was a, I don't know, that was a little 8-iron, I think, wasn't it?
He wasn't in the same parish, was he?
No.
He did miss it by a long way.
This is, and Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway would know just how frustrating this can be when you've done so much hard work and bowled as well as the Leicestershire seamers have, and you just got to try and knock over 10 and 11. Here's Scriven in, bowls to Sanderson, who is solid, playing it up to Josh Hull at mid-on, and there's no run.
I did get a message from Friends of Grace Road. Lemon and blueberry.
Oh, I say.
Chocolate, of course. Fruit cakes. Lemon drizzle.
Lemon and blueberry sounds rather nice. It's almost health-giving as well, isn't it? Superfood. Scriven into bowl short, and Sanderson decides to employ a stroke that is rarely seen. I've very rarely seen him play it, which is the pull. He's obviously got to that page in the MCC coaching book, and he thought he'd try it out. The only problem was the ball, I think, was almost in Ben Cox's gloves before he attempted to play the stroke. So
not so much late as belated.
Yes, it was late. Posthumous. Here's Scriven in again, bowls and driven beautifully by Sanderson. It's pitched up, it's going to go, and that has gone away out through extra cover. It's got the legs, and it crosses the rope before Ian Ahmed can catch up with it, and that will improve Tom Scriven's mood very little. 6 to Sanderson, and Northamptonshire up to 165 for 9, and well, now Sanderson just 1 run away from his 1,000 for Northamptonshire. What a moment that will be, an emotional moment, I'm sure, for all concerned. 2 slips as Scriven runs into bowl to Sanderson on leg stump, clipped it away, out through square leg. For 6 is that, it's gone all the way for half a dozen. Well, Ben Sanderson has obviously got to that page in the book as well, and is determined to show every shot in the book. That was a full ball on leg stump, and he just clipped it away down behind square on the leg side. I lost sight of it, and I think Sue Redfern did as well, hence the fact that she was checking with Lewis Hill down there, but that has gone for 6. And Sanderson now has 1,000 first-class runs for Northamptonshire.
What a way to get there.
What a way to get there. I wonder, and I'm sure I should probably have to check this later, how many 6s he's hit for Northamptonshire. I can remember a couple, but it's not a common occurrence, I think it's fair to say. But anyhow, useful runs. 171 for 9, Sanderson. Facing Scriven, and Sanderson squared up by that one, pushing it out into the covers. No run, end of the over. 171 for 9. Sanderson is 12, Conway is 2. And Northamptonshire's deficit now 133.
Well, the drop has now cost Leicestershire 11 from Sanderson, 1 from Conway, so 12 runs, which in the context of the game may yet be important runs. And Green isn't going to get another chance to redeem himself in terms of bowling anyway, because Josh Hull is going to be given the opportunity to see if he can finish things off. Slightly lugubrious announcement welcoming to the pavilion end.
Yes. Exactly the most enthusiastic welcome to the bowling crease.
He's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Harry Conway. Full in-swinging Yorker first up. That's what the Leicestershire doctor will have ordered. He has a short leg as well as a gully. Hull is in and bowls short of a length delivery, but Conway right behind it, up on his toes, blocking it back down the pitch towards Josh. Leicestershire and England's Josh Hull. Sorry, Oundle, Leicestershire and England's Josh Hull.
Thank you very much. Up the badges. .71 for 9.
Partnership 14 for the last wicket. Hull is in and bowls. That's Fuller getting. There's momentary hesitation between the batsmen as both take a couple of strides forward before somebody says no run. Not quite sure who, but sort of mutual decision not to go through with it in the end, which there wasn't when the chance was missed. Well, I actually didn't write it down as a chance, but it won't get many bigger ones for a run out than Rehan Ahmed spurned. Hull is in, bowls a bouncer that is going to give away 4 byes. I think that's going to be byes. Yes, it is. By which I mean it could have been 4 wides. It was a poor delivery, but Conway is a tall man, but he wasn't going to get anywhere near that. And there's general silence around as, well, partnership extends to 18.
Josh Hull, of course, did concede 5 wides this morning, didn't he, with a one that flew over everybody and everything, including Ben Cox. That was signalled as wides, but that second one wasn't.
Hull is in and bowls and nicely turned off his body by Conway, who's... Oh, does he want a new bat? He's all signals and movement at the crease, having played this shot, and well, it's like he's got a ticket.
I can see what Darren Lehman meant when he said in one of the interviews before Harry Conway arrived that he was a mad badger and everyone would love him. He is a character.
He hitches up his trousers now, sort of like Oliver Hardy, really. You're going to have a lot of fun watching this man, I suspect, over the next few games. In goes Hull, bowls to Sanderson, who lobs it up in the air and is dropped at short leg. Did it carry? It just lobbed up in the air, and Budinger, who was rather on his heels, dived forward. I think he got his hands to it. It looked to be a very simple catch at short leg. Well, let us hope from Leicestershire's point of view that he didn't, because if he did, it was a bit of a goober. His hands were under his body when he tried to take it, instead of ahead of him, so he sort of almost over-dived, if you can do such a thing. But Leicestershire spurning chance after chance. In goes Hull and bowls fullish on off stump, but Sanderson is equal to it, pops it out to point, and that is the end of Hull's over. 1 for 40 off 8 overs for him.
176 for 9.
Put that down as a chance.
Yeah.
He got there basically.
Deficit is 128, and I mean it's stating the obvious, but Northamptonshire just really need to try and keep the deficit down as much as they can. If they could somehow scrape a few more runs, get the deficit down under 100, say. Just from a psychological point of view, they're still very much up against it in this game with so much cricket left to be played. Here's Scriven looking to polish off the innings, runs into bowl to Harry Conway, who reaches for that one, plays it into the ground, bounces up nicely for Rehan Ahmed to field at backward point, and there's no run, and Ahmed immediately puts his hands in his pockets. It's that cold out there, but we saw a lot of hand warmers in evidence at Derby a couple of games ago. Still 2 slips in, a ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside. Scriven from the Bennett end is in, bowls to Conway, and that nips back into Conway, but he's equal to it and now demonstrates with his hand how the ball travelled through the air, how it nipped off the seam, and how he was equal to the task of keeping it out. Started his first-class career in Australia with New South Wales, but now with South Australia. Here's Scriven. In and bowls to Conway, pushes it up towards extra cover. And there's no run once again. Logan van Beek trots around just with something to do, I think, at extra cover. Imagine actually with that breeze, it probably is a little bit parky out there. Northamptonshire flag, the sort of bedspread as we call it, because it's a very large flag just up above us is billowing out. Breeze coming was from over our heads as Conway squeezes that one away through backward point. Rehan Ahmed trots back to field and they come through for a single. Now, Tom Scriven is not a small man, but he's when you see him next to Harry Conway, it's slightly comical. Conway to 4, 177 for 9. Brings Ben Sanderson on to strike. Scriven, 2 balls left in this over. Bowls to Sanderson. It edges it down to third man. There is a third man, Richie Patel. And it's 1 more run to Ben Sanderson. 13 to him, 178 for 9. Deficit now 126. Floodlights still on. I suppose, mindful of the fact that there is still quite a lot of cloud around, they would look a bit foolish if they switch them off and then the cloud rolled in again and they had to put it back on again. Conway back on strike, facing Scriven, and that's on the line of leg stump, and Conway's pushing it up to Josh Hull at mid-on. Goes for a little run around the crease, and that's overcalled by umpire Sue Redfern. 178 for 9. 13 to Sanderson, 4 to Conway, and 37 overs remaining in the day. So, well, where they would stand now we're past what would be the time of tea, which is now basically at 20 to 4. How they work it out with 9 wickets down, I've absolutely no idea.
They can take the extra half hour, can't they, once it gets to 32 to go. Hull into Sanderson bowls on off stump, slightly short of a length. Sanderson defends comfortably enough on the back foot, pushes it out to Holland, who's warming up a little bit, so he might be about to replace Scriven. But this partnership, well, should have been ended before it started. Ahmed missing the simplest of run-out chances. Should have been ended on 2 when Sanderson on 1 was dropped by Green, and should have been ended 2 runs ago when Budinger didn't get under properly. A chance at short leg. Good bouncer, and Cox dives away to his right, manages to stop it. It was a good bouncer because Sanderson picked it up late and just managed to get his head out of the way of it. Cox leapt away high to his left and got a good glove on it. Didn't take the ball cleanly, but it only went a yard or 2 behind him. But Just seemed to see that one rather late.
He did. I thought for a second he was in a spot of bother there. But,
I think so did he. His heart will be beating a touch faster, I'm sure. Hole is in. Bowls another bouncer to him, and that's a poor delivery. The first one was a decent bouncer, but that was dragged down, and it was down the leg side, and that presumably is 2 for the over. I didn't see the signal after the first one from Graham Lloyd. There was a big one after that, but I would imagine that's 2 for the over. We shall see. Hanscom has split his close fielders. He's still at more or less second slip. There's a short leg and a gully now for the one that comes off the splice. Hole in. Bowls fullish, driven well, but not quite out of the middle. Should pick up at least 2, could be 3. Yeah, there will be 3. There will be 1 for the Ahmed throw. Little leap into the air from Ahmed, and a big throw. He's got a mighty shoulders on him. That's a long way from down there, and he overthrew Ben Cox. That was, blimey, that must be close on 80,
huge
85
chuck,
yards. Huge from the little fella, a little fella. Sort of hopped into the air and really let fly.
What was quite funny there was Harry Conway covering the pitch when they came back for third in about 6 strides.
Yeah, he didn't need many, did he?
Balmy, isn't it?
Didn't need many, but that's 3. Sanderson on to 16, 181 for 9. Hole into Conway. Bowls turned comfortably past leg, and he should pick up a couple, and will, because that's a long run around for Richie Patel down there from long leg to deep backward square. 2 more taken, and 2-0 it sounds like. Probably judge. I think that noise, that the cheer for the second wasn't quite as loud as the cheer for, well, they haven't seen many goals at all at Leicester City.
Perhaps they're getting blasé about it.
They'll be hoping Vardy scores, because it's his last game at the
he has
at the King Power.
He
there you
put
go.
Leicester ahead.
That was why the cheer for the first was as loud as it was. 183 for 9. Partnership up to 26. Hole is in. Bowls looking for the. It's bowled a no ball, so 2 more to the score. 185 for 9. Partnership 28.
Northamptonshire's record last wicket partnership against Leicestershire, little way to go. 77 by Fred Bakewell and Reg Partridge. Reg Partridge with the
Great
pride of
names.
Wollaston
Great names.
at Ayleston Road in 1933.
Partridge and Wallace. Partridge and
Fred Bakewell.
Bakewell.
Fine player, England player.
Cracking names. Hole is in, and Bowls outside off stump, very wide, and allowed to go through by Conway. Couldn't reach it, he says. He's gesturing with his right hand and saying, I'd have had to reach out there with one-handed. A bit away, but no wide signalled by Graham Lloyd.
Extraordinary scorecard that game, which I just got up. The last wicket partnership of 77, of which Reg Partridge, who I did know, I met him and had several good chats with him before he passed away. He made 7. Fred Bakewell opened the batting and was last out for 192 out of 299 all out. Next highest score in the innings was Alex Snowden, who made 25, and Arthur Cox 24, and nobody else in double figures.
Well, there is going to be a change at the Bennett end, but it isn't going to be the one I suggested it might be.
No, we're going to see a bit of Logan van Beek. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 43. Wickets of Keogh, Zabe and McManus, 3 good ones. And he's in to bowl, and that's short, and Sanderson sways out of the way. Goes through to Ben Cox. Sue Redfern gestures that is 1 for the over. These are handy runs. It's just frustrating for the fielding side, as we were saying, when they've done so much good work today. In fact, more than good, outstanding work. But just being held up here by Northamptonshire's last pair. And Sanderson pushing that one into the onside. I think he got a bit of bat on it. We'll see if there's any signal from Sue Redfern. No, there isn't. So 1 more to Sanderson. He goes to 17. Just rolls out into the onside. 186 for 9. The deficit now is 118. Bit of sunshine. Bit of blue sky over to our right, floodlights still on, but some darker cloud behind, not rain cloud, but may just obscure the sun in a moment as Van Beek comes in. Oh, crumbs, that's a good leave by Harry Conway. It nipped back in and it didn't miss the off stump by much. The only thing is it might just have passed over the top.
Went over the top of the middle,
Yeah.
right over.
I mean, often in those circumstances we'll say very, very sagely, oh, well, he left it on length rather than line. I'm not sure he did, you know, but anyway, it missed the stumps. Bright sunshine at the moment as Van Beek is in and Conway drops a pad on it. They scamper through for a quick single and somehow they manage to get there, and Harry Conway giving a sort of thumbs up to Ben Sanderson because he obviously called the single and it was tight, and I doubt if Sando would be massively appreciative of that, but anyway, it's a run. 7 to Conway, 187 for 9. Brings Ben Sanderson back onto strike, and Scriven bowls, Van Beek bowls to him, and Sanderson just getting up on his toes, nudges it down to Lewis Hill at fine leg, and they pick up another single. Sanderson to 18, 188 for 9. Looking at the over 8 on the board, +2, and actually, to be fair, considering you haven't seen any spin, the over 8's been pretty good. I think the Leicestershire Peter Hanscom's getting them moving around quickly between the overs. Van Beek in bowls, hits Conway on the pad as he looks to work it into the onside. Realises that Sol Budinger has picked up the ball and is closing in on the stumps, and so he gets back into his ground. End of the over, 18 to Sanderson, 7 to Conway, 188 for 9. The partnership now worth 31 for the last wicket. And as Richard's been saying, they've had a few opportunities to end that partnership and so far haven't done so.
Josh Holt is going to be given another of those opportunities. Same field, i.e. Hanscom at second slip, Budinger at short leg, and Van Beek, I think it is, at sort of deepish gully. Hull round the wicket is in bowls, straight-ish, perhaps just leg stump line, and as a consequence, as it comes off the pad and runs down towards deep backward square, umpire Lloyd raises his right knee. It was going down the leg side, so the appeal was choked off in its infancy. Partnership extends to 32, brings Conway down on strike. Hull 20 on his back, turns, runs in and bowls. Again, good delivery, straight, fullish. Conway laying it off the pitch, really, off the back foot, and blocking it out into the offside, and then all sorts of gestures, which could mean anything, really. I don't know what is the semaphore is all about, but every time after every shot there's some sort of gesture, some sort of semaphore as to what the ball is doing. Perhaps it's bounce, perhaps it's movement. He waits with bat raised as Hull is in to him, and he loses sight of that one. It's a short one into the body, and he turns his head away, and it thumps into some part of his anatomy. He shows absolutely no ill effects whatsoever. I don't know where that hit him. The gestures increase in number, forearm actually, so it's as well that he had that guard on. But he turned his head away, completely lost sight of the ball, could have gone anywhere. Hull is into him again, full, driven, thick outside edge. It runs very quickly down to third man, but he is going to pick up one. Lewis Hill is down there. Moves on to 8, 190 for 9.
He's just great fun, isn't he? Harry Conway really is. He's just never still. He's always gesticulating about something. Just to update Northamptonshire listeners that Counties women have lost their match against Middlesex at Wantage Road. Early finish there, lost by 4 wickets with about 16 overs to spare, having been bowled out for 144.
Hole is in to Sanderson, bouncer, and Sanderson just leans inside the line, so it goes over his left shoulder. Well, we're almost at tea now, so
Yes.
if a wicket falls after this ball, then they will take tea. And if it doesn't, then we will swap over, because if it doesn't fall in the next 2.1 overs, they will keep going. Hole in, bowls outside off stump, and a belated attempt to sort of flay it away through the offside by Ben Sanderson is unsuccessful. He misses it. He remains on 18, but that partnership 33, and say more than irritating. I would imagine it's getting close to being infuriating for Leicestershire.
Yep, 2 overs to go until, as Richard was saying, the stipulated tea interval, but we'll take these 2 overs and then see what happens, and if Northamptonshire are still batting, then I'll make way for Oliver. He'll be back with us after tea in any case. 190 for 9.
He's taken a few wickets today, Oliver. So
He has.
Let's get him back on.
Don't stay where you are. Here's Van Beek in bowls, and almost Caribbean flourish. A very full-length ball. Conway flays it away off a thickish outside edge down to third man. Richie Patel fields, and there's no run. The best thing about that, a single rather, to Conway goes to 9, 191 for 9. The best thing about that was the follow-through. It was like IVA Richards, a little flourish at the end. Brings Sanderson back onto strike to face Van Beek, and Sanderson in defence plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Logan Van Beek into his 17th over. As I mentioned, he really ripped into Northamptonshire's middle order, sort of the engine room of the batting order. Rob Keogh for 9, Safe Saib for 19, and Lewis McManus for 1 just on the stroke of lunch. Safe Saib just after. 3 for 47. He's in again, bowls to Sanderson, edged, and this time he's caught, and the innings is over. Van Beek picks up his 4th wicket, regulation catch this time that Ben Green makes no mistake. Sanderson goes for 18, and Northamptonshire are all out for 191. It means that Leicestershire have a first innings lead of 113, and that, I imagine, will be tea, Richard.
It should be, and the players are indeed leaving the pitch. What is umpire Redfern signalling about?
Yeah,
bringing on the ground stuff.
Yes.
Well, they'd be coming on anyway, but I think maybe it may be about the lights, hopefully, but we'll see. Yep. Another successful session in the end for Leicestershire, though some admirable fight shown by the Northamptonshire last wicket pair in particular. And Ben Sanderson, yet another landmark to the Yorkshiremen for Northamptonshire. We'll be back with you on BBC Radio's Leicester and Northampton, BBC Sport, and of course on the stream on YouTube in around about 18 minutes time. You might hear me do a half-time update for BBC Radio Leicester, but well, and Northamptonshire make inroads into Leicestershire's second innings. They've got a decent lead, but certainly not a match-defining lead, I wouldn't
No, I don't
argue.
think so. It could have been a lot, from Northamptonshire's point of view, it could have been a lot worse.
Could. And we'll find out how well Leicestershire get on at extending that in a few minutes' time.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot, Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback! They're very much in the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a back that is! They're Foxes, they're fighting hard. this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Well, good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Final session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. Ball by ball commentary being brought to you by the BBC in conjunction with the ECB. And in this particular case, by BBC Radio's Leicester and Northampton. The two umpires heading out to the middle, Graham Lloyd and Sue Redfern, because the match is now at its halfway point. Leicestershire in their first innings 304, Northamptonshire shortly before tea bowled out for 191. It looked like it was going to be a fair bit less than that at 157 for 9, but a decent last wicket partnership between Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway. Partnership of 34. Hasn't exactly kept the lead to within manageable proportions, but it certainly is a lot less emphatic than it might have been. The two Leicestershire openers heading out into the middle. Centurion of the first innings, Richie Patel, and Sol Budinger with him. The Northamptonshire team coming from the other side, so to speak, of the sight screen. And huge expanse of blue heading our way, but the floodlights are still on. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Andrew Rad, BBC Radio Northampton, and Oliver Shook-Smith are your commentators for this game. Am I pronouncing that right, incidentally?
Yes, you are.
Good, thank you. You might have been too polite to put me right, but I'm glad it isn't too offensive, the pronunciation.
It's commonly pronounced Shook-Smith, but
well, there you go, that's
it
right.
is Shook-Smith.
Ah, okay, so okay, I'm right, but not common.
Yeah.
I'm going to have that engraved on my tombstone, I think. So Rishi Patel is going to take strike against Ben Sanderson, needing just 2 more wickets to reach the significant, more than a significant landmark, the wholly admirable landmark of 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire. I am quietly reminded from the Yorkie-hating man at the back of the box. And Oliver will tell you all about Sanderson's efforts to pick up the first of those 2 wickets.
Well, here he comes to Rishi Patel for the first delivery of the innings. Patel steps out of his crease and tucks this one into the leg side, where it's fielded at square leg for no run.
Hoping we're going to get on the board lead by or whatever, but we just have to add 113 to whatever the total is, and that's a horrible sum already. I can do it at the moment, but once it we shall see.
I'm a big fan of the old school manual scoreboard over to our left hand side, but it's not filled with information. As this one's down leg side, there's a loud appeal, and he's got a feather on it. Strangled down the leg side, and Sanderson gets his 399th Northamptonshire wicket. And I mean, you always take it as an opening bowler, but it's not quite the fashion he would have intended. It was well outside leg stump, and Rishi Patel just fending at it, got a feather through to the keeper. There was no hesitation in the appeal or the decision. And the first innings centurion trudges off second ball in the second innings.
Well, how many times do batsmen sort of gesture at those legs? And it wasn't even sort of close to his pads, was it? It was really well down the leg side. It was in poor delivery, really, but Sanderson has bowled many fine deliveries that haven't taken wickets, so he will take them however they come, but that's a real blow for Leicestershire, and they're effectively 113 for 1 then.
The 12th man, for some reason, has run on a drink for Sol Budinger, who I'm not sure he needs it after standing at the non-striker's end for 2 balls. But the new batsman out there will be Rehan Ahmed in his newly appointed position at the top of the order for Leicestershire. As we mentioned earlier, he's off the back of 2 ducks. And, well, Northamptonshire fans will be hoping that that can be made into a hat-trick of ducks, but would present a far from ideal start. Well, it's already a far from ideal start for Leicestershire.
His 4 innings since he came back from injury are 1-0, 104 and 0. Rishi Patel, all or nothing, but That was horribly unlucky. Leg slips in though for Ahmed. He owes Leicestershire at the moment, Rahan.
Yes, missing a very easy run-out chance that could have put an immediate end to that final wicket partnership, as he's in behind this one from Sanderson into the offside. A bit of extra bounce, as you would expect with this hard new ball.
Heavy roller did go on the pitch between innings. Both sides, remember, can use it twice, as well as before the match obviously starts, when it's still the groundsman's.
The ground now baked in sunshine, as it wasn't for much of the afternoon session. As Sanderson comes into Ahmed, this one's full and he's defending into the offside.
And yet the floodlights are still on, which is frankly ludicrous. Pouring energy and money down the drain. I don't know whether it's because once they're switched off, they have to wait a certain amount of time before they can switch them on again. But or plunge Aylstone into a powerless situation. But
as Sanderson in once more, this one keeps a bit low, but Ahmed gets the toe edge of the bat on it to Calvin Harrison at second slip. Sort of went down on his haunches there, did Ahmed, to emphasise the low bounce on that delivery.
But they are modern, the floodlights, so hopefully they can sort of be switched on and off without too much of a delay. So they could go off.
Sanderson will finish the opening over of the third innings of the match, and Ahmed takes a wild slash at that one outside off stump. I'm not sure he was particularly close to that one, as he looked to flay it through the offside, made no connection, and the first over will end a wicket maiden from Ben Sanderson. Not sure you were too pleased with that shot choice there, were you, Richard?
I don't imagine that. I mean, he has licence to go, and you know, a quick 30, 40 or more would put Leicestershire sort of firmly in control again. And as they say these days, it's the way I play, and it's brought him success, you know, in his career so far. So who am I to judge? But maybe have a little look. Budinger squats at the crease as he stretches himself out, gets ready to face Harry Conway. Very pink grip on Budinger's bat handle. He's had starts in every innings he's played so far this season, Sol Budinger. Leicestershire would appreciate another decent effort from him. Round the wicket comes Conway, bowls to him, he defends as it swings in on the money from the very start. Harry Conway blocked out to mid-off, where Proctor, the Northants captain, is the fielder. Northants clearly feel that they're still very much in this game, and they are. 113 the lead. More than useful in the context of the game as a whole, but far from being decisive. Conway is in, bowls very wide and taken between first and second slip as it swings further away by Lewis McManus. Must have been fairly close to the wide. The umpires, of course, have changed ends now, so Graham Lloyd standing at the Bennett end. Sue Redfern at square leg now at the pavilion end. Just the two slips, conscious of the need to save runs perhaps. Proctor, he's got a third man and a long leg, almost fine leg actually, as Conway is in and bowls, and he's going to concede runs. Leicester up and running in their second innings. It's full outside off stump and driven away by Budinger. It's not going to go to the ropes. Proctor skids and dives and drags it back, and there's relay work James Sales, I think it is, out there with the sun hat on, who in the very far distance, it's a long way over there, deep extra cover from the pavilion end. Budinger picks up 3 for 1. Well, the Conway-Ahmed confrontation is going to be interesting. Ahmed looks around. What field will Proctor set? Will it be any changes? No, not really. He has got deep backward square, about 10 yards inside the ropes, in front of that admired manual scoreboard. In goes Conway and bowls, and outside off stump. It's a little bit short, but it swings away and bounces a little bit, and Ahmed twitches at it.
The floodlights have now been turned off.
Not before time. It's just ridiculous. Crazy, isn't it, when the ground is bathed in sunshine and you've got a great expanse of blue and you have no great build-up of cloud weather where that's coming from. Conway in, bowls. Ahmed gets the delivery down the leg side. He too gestures at it and doesn't get anything on it. Well, we've seen already that is a dangerous game.
It's difficult because your inclination is to go after it thinking it's easy runs, but as we saw with Richie Patel, if it goes wrong, it can easily backfire and not look like the smartest decision.
Conway, giant strides, eating up the ground, comes in and bowls to Patel straight, but Patel defends that one in a tolerably orthodox manner. Back down the pitch towards Conway, who picks it up in his follow through. End of the second over of the Leicestershire second innings. 3 for 1 the score, the lead 1-1-6.
You were commenting when Conway was batting on all his various mannerisms. I saw a video this morning made by the County Championship Instagram page of compilation of his 5 celebrations yesterday.
Oh, right.
The wickets he took, which were quite entertaining. The caption, I think, said, "No one had more fun yesterday than Harry Conway." So he's a very passionate man.
I shall have to fish that one out, find that one. That's on the ECB website, is it?
Well, I saw it on Instagram.
On Instagram,
I
okay.
think it will be on Facebook as well. I think usually the posts are exactly the same between the two.
I suspect that video will be expandable over the next few games. Not just because he'll take wickets, but because he'll have different celebrations as well. I'd like to see one of his batting, though. That'd be fun as well.
As Sanderson will begin a new over to the left-handed Sol Budinger, who's defending this one into the offside. Much encouragement for Ben Sanderson after that delivery from the wicket-keeper and 3 slips. There's also a very straight, fine leg, a deep third, and then 2 on either side of the wicket in front of square, almost exactly mirroring each other. As Sanderson is in once more. And this one gets some good shape back into the left-handed batsman, who's looking to turn it leg side, a bit of a leading edge, but all along the floor to, I think it's Safe Sabe at mid-off. Definitely feels the warmest it's been all day, at least in the commentary box, whether that's because of the positioning of the sun or if it actually is as warm as it's been. Sanderson will continue. Budinger defending this one, very straight. He saw potential for a single, but it wasn't there. It's in fact Proctor at mid-off. Not sure why I thought that was Safe Save. But he does the fielding once more. Someone in the crowd shouting, "Big shot coming."
Yeah, it's Wendell, the Northants.
Oh, and there is a play and a miss. Attempted drive from Sol Budinger whistles past the edge through to McManus.
He's always good value, Wendell. I don't think he was here yesterday. Not sure. I didn't hear him yesterday.
Seems like you definitely would hear him if he was here.
Oh yeah, you'd know, yes.
As Sanderson, searching that 400th wicket, comes in once more to Budinger, who turns it into the leg side. There's some wide open space given how straight the fine leg fielder is, and they'll come through for a couple of comfortable runs. Two more onto the total, which is now at 5 for 1. As ever, a tight start from Sanderson with the new ball. So finishes second over now. Budinger advances down the wicket and defends it into the offside. And the two balls he faced, we saw Richie Patel step down the wicket on both of them, and I think that's the first time I've noticed Budinger doing it, but it's often employed by opening batters when the ball's moving around a bit.
Yeah, quite a few of them have tried it in this game anyway. Forward and across quite often as well, in the hope of getting outside the line. It's worked for some. Ahmed will be on strike to Conway, who is already pounding down the slope from the Bennett end. Bowls, and Ahmed is turning it into the leg side, slightly short of a length delivery. That returns, but only as far as mid-wicket. Bartlett, the fielder there. Conway doesn't dawdle or trudge back to the top of his mark. He fairly marches and turns. Knees pumping, comes running in, bowls. Ahmed on off stump, gets a good length delivery that he defends carefully, and Conway rather goes down in stages to his left and doesn't manage to stop the ball somehow. Runs past, but only as far as mid-off. Wide-ish mid-off anyway. 9 balls faced by Rehan Ahmed. Yet to get off the mark. Unlike him, he's tried. He's playing each ball on its merit so far in this over, as that one hits the pad, I think, and it goes off behind square on the onside. They take the run, but it will be a leg by, signalled by umpire Lloyd, who, despite himself, is supposed to wait until the ball is sort of dead, aren't they, really, before they signal it. Case of an appeal, etc., etc., but his hand immediately sort of started to go towards his leg, and then he waited. It is an extra, the first of the innings, 6 for 1. Leicestershire 119 the lead. Round the wicket goes Conway. Bowls to Budinger, swings back in. Budinger, not entirely convincingly, but gets something behind it, bat-wise that is. Slightly angled bat as he blocks it back down the pitch. Whether that was one of the fielders, I think it's one of the spectators actually.
I think it was whoever's fielding at point.
Point, you reckon, was the slow hand clap. As round the wicket comes Conway, bowls to Budinger, who's solidly forward. It's Bartlett there. No, it's Sales, in fact, beg your pardon. Hands the ball to his skipper. it a fairly perfunctory polish before lobbing it to Conway. 5 wickets in the first innings for Harry Conway. Great start to his Northamptonshire career. Little skip and a jump as he gets into his run-up. In he comes, bowls short and pulled around the corner for 4 by Sol Budinger. Got on top of the bounce there. Conway looks at him for a long time before hitching his trousers up and heading off to get his jumper, but didn't rise on him as much as I suspect that Conway would have liked it to, and Budinger swiveled, pulled it around the corner between long leg and deep backward square or deep square. For 4, he moves on to 9. Leicestershire 10 for 1.
He was on that in a flash, was Budinger. He saw a few of the Northants batsmen attempt the pull shot unsuccessfully, but no such troubles for the Leicestershire opener. It will be Sanderson to Ahmed to begin the 5th over. Ahmed still yet to get off the mark as he shuffles across and defends this one into the onside. The 11th delivery he's faced off the back of 2 ducks in a row. I'm sure the nerves will be jangling within Rehan Ahmed. Can thankfully say I've never been in the exact situation of being on 3 ducks in a row, but even just after 1, you're always keen to get off the mark as quickly as possible. As Sanderson is into Ahmed, and he will get off the mark here with a very quick single, a shy at the stumps. Misses, but I think Ahmed was home safely anyway, as Proctor had an effort at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Just a bit of drop and run into the offside there from Ahmed, who is now underway in this Leicestershire second innings. Be Budinger now to face up to Ben Sanderson. And this one is driven gloriously through the offside. A very short follow through from Budinger. He just timed the ball. A slightly unconventional looking drive, but to excellent effect as it's 4 runs onto the Leicestershire total, straight through the gap between extra cover and cover point. Second boundary, I think that is for Budinger.
Once again into double figures. Yet to be dismissed in for less than double figures so far this season. So,
and he'll face up again to Sanderson, and that is a magnificent shot. Hold the pose. It's gone all the way for 6 over long on. He stepped down the track and a glorious swing of the bat over long on for 6. Went very high. Had there been a fielder on the boundary, they might have been able to catch it, but obviously no long on in place this early in the innings. And, well, that's a sign of Sol Budinger's intent, I suppose.
it's pretty much how he plays his cricket, really. Ball is going to have to apparently be inspected, although it landed on the grass. Didn't really hit anything too damaging, I don't think, but Sue Redfern, fairly cursory examination, but it was a lovely shot, and as you say, held the pose just for a moment.
Well, 10 runs off the last 2 balls. What can Sanderson conjure up here? Budinger steps right across as Sanderson changed the angle to go round the wicket, and he turns it to the deep square leg fielder for another single. But I'm sure Ben Sanderson's not used to being hit for 6 in the 3rd over of his spell with a new ball. Over his years at Northamptonshire. Can't imagine it's happened too many times. And he'll finish off that third over to Rayhan Ahmed here. And Ahmed up on his toes defending into the offside. Score is 22 for 1 after 5 overs. Budinger has 20 off just 15 deliveries. And in contrast, Ahmed with 1 off 13. Richie Patel, the man out, who after his first innings century fell second ball to a leg side strangle. Just shows the trials and tribulations of an opening batsman in early season cricket.
Looking at Sol Budinger's scores this season: 56 and 32 not out, 81 and 44, 41, 12, 18, and then in the first innings, did he get 30? Here, I think it was. Yeah, 30. So yet to be dismissed in single figures, but he'll want more than 20, that is for sure. He's on strike now as Conway comes in. Round the wicket, bowls to him. It's turned in the air, but backwards of square. No fielder within several yards of the ball, and he picks up a run as Zabe comes in from deep backward square to field. And Budinger moves on to 21, 23 for 1 Leicestershire. But at 113, 139 the lead. Best conditions of the day now. Beautiful afternoon here at Grace Road as Conway comes in to Ahmed. Bowls very straight. Ahmed behind it, solidly enough, playing it out to mid-wicket on that occasion. Ahmed this season, 2, 13 not out, 13, 77, 100. But then 4, 0, 0, now 1 not out. But I think this is how he's probably going to play his career. He'll get a good score or 2, but then he'll have a couple of low scores because of his aggression really at the crease. In goes Conway, bowls to him. He's not showing aggression there. Well, you can have aggressive defence, can't you? But he's solidly behind that. He can look so neat in defence. Everything's very close together. He's actually quite a correct player when he plays correctly, if that makes any sort of sense at all. But just sometimes he cannot resist opening his shoulders. Not necessarily the right delivery. 15 balls he's faced for a single so far, though. Conway in, bowls to him. It comes back in, inside edge onto the thigh pad, drops down. I thought for a second it was going to drop down on the stumps, but dropped down more or less level, just sort of a couple of inches away from Ahmed on the crease. But he wasn't sure where it had gone. But again, a little bit of seam movement back in as well as the bounce from Harry Conway.
Looks an intimidating bowler to face, given his height and the way he really does pound in on that run up.
Turns on the advertising sign. Comes running in and bowls. Ahmed drives, but a really fine stop away to his left by Zabe saves for. Does concede a single because it was really travelling, and though he got his left hand to it, a good left hand to it, it still didn't exactly stick, didn't quite stick. It ran a yard or 2 to his left, and Ahmed picks up his second single. 24 for 1. Little bit of breeze. The Leicestershire flags either side of the sort of the Geary bar and over by the Stadia Utilities family stand, just fluttering a little. Round the wicket comes Conway. Bowls to Budinger down the leg side. Budinger steps across. He too sort of tries to help it on its way. Doesn't get anything on it taken by McManus. End of the 6th over of Leicestershire's second innings, 24 for 1. The score, 27 remain to be bowled today. Wouldn't like to predict what the score might be. We ought to try just to see if we can. 27 overs left. Let's say we get them all. What do you reckon? They're scoring at 4 and over at the moment, but that hasn't been maintained. 110 for 3. I'll go for that sort of score. What do you reckon?
I was going to go for similar, but now that just looks like I'm copying you. As Sanderson begins a new over to Rehan Ahmed, who's up on his toes and punching this out. It's fielded by a tumbling backward point. Nicely timed by Ahmed, as was the shot in the previous over. It's important for Leicestershire that he doesn't get frustrated here. It always is frustrating when you hit one that well and pick out a fielder.
You'll hear a burst. Just give me a wave.
Some signalling from Rob Keogh to presumably the substitute fielders on the balcony. As Sanderson is in once more, Ahmed drives back down the ground where tumbling Luke Proctor stops it at mid-off, as we are having a change in the commentary box. So there'll just be a brief moment of quiet as I just change seats.
And then, as if by magic, we reappear. I told you, smooth, well-oiled machine.
Sanderson continuing here to Ahmed. This one is edged down to third man, well wide of the 2 slips in place. But a bit of shape there away from the right-hander from Sanderson.
As you say, Oliver is now 1 shy of joining the fairly elite group, 30-odd bowlers who've taken 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire, but the fact that he's done it all this century, and indeed never been more than, what, 16 championship matches in a season since he's been playing.
Sanderson is into Budinger, who is a bit surprised by that one. That gets some lift, but he still manages to guide it comfortably enough down to third man for another single.
And you think, going back to the careers of some of the players that obviously have got 1,000+ championship wickets for, or first-class wickets for Northamptonshire, they were playing, what, 28 championship matches a season, probably plus another couple of first-class games, a university game and a tourist game. He's playing less than half that amount of first-class cricket, so it is well, it's a remarkable tally already. It will be a remarkable achievement if he gets to 400.
He's into Ahmed, searching that 400th, but this one's too straight, and Ahmed clips through the leg side. He doesn't quite get all of it, but it's enough to split the gap and gain him 2 runs as he moves to 5. His score is 28 for 1.
It's funny because when we were sitting there and Richard was saying about what we thought the total might be at the close, I was thinking 110 for 3. You were obviously thinking 110 for 3. But Richard got in first and said 110 for 3. So we may have to come up with something different, but I don't think it's going to be too far away. Assuming we, as Richard was saying, that we get all the overs in, which I think we will.
Sanderson will finish this over, bowling to Ahmed, who again can't beat the point fielder. He's timed it excellently off the back foot, but a diving half stop, well, 3/4 stop at point means they can only get through for a single.
Yeah, cracking bit of fielding by Justin Broad. Again, he was one of the best all-round fielders in the side. You'd say probably him and Saif Zay, but the 2 standout fielders pretty much wherever they go. It saved a boundary, didn't it? Because it was timed beautifully, but only a single accrues. 29 for 1, so what, 26 overs remaining in the day, but conditions such as, I think, I'd be surprised if we don't get them all in. There's still a bit of cloud around, but quite pleasant at the moment. And Conway it's going to be to continue, 3 overs for 9. 2 slips in place. He runs into bowl to Ahmed, who's back on his stumps, working it into the onside. Bartlett fields in there at mid-wicket and there's no run. Contrasting fortunes for Northamptonshire and Leicestershire women's teams today. Northamptonshire lost by 4 wickets to Middlesex at Wantage Road, but good win for Leicestershire, who beat Kent by 7 wickets down at Canterbury. That's in the 50 over competition. Here's Conway in to bowl to Ahmed, who's again back on his stumps, forcing it back down the pitch. Conway fields in his follow through, and there's no run. Runs there for Leicestershire from Ellen Watson, the captain, 37 not out. Lucy Weston made 29, but only chasing 120, and knocked them off pretty comfortably. Whereas Northamptonshire bowled out for 144, and Middlesex knocked them off for 6. Here's Conway in bowls, and Ahmed turning it away just behind square on the leg side. He's going to get a single as James Sales comes in off the boundary, sends in his return. One more to Rayan Ahmed, who goes to 7, and Leicestershire to 30 for 1. So effectively 143 for 1 if you're just joining us, maybe catching up after watching some footy or whatever. Northamptonshire all out for 191 in their first innings. They were 73 for 1, then they were 87 for 6. And in the end, getting it up to 191 as Conway is in bowls, and Budinger turns it away nicely down to long leg. Certainly 1, that's all they'll be. And Sanderson sends in a return. Takes Sol Budinger to 23 and Leicestershire to 31 for 1. Terrific stuff today from Ben Green. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 17. Those figures don't flatter him. And Logan Van Beek, 4 for 47. Tom Scriven, 2 for 41. Josh Hull, 1 for 48. So really good effort by the Leicestershire seamers. Here's Conway. In and bowls down the leg side. Appeal for a catch behind as Lewis McManus takes it. The bowler wasn't remotely interested. So if he's not interested, I doubt the umpire's going to be. Rayan Ahmed again just shadowing that one down the leg side. It was a good take by Lewis McManus, but not out. A bit more cloud just building up over to our right, which is where it's coming from. Have to get the lights back on, won't they? Been on for most of the day, and then they switched them off because the sun came out, and there's a funny feeling they might have to put them down again before the close. Here's Conway in again and bowls, and Ahmed is on the back foot, playing it up to mid-wicket. Bartlett fields again, 31 for 1 at the end of the over, 7 to Rayan Ahmed, 23 to Sol Budinger. It's going to be Ben Sanderson to continue. And the umpires, here we go. The umpire's just having a chat, and I think they're going to say, put the lights on, please. So the walkie-talkie has come out, and I imagine we will see the floodlights coming back on again. It's the great law of you-know-what, isn't it? That, that as soon as you switch them off, the sun goes behind a cloud, and it is at the moment just a little bit murky. So I think they're probably going to have to put them on again. I suspect they must. It's a bit like me, they take time to warm up. But I don't know, there's nothing, no sign at the moment. I've got a shilling for the meter, Richard, have you?
There's a bit of a discussion between Captain Proctor, bowler Sanderson and Rob Keogh before Sanderson gets his 5th over underway. Bowling to Budinger, who slashes this cut shot through the backward point boundary. It's a vacant region, but even if there had been a fielder there, would have been tough to stop that one.
He's hit that very, very hard. It was short and wide and probably asked for it, but my goodness, it got it. He has spanked that one for 4.
And as has been the case in both teams' first innings, the early stages before that lacquer's come off the ball, batting has not looked too difficult, and maybe the main difference between the start of this innings and this morning as Sanderson comes in once more to Budinger. who edges this just wide of a diving Calvin Harrison, and it goes for 4. Only the 2 slips in place. Had there been a third, it would have gone through to him at about neck height. Calvin Harrison, a tall man, as we discussed earlier, couldn't quite get across to it despite his best efforts. And a 5th boundary to Budinger in a far more streaky manner this time.
Harrison took an absolute blinder in there yesterday, sort of goalkeeper fashion at second slip, but as you say, quite rightly, couldn't get anything on that. There is a third man, but he's pretty wide. Stood no chance of getting close to that.
Sanderson once more is in, and another edge. Again, well wide of Harrison, and 3 boundaries in a row. This one, Harrison was in with no chance, a good 6 feet wide of him at second slip. And once more, the third man fielder too wide to cut it off. Sanderson looks rather frustrated after that delivery.
Well, the sound you can hear now is the stable door being bolted after because they've now put a third slip in. James Sales has gone in at first, Vasconcelos at second, Harrison at third. Well, if Sol Budinger tries it again, then he'll deserve what he gets, but I suspect he's got a bit more about him than that.
Sanderson in once more. And Budinger steps across and smashes this one through mid-on. A glorious on drive. He's hit one over the top for 6. This one was all across the ground for 4. Runs straight out of the coaching manual through the onside for 4. 4 boundaries in a row.
Well, that's the best of the lot, isn't it? That's an absolute top draw shot. I always say the on drive's the most difficult shot to play, and is the hallmark of the quality player, and goodness, that was a fine shot. And Ben Sanderson suddenly finding himself in the unaccustomed position of going sort of 6, 7 and over at the moment. He's in his 5th over, 1 for 35, which he's not used to.
He'll be looking to stem the flow of runs here to Budinger, who chops on. He attempts the pull shot, potentially keeping a bit low, right off the toe of his bat and onto the off stump, and he will be frustrated with that. He had just hit 4 boundaries in a row, 39 off 24 balls. His innings comes to an end at. And Sanderson gets his 400th wicket for Northants.
Yeah, his 400th first-class wicket for Northamptonshire. Ben Sanderson joins as we were saying, a fairly elite group, and if you consider the fact that he's played obviously much less, well, there is much less first-class cricket available for him to play in these days because of the schedule, then it really is a terrific achievement, and it's I suppose in a sense an almost predictable end to Sol Budinger's innings. It's the old business of those who live by the sword eventually will perish by it. I mean, Richard made the point talking about Rian Ahmed that if he goes out and plays the sort of innings that we've just seen there, he goes and gets 30, 40 quickly, then he does make a big difference in terms of the match situation, and what Leicestershire now 160 in front with 8 wickets standing in, again, a very, very strong position, but tried just one big shot too many, as you say, off the back of 4 straight boundaries, and Sanderson gets his man and joins the Wantage Road Pantheon, or something like that anyway. Never knowingly undersold, but no, great stuff from Ben Sanderson. Congratulations to him.
Yes, given the way the over began, the celebrations were slightly muted.
Yes, they were, weren't they? Well, he's probably not aware of the milestone. I was talking to him about it yesterday, but it's a long time ago, so he might not have remembered. But anyway, I'm sure he'll be pleased when he realises that he has gone to that figure, because he got 400 wickets in all first-class cricket last year, but this is 400 just for Northamptonshire, 3 in the first innings, and that's his second here.
The new man at the crease is Lewis Hill, who has 3 50-plus scores this season already. We'll be looking to add to that here. As you just said, the lead is 160 with 2 second innings wickets down. He leaves this one well outside off stump to end an over of mixed fortunes for Ben Sanderson. 16 runs coming from it, but of course the pivotal wicket of Sol Badinger. And the score remains 47 for 2 after 9 overs.
So we have, what, 24 overs left in the day. Well, I mean, it may be that the scoring rate with Sol Badinger out will just slow a little, but there's definitely a chance for Leicestershire to be, what, sort of 250 odd ahead by the close tonight, which will obviously be, and it goes without saying, a very, very strong position. Northamptonshire, for their part, just got to keep plugging away, keep trying to take wickets and try and keep themselves in the game. It is going to be Harry Conway. No change in the bowling as yet. Start his 5th over from the Bennett end, and he's down the leg side. And again, Rian Ahmed doing his best just to get a little flick on it. It was a quick ball from Conway, and you could see that by the fact that Lewis McManus took it down the leg side. He was taking it around about sort of chin height. He's generating a decent head of steam, Harry Conway, as Darren Lehman predicted he would when he brought him over.
Sort of got halfway through a point before all the excitement of the last over, which I was just going to say, there's been more boundary balls delivered by Northamptonshire than there were by Leicestershire this morning.
Conway in bowls and Rian Ahmed plays it up to mid-on. Yeah, absolutely right. I think that's spot on, and I think you know, it's something that I'm sure Rory Kleinveld will be talking to them about in the debrief, because as we said about Ben Green, I mean, he was moving it all over the place, and it was very difficult to get a bat on some of it, but he was just relentless in putting it in the right place and gave the batters nothing, absolutely nothing to hit. Here's Conway in bowls, and turned away by Rian Ahmed off a sort of thickish inside edge down to long leg where Justin Broad fields. One more to Ahmed, he goes to 8, and Leicestershire to 48 for 2, and not just Ben Green. If you look at the rest of the figures, Ian Holland didn't pick up a wicket but was going at 2 and over. Van Beek nearly 3 and over but picked up 4 wickets. So yeah, I think it's a very fair point, and Northamptonshire just need to match that sort of discipline.
If you consider the score was going up just over 2 and over this morning, if this was 18 for 2 rather than 48 for 2, it would be a very different situation.
Conway in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Hill, through to Lewis McManus. Hill out for 6 in the first innings, caught behind off Ben Sanderson, having been dropped on 0. Now, changing the field for Lewis Hill. James Sales being brought up. He was on the boundary at deep square, and now coming up into the ring at backward square leg. Still 2 slips in. Lights are coming back on as Conway is in bowls and brings Lewis Hill forward. Plays it up to Keogh at mid-on, and there is no run. Gradually, the lights flicker into life. The second time today.
110 for 3 isn't looking particularly promising, is it? 23 overs to go. I think they're going to have more runs, but could be a few more wickets. The game's moving on.
It is moving on, yes. Not sure how much cricket we'll have on Monday, but we'll see. Here's Conway looking for his first wicket of the innings. Finds the edge of Lewis Hill's bat, but it goes down. There's only 2 slips in. It goes down comfortably wide of second slip, down to third man, where Sanderson fields. 1 more onto the total, and Lewis Hill also keeps the bowling. 1 to him, 49 for 2, so the lead is 162. Sanderson will continue for now, having returned say most, as we were saying with Oliver, most un-Ben Sanderson-like figures. Little onslaught from Sol Budinger. Made a little bit of a mess of his figures, but nevertheless he's picked up 2 wickets, including, as we've been saying, his 400th first-class wicket for Northamptonshire. 5 overs, 2 for 35. So he's been going for 7s. I'd like to know the last time that happened to him at the start of a championship innings.
Well, he's bowling to Lewis Hill now from the pavilion end. In he comes and bowls outside off stump. It's where Hill likes it, short and wide outside off stump. He gets up on his toes, tries to cut it away, does so, but without sufficient force to beat the man at cover, Justin Broad, who's a fine fielder, and he makes the stop. He's at point, really, sort of between point and cover. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester amid the euphoria of the footballing Foxes having come out on top in a football match. Sanderson turns, runs in and bowls to Hill, out swinger, but started wide, went wider, and Hill ignores it.
Well, yeah, we heard the cheer, didn't we, when Jamie Vardy scored?
So he needs one more for a landmark. I don't know. There are a couple more games to go, aren't there? In the footy, I believe.
I'm not the person to ask.
I think there are.
It's association football, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Sanderson turns, bowls. Hill is edging and caught at third slip. Thick edge, and he punches the bat in annoyance, but a fine delivery and a fine catch at third slip, two-handed to his right. So the game very far from being over. The lead is now 162, but Leicestershire are 3 wickets down. 162 is quite a lot with the ball misbehaving the way it is off the pitch and through the air. But Leicestershire will want to extend that by at least another 100 and maybe another 150, and they've a lot of work to do to get to that point.
Yeah, good catch, as you say, by Calvin Harrison at third slip. And we were just saying in the previous over, weren't we, when Sol Budinger was in, that there was a couple of boundaries went down where third slip would have been, and Northamptonshire eventually got round to putting a third slip in, and well, there you go. It's done the trick. And 49 for 3. I suppose this time you're sort of thinking, well, if you're in Luke Proctor's shoes, in Darren Lehman's shoes, what would you feel you had a chance if you were chasing? Bearing in mind that, you know, time is not really going to be a factor in this. Against Kent in that first game, which Northamptonshire lost, they needed 260 with time no object, and didn't really come very close to it. But Northamptonshire supporters, I know, would hope that they couldn't possibly bat as badly as that again. So I suppose, you know, another, if they could bowl, I suppose if they could bowl Leicestershire out for what, 180, something like that, so they're chasing just under 300, they would think it's going to be difficult, but if somebody gets in, we might have a chance. But it's an interesting one. I mean, if they were chasing 250 thereabouts, they might think they have got a chance. Well,
they would have a chance.
Yeah,
you'd still say Leicestershire were the favourites,
oh, yes,
but at 250, not massively.
No.
So you certainly never want to be chasing the biggest total in the final innings. Pitch isn't deteriorating as such, it's just staying the same sort of thing, but it isn't flattening. So either way, it would not be easy, whatever the total they end up having to chase. But they'll be hoping it's less than 250 if Sanderson can keep going. What's his... Well, he's got the first 3. In he comes, bowls to Peter Hanscom. That would be a big wicket. It's a no ball, and it's outside off stump and it rises. Hanscom leaves anyway, but the Leicestershire 50 is up, courtesy of that Sanderson no ball.
We're talking about Sanderson moving up the list of wicket takers, and in terms of all competitions, so you take in all formats, so List A and T20 as well as first class. He's now at 556. So he's closing in on David Larter, England bowler, chipper.
Runs away from us and bowls to Hanscom. That's a decent shout for leg before, and it's given. And that looked out to me. And, well, again, she thought about it a long time, Sue Redfern, but he'd got well across and ball went sort of straight on. And from up here, I have to say, I gave it straight away. And Hanscom falls for a duck. Leicestershire, having recovered somewhat from being 0 for 1 to 47 for 1, are suddenly 51 for 4. And the lead is now 164. And 4 frontline batsmen are back in the pavilion. This game, I think we can say for pretty sure will finish tomorrow now, if not tonight. I don't think tonight,
No,
but definitely tomorrow. But Sanderson has the first 4 wickets to fall. What's his best return? How many has he taken in innings?
He's got an 8 for.
He has.
He has got an 8 for against Gloucestershire, I think it was some
But
years
I have seen a 10 for.
Oh, you have you?
Yeah, Otis Gibson.
Oh, right.
Took all 10 for Durham. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. This is going to deflate them.
With Hanscom was LBW, Ben Sanderson, no score. The batsman is Ian Holland.
It is definitely a bowler's pitch, and it was exploited brilliantly by Leicestershire in the period both before and indeed after lunch when they bowled Northamptonshire out for 191, giving them a lead of 113, which is quite a lot on a pitch, as you say, offering the bowlers plenty of assistance. But the Foxes now are struggling in their turn. They are 51 for 4. They've just lost the captain, Peter Hanscom, for a second ball duck. Only Sol Budinger has managed to pass get into double figures. He made a very good 39 off just 25 balls, but it all means that the lead is now just 164. They'll want to get that up to around about 250, ideally 300, and they'll hope they get a chance of doing that. But Ben Sanderson has the first 4 wickets to fall for Northamptonshire. He's taken 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire now as well, and the Yorkshiremen will be very keen to extend that. There are still 22 overs to go at Grace Road, and the game is going to be moved on by quite a long way in that time. It could be a very close one here, with Northamptonshire all over Leicestershire in their second innings. The Foxes 51 for 4. That was a bit of a garbled report, but in goes Sanderson, bowls to Ian Holland, who leaves. It bounces up and hits him round about the waist. That was an interesting leave. Hopefully it worked just on the top of the thigh pad, because there was no reaction. So I think he's got a chest pad on, and there's clearly no gap. Certainly, if there is, the ball didn't hit the gap because he didn't flinch. But
It's the thing about championship cricket. It's so boring, isn't it?
It's all happening. It is all happening. 24 wickets have fallen, and there are still 22 overs to go, plus this delivery as Sanderson is in and Holland is solidly forward. But Sanderson, treated with disdain, really, to some extent, by Sol Budinger, was looking at. He had one for 35 off 4. Now he's suddenly got 4 for 37 off 6.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah, 8 for 73 against Gloucestershire back in 2016, his career best, which was his first full season with Northamptonshire. But he's just been an extraordinary warrior for the side, and you know, it's the fact that I know he's had missed a bit of cricket last year or two with his knee issue, but generally his fitness has been so good, and he's just played a lot of cricket. Applause for him as he goes down to his fielding position as Harry Conway starts another over. Starts off with a back of a length delivery, which Rehan Ahmed plays nicely out into the offside. And Harry Conway does this thing which we saw a bit yesterday and commented on, when he sort of almost does like a big semicircle out towards extra cover in his follow-through and carries on running. 51 for 4. What a game we've got on our hands all of a sudden. Here's Conway in, bowls, and Rehan Ahmed solid in defence, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. At some point in the not too distant future, Luke Proctor's going to have to make a change. One more maybe for Sanderson. Two possibly.
Broad just been windmilling his arms
Yeah.
down at long leg.
It'll be interesting also to see which
Proctor
end.
might be the man, but go on.
Yeah, which end they bowled Justin Broad at, because he struggled a bit
He did.
from the top end yesterday. It was better from this end, from the pavilion end. Here's Conway. In and bowls to Rian Ahmed, and that's turned away nicely. Runs here as he goes down to deep square. He's only just going to get the one because James Sales is lurking down in front of the Geary bar, which is not open for business at the moment.
Just for the T20s, really.
One more to Rian Ahmed, 52 for 4. Brings Ian Holland on to strike. With 2 slips in at the moment, Vasconcelos at first, and Calvin Harrison took that very good catch to get Lewis Hill. He's in at second, then a backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket in there tight now in a catching position as Conway's in, and again right across his stumps comes Ian Holland and plays it up towards mid-on. Bartlett comes across from mid-position at mid-wicket to field. Then they also have a deep backward square, James Sales, and a long leg Justin Broad down below us. Floodlights on, cloud cover. And here comes Harry Conway. 5 wickets in the first innings, still looking for his first in the second, and he's in bowls wide outside the off stump. Started wide, went wider. Taken by Lewis McManus in front of Vasconcelos at first slip. Yeah, it was interesting hearing Wendell here. He usually travels around on it, as you know, he gets to the county ground on his push bike, which he leaves in the either in the club office or somewhere like that, or he picks it up at the end of the day to cycle home in. He'd struggle to cycle here, so I don't know how he came up with somebody or even got on the bus. Here's Conway in, bowls and brings Ian Holland forward, plays it out into the covers, where Northamptonshire captain Luke Proctor fields, and there's no run. Sanderson making his way back up to the start of his run, so he's certainly going to have at least one more. But as you rightly say, Richard, Justin Broad now going through the warming up routine, so might see a bit of him. Luke Proctor himself, of course, is the, if you like, the other seamer, although it's interesting that we noticed James Sales, who bowled a couple of overs yesterday and picked up the big wicket of Richie Patel just after tea yesterday, was bowled, what was his first bowl of the season. He was having a little roll in the interval between innings, wasn't he, during tea, just out in the middle.
Sanderson then looking for at least a fifer, is in outside off stump, and he's caught brilliantly at second slip. Rian Ahmed goes for the flashing drive, feet nowhere near it, went high to second slip, saves Zabe, I think, 2 hands above his head, or is it Vasconcelos? It's Vasconcelos took it. It was travelling, but he got 2 hands to it, and Leicestershire are collapsing here. They are 52 for 5. Ahmed goes for 9 from 47 for 1 to 52 for 5.
It's a really good catch by Ricardo Vasconcelos, because that, as you say, was travelling. He threw the kitchen sink at that one, got a thick edge, and just looking back rather ruefully as he leaves the crease, Rian Ahmed. But, well, Ben Sanderson, fifer.
The first 5 as well.
The scoreboard hasn't quite caught up yet. But that one has. It goes without saying that the manual one will have picked it up, but it's caught up eventually. What a game! Indeed. The lead is now 165, so Leicestershire effectively 165 for 5.
It sounds better than 52 for 5. Equally, the fact is wickets are tumbling, so they've got to get this lead up. Upwards of 250. That was a loud bang. Was that somebody whacking something? I hope, one trusts not.
I wondered if it might have been. He looked. I don't know. I don't know. You can't obviously see from here, but the way he looked back. I don't know whether somebody might have said something. Possibly not. But
well, I'm a bit surprised. I mean, at one stage, I mean, the referee, the umpire, Sue Redfern, actually raised a finger. I mean. Which seemed superfluous.
Well, yes. When there was celebrating
second slip, didn't come off anything else. Well, he was flying a long way away from his body. But
well, I did once see a former county cricketer stand there when he nicked one to second slip in a club match and didn't go. So it's it's not necessarily a given these days, but no, it was a super catch by Vasconcelos. And again, it's a thing that Northamptonshire have been much better at generally this year. You've seen in matches between the two counties, the catching has been fallible. This year, generally, it's been a lot better.
So, Sanderson, 5 out of 5. Are we going to see another little bit of history? We've already seen 2 landmarks from him in this game.
Yeah.
You know, he's every chance of a first-class career best. And I think it would be fairly difficult for Luke to prize the ball out of his hands now.
He could try.
In he comes to bowl to Ben Cox. Bowls. Cox is forward solidly on off stump and a relatively normal delivery.
Well, at least it's one thing, Richard. It won't be difficult to sort out who I'm going to be talking to at close of play. I think that's probably fairly easy now. Reasonable thing to assume. Yes,
maybe he'll want to, maybe he won't.
Oh, he's always good for a chat.
And he's not at all grumpy.
No.
Got a short leg in now as he comes running in and bowls to Cox, who leaves. Good leave. It was an inquiring delivery. Wasn't too far from off stump. Didn't nip back quite enough though.
Well, the cup runneth over. I was seeing that Oundle Town winning by 193 runs this afternoon. 50 points out of 50. Stop the count. Nice start.
The way in which this game has swung, almost on an hourly basis, is genuinely extraordinary.
It is. Extraordinary game of cricket.
Sanderson in, bowls outside off stump, attempt to. It swings late. It was full, and many a batsman would have had a drive at that. Ben Cox wasn't to be tempted.
I was just thinking, Richard, you know, we talk about the way this game has gone today, and a little bit sort of hint to the Keystone Cops about it at times, and I think it's some of those rather attritional games that these two sides, two counties, tended to have in the 70s in particular, when it was, you know, Ray Illingworth against Jim Watts, and they gave absolutely nothing, and it was all fairly gritty stuff. Bit different today.
Sanderson bowls, Cox defends on the back foot, drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. As I say, there's still 20 overs left to be bowled. Light permitting, and it will permit because this dark cloud is going to go over shortly, and there's plenty of blue sky behind it. That looks beautiful behind it. Whether they'll switch the floodlights off again, I doubt now. Sanderson in, bowls outside off stump, just outside, well, more or less just outside. Cox plays it nonetheless, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Wicket maiden for Ben Sanderson, who is now sitting on figures of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 37. Having not so very long ago been 1 for 35 from 5.
That's right.
No, it can't have been 5, it must have been 4. Either way, he was hit for 4 fours not so long, 4 consecutive fours by Sol Budinger.
Well, we are going to see a change of bowling. And it's going to be Harry Conway who's going to give way at the far end, the Bennett end, and Luke Proctor, the captain, is coming into the attack. I'm just trying to sort out that wicket to wicket for Sanderson, because it's 4 for not many in not many. But have a little look in a moment. Here's Proctor. 2 slips in, bowling, and calmly Ian Holland just opening the face, running it down to backward point where save fields and there's no run. Two experienced players out there now in Ian Holland and Ben Cox, and Leicestershire will be hoping that these two can just calm things down a little bit, because it has all got a wee bit frantic. Here's Proctor in and bowls. Good ball, right on middle and off, and forward comes Holland, pushes it up to extra cover where Bartlett comes across the field, and as Richard said, it's starting to brighten up very noticeably, and lots of blue sky behind. Well, heaven knows where we'll be at the close at this stage. 110 for 3, definitely out the window now. Here's Proctor in bowls, driven firmly, crisply by Holland, but hard into the ground, and fielded by Proctor off his own bowling.
Well, you were all going to say it, so I'd have said that.
I would absolutely have said it, yeah.
I wouldn't have said 52 for 5 with 20 overs to go.
No, that's probably fair to say. Next ball finds Holland pushing out again into the covers where Bartlett fields. So, I was just saying, Budinger was out off the 5th ball of the 9th over, and Rayan Ahmed was out off the 1st ball of the 13th over, so we just need to work that one out. Oh, outside the off stump and left alone by Ian Holland. It was a good leave, but it was a tight one. He was also thinking about playing it, and just a little twitch towards the ball as it went past off stump into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
Tell you what, those 34 runs added by Sanderson and Conway are taking on bigger proportions with every wicket that falls.
Yeah, very good point.
The target would be 200 were it not for them already.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here's Proctor bustling in, bowls a little flick as he... Oh, no, he hasn't caught him. Well, he caught it, but it wasn't an edge. Again, it was one of those, and we saw a couple in the Leicestershire innings that went so prodigiously that you thought, has he got a little nick on that? He hadn't. It was just movement, bit of seam movement. But Holland did have a little dabble at it, but nevertheless, fortunately for him, fortunately for Leicestershire, didn't find the edge. It's a maiden for Luke Proctor to start with, 52 for 5. The lead is 165.
You will not be surprised to hear that Ben Sanderson is going to continue from the pavilion end. He has only bowled the 7 overs, so the adrenaline will be coursing through his body. Having picked up the first 5 wickets, in he goes, bowls outside off stump. Cox leaves as it swings through into the gloves of McManus.
I think it might be something. I mean, I've got it out, just trying to work this out, as 4 in 9 balls for Sanderson, but I just need to double check that.
I would not be surprised. Say it was 5 overs, 1 for 35 or something like that, but we're marking on it about how he'd rarely been treated that way.
Yes, that's right.
In he goes, bowls, Cox defends, and Leicestershire have a run, which is a rare currency in the last few minutes. He steers it backward of point, and there's a sort of almost frantic clapping round of applause from below the Leicestershire faithful. Cox gets off the mark, 53 for 5.
It's 4 in 9 legal balls, but there was a no ball in there as well, so it's a question of whether you count that or not. But I suppose you can, because he couldn't take a wicket with that ball, could he? So 4 in 9 legal deliveries.
A little shuffle of the feet before he gets into his stride and bowls outside off stump. Another outswinger that Ian Holland can and does leave. In fact, it's a no ball, another. Just his enthusiasm perhaps getting the better of him at the moment, or just at that moment. So Leicestershire grateful for every run at the moment, howsoever it comes. Sanderson bowls. Oh, beauty. Beauty that pitches off and swings away and beats Holland somewhat tentatively offered bat. Through it goes to McManus.
And he didn't concede a run off the bat in that time. So the spell, if you say that the no ball counts in it, because obviously there were runs off it, it would be 4 for 2 in 10. If you only count legal deliveries, it's 4 for none in 9.
And I'd be surprised if even he has achieved such a thing in the past without conceding a run off the bat. In he goes, bowls again to Holland. It seems back in and bounces on him and not quite doubles him up, but he stays on the back foot and gets the bat out of the way, and it thumps into the top of the pad and drops out in the offside. Seam as well as swing at the moment.
One of my better commentary moments, in terms of enjoyable ones, was describing his the end of the 3rd wicket in his hat-trick at Edgbaston a couple of years ago, which was the first one for Northamptonshire for quite a while. And on that occasion, as now, he just seemed to have it on a string.
And he goes, bowls, Holland forward, thick inside edge as he covers up one way or the other as it seems back in. Well, fair to say Northamptonshire have missed him in the first 3 games, and I'm very glad to have him back.
Though that said, to be fair to those that have been doing the job in his absence, I was thinking yesterday and did mention on the socials last night that Northamptonshire have actually got a full haul of bowling points this year. 4 matches, 12 out of 12. So, I say the others have done a half decent job.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Holland steps forward and leaves. And Sanderson, well, that rare thing, not a maiden, he didn't take a wicket. Relatively normal over, although he still made the ball talk. 55 for 5 after 15. Leicestershire, they were flying along at 47 for 1. Not so much flying now.
And it's noteworthy when you consider, we're talking about the maximum bowling points, that one of the things that Darren Lehman was flagging up pre-season was how difficult it can be to take 20 wickets, particularly in this division, and how that was a concern, and why he was going to, certainly for the home games, try to prepare pitches that would achieve results and would make it that little bit easier to take 20 wickets.
Foxy Filler sent me a message. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh, it's me come to talk with you again. 55 for 5. Proctor. Gorgeous sunny evening now from the Bennett End. Bowles and Ben Cox punching it out into the covers. And there's no run. Still to come. Logan Van Beek, Ben Green, both made useful runs in the first innings. Tom Scriven and Josh Hull. But a lot you would feel, depending on these two. Huge amount of experience. And a big job to do. Here's Proctor in bowls and Cox covers up. Resolute, plays it back down the pitch for Proctor to field, and there's no run. Elsewhere, Durham made 511 all out against Hampshire at Southampton in Division 1. Hampshire 73 for 1 in reply. Game continues to move on at Taunton, where Essex are 126 for 3 in their second innings, 187 runs ahead. Here's Proctor in bowls, clipped away by Cox. Should be just the single, and it is, fielded by James Sales deep on the leg side. Takes Cox to 2, Leicestershire to 56 for 5. At Headingley, Yorkshire 171 for 6 in their second innings against Warwickshire.
Lead by,
I was looking, Joe Root is 71 not out. But they lead by 123 with 4 wickets standing, so, but Root still in. is Proctor in and bowls to Holland, who is forward, playing it back down the pitch, fielded by the Northamptonshire captain. In Division 2, Glamorgan 431 all out and looking good to be in a position to enforce the follow-on. Derbyshire 175 for 7 in reply. Brooke Guest made 45, Martin Anderson 46, but they're both out. Andy Gorvin, 4 wickets for him. Short and hits Ian Holland somewhere on the shoulder maybe. Just balloons harmlessly into the offside, fielded by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. Lancashire, sorry, but
I was going to say just right. He's rubbing his right arm. He
Yeah.
just missed the pull. He just went too soon, hadn't it?
Lancashire 450 all out at Old Trafford. Gloucestershire 118 for 2 in reply in the 44th over. Ben Charlesworth made 43. Ollie Price 27 not out off 80 balls. It doesn't sound as though it's terribly easy there. Proctor in, bowls, forward comes Holland, pushes it up to George Bartlett at extra cover. End of another over. 56 for 5. 2 to Cox. Holland yet to get off the mark. Proctor 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1. And as you say, Richard Sanderson is trudging up just a tad wearily to start another over, but this is a tricky one, isn't it? Because he'll want to bowl all day, but at some point, especially coming back after not having played this season, they've just got to be sensible. And Justin Broad, I think, still going through his limbering up routine that he has been for some time, but come on, Sando's having a chat with Rob Keogh there, so
Conway's warming up as well, so
yeah.
There are options as Sanderson is in. Bowls, it bounces and seems back a touch. Cox tries to sort of, with one hand on the bat, work it around behind square, which, given there's a short leg, is slightly risky. Didn't get anything on it, came off the thigh pad, dropped into the offside.
And in the other match at Lords, Kent 222 for 4 in their second innings, lead Middlesex by 113 with 6 wickets standing. Nicely poised. Bell Drummond, Daniel Bell Drummond is 99 not out.
I remember him. Sanderson bowls. That is going to be clipped away past short leg to the boundary for 4. That would have been an absolute miracle catch by Safe Zabe if he'd have somehow plucked that one out of the air, because Ben Cox got all of that. It was in the air and he did dive, but it crossed the ropes about a second later, about 80 yards away. So, well, he's taking himself out of short leg now. I think it's probably as much about self-preservation as being in a catching position, but he's still in a, it's still a sort of catching position if Cox is going to try and clip the ball like that in the air.
Discretion better part of and all that, I think, yes.
60 up, Cox on to 6. The lead, 173. Sanderson in, bowls, outside off stump. Bit of a slightly weary delivery for the first time, dragged down outside off stump, swung through nicely, but it was wide, and so Redfern's telling him something. Wonder what?
That little burst that we were talking about of Sanderson, wicket, ... wicket, no ball, wicket, ... wicket.
He can have had a few better spells. In he goes and bowls a no ball, oversteps, and immediately, perhaps that's what Sir Redfern was saying, you're getting very close to that front line again, young Mr. Sanderson, and he concedes 2 more extras. 62 for 5.
The thing about Ben Sanderson, he's just been so consistent over the last few years.
Just the ideal sort of county senior, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
Guaranteed sort of 40 wickets plus, maybe, per season. in the county championship, that is, but he also contributes white ball cricket spectacularly. In he goes and bowls, and it's a fuller delivery. Cox isn't really forward, but he plays it solidly enough on the off stump, or away from the off stump.
He's been Northampton's leading wicket taker in championship cricket 6 times in the last 9 seasons, since 2016, which was his first full year. 55 in 2016, 60 in 2018, 60 in 2019, which was promotion season, 43 in 21, 41 in 22, and 41 last year.
Runs away from us and bowls, it seems, back in, and it hits just too high. Just too high. And the appeal is choked. Sanderson didn't really go through with the appeal, but it wobbled away, and then it seemed back into Ben Cox, but it was too high, and he didn't appeal really. Slips and wicketkeeper went up, but one of the joys of this position is when the bowling is from the pavilion end, we have a pretty good view of the LBW shouts. Comes. Bowls and thick outside edge, really leading edge. Is another no ball. He's overstepped again, and Cox is going to pick up a couple. He was squared up as it swung from sort of middle and leg towards middle and off, but he examines the edge of his bat. It squirted away behind point, and he picked up 2 runs from the no ball, so 4 off the delivery. Extends the partnership to 14, which is Richie's indeed after the previous half hour. More to the point, the lead now extends to 179. Sanderson is in. Cox is turning him off his legs down towards backward square and taking a single. That was just a slightly weary over from Ben Sanderson, understandably enough, despite the fact he's picked up the first 5 wickets in this Leicestershire second innings. 5 for 51 from 9 for him. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is a change. Certainly there's going to be one at the Bennett end now, but Proctor taking himself off and calling for the big, horrible, hairy, fast bowler.
I've just spotted Northampton's chairman, Gary Hoffman, having a...
Talking about big, horrible...
Well, he may... No, having a walk round the boundary.
Should we get Oliver back on for a few overs before the close?
Are
you going to depart? Okay.
I'll depart and let Oliver in.
A little break, and then there are still 16 overs to be bowled, so still a good hour's cricket to be played tonight, and the sun is shining brightly. The sky is largely blue, and we have every chance of getting all 16 overs in. First of which will be bowled by Harry Conway from the Bennett end. Comes in and bowls, is turned away nicely by Ben Cox out towards mid-wicket. Should be just the one, is just the one. Cox into double figures though, on to 10 once again. More than proving his worth as a batsman as well as a wicket keeper. Has been in super touch this season with the bat. Numerous vital contributions, and at the moment he's making one here. Holland yet to score, 19 deliveries faced for the all-rounder. Conway is in to him, and he's turning that into the leg side. He wants a run, but it's far, far too close to mid-wicket, where Bartlett is lurking, and he's sent back by Ben Cox. So much for, I'm going to say our predictions, Oliver. You were all in there with me at 110 for 3.
Yeah.
What do we know?
They'll do well to even make 110 runs, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, 16 to go, run rate 3.9, but that's largely a result of the onslaught by Budinger early on. Conway is in and bowls. He's going to concede runs there. Holland's first, actually, off his 20th or 21st delivery. Pushed out away off leg stump down towards deep square. takes the single. 69 for 5. Lead 182 now. Leicestershire won't start breathing at all easily until it's well past 250, I'd say, but as you said before, the wickets, when they fall in clusters. And Conway looking to make that happen. In he comes, bowls. Cox leaves outside off stump, bounces and leaves him, but from wide.
Good carry there from Conway into second spell already. Can't imagine it will be a long spell given that he's already bowled 6 overs to begin the innings. Just maybe 3 or 4 over burst, try and see if the pace he bowls with can get the extra breakthrough.
In he comes, bowls, thick inside edge onto the pad, probably saved Cox there. Lots of hands on heads behind him, wicketkeeper and slips. Doesn't really get forward that much, likes to stay on the back foot if he possibly can. Ben Cox, but just down on that one in time, or just some part of the bat down on it in time as it snuck back in. Remains on 10. Tense at the Uptonsteel County Ground. As Conway is in and bowls 2. Cox, plenty of bat on that one, just leans forward slightly, plays it firmly off the stumps out towards mid-on, and it is the end of Conway's first over of his second spell. Just the single conceded from it to Ian Holland. 69 for 5 off 18. Leicestershire in their second innings. 15 wickets have fallen today, and there are still 15 overs left to be bowled.
Looks like it's going to be a change of ends for Luke Proctor, who will replace Ben Sanderson at this pavilion end. 9 over spell from Sanderson, 5 for 51. Rather unusual figures, going at almost a run a ball despite taking 5 wickets. Can't happen particularly often, but
no, especially when you concede 35 off your first 5.
And it will be the Northamptonshire captain into Ian Holland, who is running this one off the face of the bat down to deep third man for a single. As you said, a tense atmosphere, plenty of excitement from all the Northamptonshire fielders. But Leicestershire just looking to stick through this period. We've got a handy lead of 183 thanks to their first innings effort. And as the action shown, it's going to be a tough chase, whatever they set Northamptonshire. As this short ball is ducked by Ben Cox. Slightly late decision to duck, but got under it in plenty of time nonetheless. Once again, the floodlights on despite bright sunshine. As Proctor is on his way again. And this one cuts Ben Cox in half. He's gone to punch it through the offside off the back foot, and it's jagged back in and gone between bat and body on its way through to the keeper. A half shout from a few of the Northamptonshire fielders, but I don't think there was ever a serious thought he might have edged it. But a great delivery from Proctor, who's not hanging around as he's in again, and Cox defends. Not quite off the middle of the bat as it goes into the leg side. Just proof, that last delivery particularly, that even though they've seen off the opening spell of Sanderson, they can't relax here, these Leicestershire batsmen. Still going to be tested. As Proctor sets off once more. And Cox defends solidly this time, back up the pitch. One delivery to come in the 19th over. Though, given everything that's happened, it feels like it's been a lot longer than 19 overs this innings. As this one's flayed away down to deep third for a single. I slightly lost that and thought it was going to the point boundary. It wasn't quite where Cox intended the shot to go, but it was safe enough, nowhere near any fielder. And he'll take a single to move to 11, the score 71 for 5.
Cox's last 8 innings before this one for Leicestershire: 42 not out, 51, 49, 41, 31, 53, 47, 29, and now 11 not out. So just what you want, really, coming in, provide a certain amount of stability. Conway comes in to him and bowls outside off stump. Cox pulls the bat very determinedly out of the line as it bounces high through to McManus behind the stumps.
He's averaging just over 45 this season, Ben Cox, which is considerably higher than his career average of 28. So clearly in good form.
Yeah, he said, we interviewed him before this game, as Conway turns. Runs in, bowls, bouncer, Cox ducks rather stylishly, just sort of bobs at the knees. But he said when he came from Worcester, in terms of his cricket, he was a bit lost. He sort of needed fresh eyes on his batting and worked hard over the winter, this particular winter, having joined the club previous year. And feels it's paid off. Made a few changes, techniques-wise, and scores suggest he's right. In goes Conway, bowls to him, he drives, thick inside edge as it came back into him. Certainly not where he was looking to hit that one. It squirts out towards wide-ish mid-on. Rob Keogh picks up. No run. Sunshine blazes across the ground. The floodlights, the pylons, extend almost the width of the huge Grace Road playing surface, I should say. Conway bowls. Cox gets a ball that's just threatening to leave him, just deflects it out into the offside off the back foot. Safe Zabe slides into field. Graham Lloyd got gloves on. He has. Lancastrians, they can't take the cold.
There are a few warming up in bobble hats this morning as well, which I wasn't sure was.
Yeah, but I mean, I had a run at sort of 6-ish, and it was sunny and it was warm. And it was, you know, I suppose they aren't running the umpires anywhere, are they? As Conway is in and bowls, Cox whips it away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. He does play that shot nicely. It's a long chase for Sales, who does make the stop, puts in the slide, drags it back and saves a run. And who knows, is that run going to be vital at the end of this game? It could be a really tight finish. Cox moves on to 14, 74 for 5. The lead 1-8-7. Looks around for confirmation, but sounds about right.
It is on the scoreboard.
They put it up there now. Huzzah. Well, perhaps they heard. Perhaps they heard. Thank you, Proj, if that was the case. Paul Rogers, Leicestershire scorer. Much appreciated. Conway is in and bowls outside off stump, just dabbed into the gap by Ian Holland. Didn't try and carve it away through the offside, just waited for it, dabbed it away, and takes his single, keeps the strike, but indicates with his right hand that Still swinging and moving around out there.
There's a special offer on in the Pocket Bar just at the moment. If you fancy a pucker pie, they are down to $2.50. They're chicken and mushroom, and chicken balti, and vegetarian.
Jane, do you think it's coming to the sell-by date? Something like that. Don't know whether you heard that in the effects mic, but the pies have been reduced in the Fox Bar. £2.50 will buy you a pie therein, should you be so interested and you're in the ground and you didn't hear that announcement. Somebody's over-ordered.
Will be the Northamptonshire captain Proctor to continue, who's drawing Holland forward. An appeal, but I think there was a thick inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, not the other way around, which is what the slips felt. Definitely back first.
But he's caused issues already, has Proctor. 3 overs and 1 ball now. Just conceded the 3 runs, kept things tight. He'll come in again to Ian Holland. And this one keeps a bit low, bounces before reaching McManus, left alone, well outside off stump. But
Leicestershire won't mind that, in a funny sort of way. That's the first one that's crept a bit, really. I mean, really kept low. But this pitch is not going to be easy to bat on when Northamptonshire come to chase whatever target they end up having to chase.
yes, a chase of 188 already looks as though it could be quite challenging, and Leicestershire, of course, still with 5 wickets in hand, as this one is once again left alone by Ian Holland. He has 3 runs off the 26 deliveries he's faced. Hasn't really been given much by these Northamptonshire bowlers.
But he's put on 23 runs so far for the 6th wicket.
As Proctor in again, and this one swings back in to Holland. Hits him on the toe, very full from Proctor. There's potentially a bit of bat involved, but maybe after it hit the toe, but Richard signalling, going well down leg side.
It fairly bananaed back into him, didn't it? It would have been amazing if he didn't appeal, really.
He's in once more for the 5th delivery of this over, which is a short one that Holland sways out the way of. You could probably hear the grunt from the extra effort that Luke Proctor put in behind that one. Got the reward out of the pitch, but Holland was still able to sway out the way comfortably.
Broad continues to warm up, whether it's hopefully or in expectation.
As Proctor finishes the over with another full in-swinging delivery. Comes off the pads of Holland into the leg side, and almost a moment of confusion, but Holland wisely decides against the run. But yeah, I think Justin Broad's been warming up almost the whole innings. Has yet to bowl, 21 overs being completed. But I suspect he'll bowl at some point this evening with 12 overs still to go.
In the meantime, however, Harry Conway will continue from the Bennett end, 8 overs. Already in this second innings, he's learning that expectations in terms of workload are high of your big, expensive, I would imagine, Australian fast bowlers when they do come over for the county season, or part thereof. He sent his square leg to deep backwards square, about 15 yards, 10 yards inside the ropes as he comes running in and bowls to Ben Cox. It is a bouncer down the leg side, but Cox just bends over and lets it go over his torso, really, as it seamed away down the leg side. $75 for 5. Partnership 23 now for the 6th wicket. Conway, sun goes behind cloud, is in and bowls down the leg side. Came off the glove. Yes, it did. And another one is caught down the leg side. Cox was trying to get out of the way of it, but we could see from here as he stepped inside the line, the little deflection as it just flicked the glove. And another Leicestershire batsman goes caught down the leg side, and that burgeoning partnership comes to an end. Cox goes for 14. He played a very useful little knock, but Leicestershire wanted far, far more from him. 75 for 6 now, the Foxes in their second innings.
It was well taken by McManus. A comfortable enough catch, but low to the ground by the time it reached him. And Conway probably gets his just deserves with his first wicket there of this second innings.
Selfishly deprived Sanderson of what could have been a tenfer. I suspect he'll be forgiven. So, 1-9. Sorry, what is the lead? 188. There we go. It's on the board. Look at the board, Richard. Leicestershire wanted up 250 minimum for me, really, to be reasonably comfortable. But we know how difficult it is to get a big score in the 4th innings of a game. Certainly the biggest score of the game would be, you would think, a huge ask. But to do that, they've got to get their score on by another 120. That seems an awful lot of runs at the moment. Van Beek was one of the better Leicestershire batsmen in the first innings. He looked in good touch yesterday. So much has happened in a relatively short period of time. He made 28 for absolutely creaming one to point off Sanderson and being brilliantly caught by Saif Zaib. I suspect Leicestershire would take 28 from him in these circumstances. Scrapes at the crease, a big cloud of dust comes up. Looks around him, sees the deep square. Otherwise a relatively conventional field, with Zaib lurking, licking his fingers at backward point. Conway is in, bowls, and it is short into the body of Van Beek. He drops it down to short leg. There is no short leg. Bartlett has to run across from mid-wicket to field, and Holland and Van Beek see the chance to take the quick single, and do. 6 o'clock. Still 11.5 overs left to be bowled. We'll get Andrew back on shortly, because this has been Northamptonshire's session for sure. Conway into Holland, outside off stump, boomerangs away and taken almost in front of second slip by the diving McManus. Slips scatter. It's quickish as well. Seemed to gather a little bit of pace from that green strip.
Yeah, great take by the Northamptonshire keeper. Not easy, diving full stretch to his right.
Conway in, bowls. Yeah, bounces up on Holland, ouch, and hits him on the right hand, and somehow he sort of keeps it down, I think more by luck than judgment. Came off the glove, he wanders forward and prods at the pitch, but that was a brute of a delivery, absolute brute. Could have gone anywhere. Conway to finish his 9th over. Comes in and bowls. Holland clips him away off his toes, but only as far as Bartlett at mid-wicket. End of another eventful over. There have been so many eventful overs in this on this day so far. 16 wickets have fallen. And the pitch isn't getting any easier, that is for sure. I don't think it's what do you think of the pitch? I don't think it's a minefield, but it's offering plenty and continuing so to do.
Yeah, it's been consistent throughout, which is what you look for in a pitch. It's obviously very green, as those watching on the stream will be able to tell, but it's offered consistent movement for both teams, and both teams today for sure have exploited that very well as Proctor begins a new over with this one that jags back in. It's a comfortable enough leave from Van Beek, but ended up much closer to off stump than it appeared it was going to be. We're having another quick reshuffle in the commentary box.
Game certainly moved on a bit since the last time I was on, Oliver. It's fascinatingly poised now. Northamptonshire have stuck at this pretty well.
Proctor in once more, a short ball down leg side and taken well from McManus. In fact, it's been given a wide. I think probably for being above head height rather than...
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. There's no way that Logan Van Beek could get at it, so that's reasonable. Well, I was just wondering if anybody's ever taken their 400th wicket and scored their 1000th run for Northamptonshire on the same day. Dear sir, is this a record?
Proctor in once again and beats Van Beek outside the off stump. Just held its line, that delivery. And Van Beek with his defensive prod was beaten.
Catch down the leg side to get Ben Cox. That's the point you were making. I was watching it from the back and just had a look at the replay. And it was the fact that it was so low and it was almost sort of dying on it. It was a terrific catch. The way, in the end, he hung on to it.
Proctor in once more. This one swings back into Van Beek, who drives into the offside, where it's fielded well at point. They just haven't been able to find the gaps recently, have the Leicestershire batsmen, even when they've timed it or gone after a shot. It seems that must feel like there's more than 11 fielders out there at the moment.
Count them. Yeah, they've. But we were saying, we were saying earlier when we were on together that it's a question of just trying to bowl dry and get that discipline.
So that's certainly what Proctor's doing as he draws Van Beek forwards again in defence.
Because that's what Northamptonshire, and we were making the comparison then between the way that Leicestershire bowled this morning and the way Northamptonshire bowled at the start of the Leicestershire second innings. But they've actually, since then, since that little breakthrough initially on after the Sol Budinger assault, they have, you can't really fault them, they've been excellent. Really, really good.
As Proctor is in and beats Van Beek again outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce this time, and we've seen that many times today from various different bowlers. Just that extra bit of lift in that fourth stump channel.
Just saw a Calvin Harrison at second slip. I mean, as you rightly say, Justin Broadie's still limbering up, hoping that somebody notices. But I also saw Calvin Harrison just swinging his arms, so maybe we might just try something different.
As Proctor is in once more. And once more beats Van Beek outside the off stump, the third time in the over. And an excellent over it was from Proctor, who now has figures of 5 overs for just 4 runs. And to your point of how they've stemmed the scoring, that Budinger wicket fell 47 for 2 in the 9th over. So since then it's been 30 runs in 14 overs.
Yeah, which is much more like it. And of course, in the midst of all that, you have that astonishing spell from Ben Sanderson of 4 wickets in 9 legal deliveries, or 4 wickets in 10 deliveries all told, because there was a no ball in there as well. But that really was the spell that threatened to turn this match on its head. It hasn't done that yet. Leicestershire are still favourites, but where there's life, there's hope. And here is Harry Conway steaming in to try and pick up a second wicket, bowling to Ian Holland. And that's again down the leg side. This time it's going to be 4 runs onto the total. Was it runs? It was runs. It didn't carry to Lewis McManus. Justin Broad tidies up. But again, another one just going off the gloves, or flick off the bat handle, going down the leg side, but this time it goes wide of the keeper, and Ian Holland and Leicestershire benefit to the tune of 4 runs. Holland goes to 7, 81 for 6, the lead 194. Just wonder if they might get the leg slip back in that we saw earlier on. Conway in and bowls to Holland. That is very, very short, and it's interesting because if the Luke Proctor one was a wide,
yeah, that
looked as wide to me anyway. But umps are out there in the middle. They've got the best view and said not.
it's very hard to judge what's above head height if the batsman ducks.
Yeah, well, that's true enough, yes. Here's Conway striding purposefully back to his mark and running in from the Bennett end to bowl to Ian Holland, and Holland turns that away on the leg side. Certainly just a run, 1 run out to James Sales coming in off the boundary at deep backward square. Takes Ian Holland to 8 and Leicestershire to 82 for 6. We have 9 overs to go after this one. The floodlights are on, but I don't think there's going to be any problem with the light, with the natural light is okay. And we were saying there weren't too many in the ground today, but those that have come, I think, probably had their money's worth one way or another. Here's Conway in again, bowls outside the off stump, and again that's started wide and gone wider. Taken by Lewis McManus between Vasconcelos at first slip and Calvin Harrison at second. We've seen today 16 wickets fall, with what, 185, 270 odd runs for 16 wickets. Call that value for money. With power to add on both counts is Conway in, bowls, and Van Beek covers up. Off the back foot, pushes it up to mid-on where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. But I think most of those, there's a few diehards around the ground, but most I think might have taken the decision to nip off for some scram. I don't blame them. The breeze that we had earlier on that was very noticeable just seems to have died down a little bit, judging by the trees, lovely trees over by the back of the main scoreboard. Conway is in, bowls, and again beats Van Beek outside the off stump, full length, and Van Beek having a little push at it. Fortunately for him, does not get a nick, and that is the end of another over. 82 for 6. Conway is 10 overs, 1 for 26. 1 to Van Beek, 8 to Ian Holland. The 12th man, George Scrimshaw, has come out with refreshment for Lewis McManus and Luke Proctor, so captain and vice captain now locked together in conversation. The least surprising aspect of what we're seeing out there at the moment is that Justin Broad is still limbering up.
But not onto bowl.
But not onto bowl, because Luke Proctor's going to continue from this pavilion end. Nothing if not persistent is Justin Broad.
And as you mentioned last over, Calvin Harrison is also warming up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they maybe just Get the spinner on for 2 or 3 overs.
As Proctor begins this over with one outside off stump that's left alone by Holland. Yeah, we've yet to see any spin today.
I was just looking, the over rate on the board is at +3. I was just seeing they were, what were we at tee? Well, it was the inning started afterwards, didn't it? So we've bowled 24 and a bit. It's not great, is it? They might just be a little bit concerned about that.
Proctor in again, Holland defending. Yeah, it looks like we'll be finishing closer to 7 than the desired 6 o'clock finish, as I think it did yesterday as well.
Yes, that's right. Well, it's almost a given. I think I've had, this is what, Northamptonshire's 11, because we have the day rained off at Derby. This is Northampton's 12th day of Championship cricket this season. We've had 1 finish on time. That was at 2nd day at Old Trafford.
So Proctor is in once again, and this one hits Holland high on the thigh pad. No chance of an LBW appeal, but a testing delivery nonetheless.
That was when said Calvin Harrison bowled an awful lot of overs. So yeah, it's not a huge surprise that we're going to be late, but they may just have had the nod that they need to just speed up a little bit.
Proctor in once more, and Holland defending again into the leg side this time. Seems the only team who consistently are able to finish on time at the moment are Somerset.
Yes,
really.
yeah.
And it's probably because they bowl half their overs at Jack Leach.
That's right. Yeah, as I say, they haven't had a great day again, because down at Taunton they've just finished there. And Essex 163 for 4 in their 2nd innings, so they're 224 ahead of Somerset with 6 wickets standing on a pitch that's turning, and they have one S. Harmer in the side, of course, Essex.
As Proctor draws Holland forward, just defended out to Justin Broad at point. Yeah, I saw Simon Harmer open the bowling.
Yes, yes. Not by any means the first time that's happened. Jordan Cox, as we used to say in the old newspaper days, celebrated his England call-up with an unbeaten 61 for Essex.
In other England players' watch, Joe Root has just got out for 90 for Yorkshire.
Still a very interesting game there.
As Proctor finishes his over with one that hits Ian Holland on the helmet. The stem guard popping out from the back of Holland's helmet, and that was a nasty delivery. The physios called on instantly, as they have to be when a batter gets hit on the helmet.
Yeah, and that wasn't just the glancing blow that you occasionally see. That has hit him flush on the helmet, hasn't it? And yeah, absolutely right that we make absolutely sure that Ian Holland is okay. He looks okay.
Well, I imagine he'll need a new helmet.
He'll need a new helmet, you would think. The Leicestershire physio is trotting out. So while that's happening, we'll just go through a few of the other scores, bearing in mind that some of the matches have finished for the day. They're still playing at Southampton, where Hampshire 112 for 1, replying to Durham's 511 all out. Mark Stoneman. Rocky is 50 not out. Nick Gubbins on 36. Essex, as I mentioned, 163 for 4 in their 2nd innings against Somerset. Down at Taunton, that is close of play. So Essex 224 ahead. Yorkshire 220 for 8 in their 2nd innings against Warwickshire. Up at Headingley, as you mentioned, Joe Root out for 90. Ethan Bamber's got him again. So Yorkshire's lead there, 172 with 2 wickets standing. It's going to be a very interesting day at Headingley tomorrow, but I don't think there's going to be anything there on Monday. Glamorgan 431 all out against Derbyshire, who are hanging on for grim death, 195 for 7. Must admit, I thought there was more or less a given that Derbyshire would least potentially follow on, but they're hanging on in there. Lewis Rees and Alex Thompson batted quite a long time there for not that many. Gloucestershire 167 for 2 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Ollie Price 46 not out, Miles Hammond 43 not out, and at Lords Kent 226 for 4. They have finished there against Middlesex. It's Kent's second innings, that they're 117 runs ahead, 6 wickets standing, and Daniel Bell Drummond, their captain, leading by example. 103 not out after Zach Crawley had made 68. Meanwhile, the check on Ian Holland continues. The Leicestershire physio is out there. The 12th man, I think, has brought out a new helmet. And as you say, the stem guard just flew up, didn't it? So we're going to have to just make sure that everything's adjusted the right way. It looks as though is Justin Broad finally going to get a bowl?
I think he is,
you know. Well, it's only taken him 2 hours from the start of the innings to manage to talk his way on or whatever, but he's been holding himself permanently in readiness. And the good news is, and the very good news, is that Ian Holland is okay. The 12th man and the Leicestershire physio and the Northamptonshire 12th man, Liam Guthrie, are galloping off the field, and the game will continue with 8 overs to go at 20 past 6. A few more spectators as we speak, just drifting out of the ground at the far end. I don't know what you think, Oliver. You know, it's wonderful, and we always say great that they make sure they get the overs, and you know, so the people are not shortchanged. But the trouble is, after 6 o'clock on pretty much every ground, the ground's pretty much empty because everybody goes home. Here is Broad finally into the attack, and his first ball is nicely on the money on the line of off stump, and Van Beek plays it down to safe Zabe at backward point. There's no run, slip and just 2 slips in fact still. Vasconcelos and Harrison. So it's difficult. I don't know what you do.
Yeah.
Suggestion is that you start earlier, which is one thought, which of course they do at the end of the season. Here's Broad in, and that nips back, and Van Beek manages to get something on it. It's a thick inside edge. It goes down behind square on the leg side. George Bartlett fields, and they come through for a single. Van Beek to 2, and Leicestershire to 83 for 6. That lead inching up towards 200. But I think most people, you know, they will have their arrangements made, and there's not very many that are probably going to hang on till the bitter end. Here's Broad in, bowls, appeal for LBW as Holland comes right across his stumps, but by the way Lewis McManus was going, I suspect that was probably heading down the leg side. First innings, Broad bowling from the Bennett end really struggled and couldn't seem to get it right at all. Was better when he had a brief spell from this pavilion end. He's at the Bennett end now. He's made a decent start. Here is Broad. In and bowls, and again nips one back, and again Holland is jabbing down on it. Goes out on the onside where Conway, towering figure, in there at mid-wicket fields, and there's no run.
It's been a resolute effort so far from Ian Holland. 8 of 43 deliveries. Not been easy at all, especially when you consider the one boundary was that glove down leg side.
That's right. That's another dot in the book as Holland goes onto the back foot, pushes that next delivery from Justin Broad up to extra cover where Northampton's captain Luke Proctor fields. The lead 196. 7 overs to go after this next delivery from Justin Broad, who bowls, and Ian Holland, a rather sort of slightly crab-like square on defensive stroke. Drops it down into the offside, but effective. And another over goes by. Just a single off that one from Justin Broad. 83 for 6. Van Beek is 2. Holland is 8. The lead is 196, and we have 7 overs to go in the day as Luke Proctor prepares to start his 7th over.
Well, Northamptonshire will desperately want another breakthrough before the close of play.
Yep.
In those 7 overs. It seems very likely that tomorrow will be the final day of action. They would love to go into it with Leicestershire 7 or maybe even 8 down, as Van Beek defends this one into the offside from Proctor, who so far has figures of 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 4. It's not quite been as threatening perhaps as Ben Green's spell earlier, but it's been equally tight and economical from Northamptonshire's captain.
Proctor just having a chat with Sue Redfern about something, not quite sure what.
He's on his way once more to Van Beek, and this one again swings back in to the Dutch international, who I think probably got a bit of an inside edge once more onto the pad, and nonetheless it was going well down leg side.
I just wonder, Oliver, if you look out there now, if you look at Luke Proctor walking back, he's now starting to cast like the 4-way shadow, and they say that the idea is that as soon as the artificial light takes over from the natural light, then they would have to consider coming off. I don't think we're probably a million miles away from that at the moment.
Proctor is in again. This one leaps off a length at Van Beek, who comes off the splice of the bat or possibly the glove and is just past the outstretched arms of Calvin Harrison at second slip. Once more, another one going through that third slip region. Must have been very close to Calvin Harrison. I'm just watching the replay. Sort of ballooned away from him agonisingly.
Painful for Van Beek as well. He's got the glove off and examining his right hand somewhat ruefully. Yeah, I think, again, a third slip in there. We've seen one catch held in the innings at third slip when they brought Sales in at first. Moved everybody over one, and Harrison was at third slip.
The end result is another single to the total, and there's just a slight delay as umpire Redfern ensures that Logan Van Beek is okay to continue. Must have been in some discomfort because he's taking a while to put the glove back on.
I just wonder if they are thinking a little bit whether the light is good enough. There are definitely shadows being cast now, aren't there? We haven't got any sunshine, so it is by the artificial light.
This one is outside the off stump, driven but not timed by Holland, and it's fielded at point. Yeah, they're becoming more prominent, those shadows. And
I'm not sure, looking where Richard's been very good today in judging whether we're going to have sunshine or cloud, and looking at where it's coming from, I think it is pretty cloudy now. I don't think we're going to get a lot more sunshine maybe for a wee while.
It's Proctor on his way again, and this one Holland feigns at playing a shot, but in the end decides to leave it outside the off stump. As Proctor continues on his economical way. Just the single from this over, and a rather streaky one at that from Logan Van Beek. This is the 7th over of his spell, so you'd imagine someone else might get a burst if we are to get all those 6 overs in.
It's probably going to have to be the spinner, isn't it? Probably going to have to be Calvin Harrison, I would have thought.
As Holland comes forward and defends, if given the option, do you think Northamptonshire would stay on with spinners? Because they do have Zabe and Harrison if required.
That's a really good question. Personally, Yes, I think I would. I think I just want to try and get the overs in, because you never know. You know, spinner something different might just get one to grip a bit. I'd rather have the opportunity of getting another wicket before the close rather than sort of bank what they've got. But well, Captain Luke Proctor may think differently, may not have the option, but the shadows are now really pronounced. Looking at James Sales trotting down to field below us. We're still on at the moment though, and it's going to be Justin Broad to start his second over from the Bennett end. And again, it's nipped back in. It hasn't bounced a great deal. Van Beek playing him off the back foot, back down the pitch, and there's no run. I do like Graham Lloyd's gloves, very impressive, aren't they? It's a bit like a so he's about to sort of man his market stall. Bowl of oranges for 30p or something. Here's Broad, and slips one again past the outside edge of Van Beek's bat. It's good stuff from Justin Broad. I say, he just didn't really settle for some reason with his bowling in the first innings. Certainly that first spell, he was going at sort of 6-7 and over. Did pull it back later. But this is good from Justin Broad. He's had a good day with the bat as well. He's in and bowls. And Van Beek pushes forward, goes off a thick inside edge, down behind square on the leg side. Bartlett fields. One more onto the total, 185. Sorry, 85 for 6. Van Beek up to 4, and the lead to 198.
And I'm going to pass over to Richard Ray. So
okay, Oliver, thank you very much.
Be back tomorrow at some point.
Yep, great to have you with us today. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Richard will just come in alongside me as Broad comes in, bowls lovely straight drive by Holland, but straight back at the bowler, and Justin Broad fields of his own bowling. It stays at 85 for 6, so that lead just shy of 200. That'll be a little psychological barrier.
There's no way they'll be coming off instantly. I think the light's okay. Leicestershire would walk off gladly, I'm sure, say, but it's fine.
Here's Broad in, hits Ian Holland on the pad as he tries to work that away into the onside.
So, you know, the sun is going to be breaking through again in a second. There's loads of blue around and just a dark cloud over it at the moment. We'll be good.
You're an optimist,
promise.
Richard.
Promise we'll be good.
Well, I hope you're right.
Yeah.
Obviously, I hope you're right. Here's Broad to complete his second over. In and bowls to Holland, who clips it away nicely. Down to deep backward square. Going to pick up a single as George Bartlett comes in off the boundary. And that is one more onto the total. The Leicestershire physio is going to be back on the field, I'm assuming, to have a look at Logan Van Beek's hand or finger. 86 for 6 at the end of the over. 4 to Van Beek, 9 to Holland. Leicestershire lead by 199, and right on cue as Richard Ray
smugly
exclusively
gestures.
predicted after I'd confidently said we shan't see any more sunshine today. The sun's out. You placed your order, hadn't you, early on with the authorities?
Yeah, no, we'll be good, I think, for these last 5 overs, and well, 86 for 6. So whatever happens now, even if we have another Sanderson burst and 4 wickets are taken without any runners being added, Northampton will need 200 to win this game, and that is not going to be easy, because as well as seam and swing, the odd ball has now started to keep low as well. And if Leicestershire bowl well, it could be an epic day tomorrow.
It could be great, couldn't it?
Could be an epic. Get yourself down to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, tomorrow for what will almost certainly be the last day of the game, I'm sure. Proctor, is it me? Or thee?
It's you.
Proctor is in and bowls on off stump. Holland defends on the back foot. He wasn't able to pick up a wicket for once in conditions that seemed absolutely ideal for him, and indeed he was very unlucky, Ian Holland, but he's now making a contribution with the bat. It has been tough going for him. 9 off 52 balls. 86 for 6. Sun blazes now into the commentary box as Proctor is in, bowls, and Holland leans forward, blocks the delivery out to point. No run. Proctor not picking up a wicket, but he too keeping things wonderfully tight.
Yes, he's doing the sort of Ben Green role, isn't he? Although I don't think he's gone past the bat quite as often as Ben Green did earlier.
Turns, comes in on that angled run, bowls an out swinger that Holland sort of starts to push at, but I think just at the last second didn't go through with the push. It started wide, it boomeranged away. It is swing, you know, you can't blame the pitch for its swinging, and hopefully it won't be blamed.
Well,
It'll be interesting to see what James Whittaker says.
It will. Again, it's given us a fascinating day's play.
Proctor is in, bowls a bouncer, and just goes left knee goes down as Holland ducks underneath it. Ice cream van.
Oh yes.
In the distance, probably near Saffron Lane. No, not probably quite that far.
I thought you were going to say Saffron Walden. I was going to say your hearing's good.
Saffron Lane is the sort of main road in Aylestone, really. Well, on that side of Aylestone anyway. This, of course, Aylestone Road is quite big as well. In goes Proctor and bowls, looking for the York. It does swing a little bit from sort of middle towards off, but it's read by Holland, picked up if you like, and blocked firmly back down the pitch to the Northants skipper.
I have to get my cap out at this rate. Sunshine getting quite low in the sky and coming into our box. Very welcome. And we have to put the fire on tomorrow when it's so cold.
Yes. Nearly toasted Dave Fletcher in the first game of the season. In goes Proctor, bowls outside off stump, swings away, and Holland let it go through, then rehearsed a sort of smash through the offside, which he did not play. But it was, it was either very hot or very cold. Fletcher appeared in shorts, which
well, he often,
not a pretty sight.
Often does. Update from Headingley, where Yorkshire now 231 for 9 against Warwickshire in their second innings. So 183 runs is the lead.
Well, that'd be a cracking, possibly a cracking game as well.
A really good game tomorrow. Ben Code is 28 not out. He's been joined by Jordan Buckingham, Australian, who played a few games for Northamptonshire a couple of years ago. He's going to be that will be a corker. Here's Broad to start his third over from the Bennett end. Appeal for LBW, and Van Beek coming across. I just wonder if there were two noises there. Again, it's hard for us to tell in real time because the obviously the batter has his back to us. I just maybe in real time I just sensed it might have been maybe a little nick on it. The fact that
it did quite a lot as well, actually.
It did.
Just have been nipping down. But
the fact that Broad sort of turned on his heel and marched back without getting too exercised about it. He's in again, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Logan Van Beek. It's running out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. A safe Zabe tracks it down towards the family stand, and they come back for two. Whistle blows, and that takes the lead over 200 for Leicestershire. Takes Logan Van Beek to 6. 88 for 6, so the lead is 201.
Every run being greeted with a round of applause by the Leicestershire faithful.
Quite right too. Here's Broad in, and that's nipped back, and ooh, that's a little inside edge onto the fleshy bit of the thigh, I think, of Logan Van Beek, and that hurts. It's not pleasant.
Having picked up 4 wickets in the Northamptonshire innings, I'll try and interview Logan, but he might be in. It might be a while. Yes. What do you put on bruises? Arnica they used to put on, didn't they?
Yes, that's right. Which used to make your cricket bag stink all season. Here's Broad in, and that's cut away by Van Beek. It's a chase around the boundary for Liam Guthrie, who's on as 12th man, and they come back for 2 more. Van Beek to 8. Leicestershire to 90 for 6. These two have put on 15 for the 7th wicket, which sounds like absolutely nothing, but in the context of this game, who knows?
Yeah.
You said earlier, Richard, observing quite rightly that partnership, the last wicket, Northamptonshire's last wicket, as next ball finds Van Beek just blocking it into the onside, and there's no run. That last wicket partnership of 34 between Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway might yet prove significant. Calvin Harrison still going through his warming up routine, but whether he'll get on or not, I'm not sure. 1 ball to go in the over, and again Broad is right on the money. Van Beek defensively out into the onside for Conway to field, and that's the end of the over. 90 for 6. Holland is 9. Van Beek is 8. The lead is 203. We've got 3 overs left in the day.
Why has Conway got Broad sweater on?
I think he's probably
cold.
He's probably the yes,
yeah,
and I would imagine he's probably the only person that has one big enough for him to get into. I suspect, unless because George Scrimshaw, of course, is on the ground, but Justin Broad is a fairly strapping unit as well.
Yes, just because really that Broad is bowling, I suppose.
Yes, that's right.
Just wanted one that was readily to hand. Proctor, 3 overs to go. Will the last be bowled by Harrison? I'd be surprised, but Proctor is in from the pavilion end, outside off stump. That was kind of there to cut away. Didn't really get up as Holland expected it to. He tried to flail it away, didn't get anything on it. Bounce, as I mentioned earlier, becoming a little inconsistent.
Yorkshire all out for 232 at Headingley. Warwickshire need 185 to win.
Couple of overs tonight, or might that be it?
It hasn't gone up as close, so
Proctor is in. Bowls, that's going a long way down the leg side as it thumps into the pad of Holland. Tries to whip it away, doesn't connect.
Again, if you're just catching up on the day's events, worth mentioning that Leicestershire's women had a good win today, beat Kent by 7 wickets down at Canterbury, but Northamptonshire's women at Wantage Road losing to Middlesex by 4 wickets. That's in the 50 over competition. I have to say, some very, very one-sided games today.
In goes Proctor, bowls on off stump, foolish delivery. Holland just leans forward, blocks it. Back down the pitch on the onside.
Yorkshire's women beat Derbyshire by 315 runs.
In a limited overs
in a
game.
50 over game. 381 for 6, plays 66 all out. And Glamorgan 304 for 8, beat Gloucestershire 77 all out by 227 runs.
Proctor is in, bowls, and that's a length delivery and stays on the back foot, Holland, and defends. This will happen in the early stages of the new system, won't it? The new county system, the new old system, if you like. As sides are assembled, and there'll be big differences in standards, with some of the women having played professionally now for a few years, but not many, relatively speaking, and those sides that can play a pro, so to speak, they will dominate games. Proctor in, bowls, outside off stump. A little bit of movement back in, but fairly late, and again, Holland vigilant in the extreme, lets it go through. 9 of 62 balls for him now, but he's put together a couple of more than useful partnerships. First with Ben Cox, and now with Logan Van Beek. 1 ball to go in the Proctor over. His 9th, none for 5. Is it going to be none for 5 and 5 maidens in those 9? Runs in and bowls outside off stump, just swings back in a touch, but Holland careful, plays it firmly but carefully out into the offside. Guthrie fields and then jogs back towards the boundary because Rob Keogh is returning for what will be the final 2 overs of a day that has been not without incident.
Yes, I always think of our friends and colleagues over the other side of the ground in the written press. They've done that job for many years, and you think, right, where do I start? There's been a lot to talk about today, and a lot to unpick. It's been fascinating stuff. We've had 2, well, just absorbing days, and almost as much incident as in some matches you get in the whole 4 days, and we've only had 2.
I think Sanderson's 5 pulls Northamptonshire back into the game, really, isn't it?
That's the tail, isn't it?
Really.
Yeah, I think that's the tail. Here's Broad to start the penultimate over of the day. Bowls to Van Beek, hits him on the pad, but going down the leg side. I think in any case he probably got himself outside the line. I was asked recently, I had to do a little interview about the way the sort of changes in how we do what we do over the years, and certainly from a written point of view, the thing I remember is the days before laptops, when you had to get the typewriter out, and if the story changed, you'd rip it out, put another bit of paper in, and start again. You could do that 3 or 4 times with a pile of paper all around you. Here's Broad in bowls, and again just nips it back into Van Beek, but he's equal to it. Plays defensively out into the offside, no run.
And then you have to phone copy takers.
Oh yes, and you
trying to spell the foreign names out for them.
Yes,
they started coming into the football.
I seem to spend a lot of my early adulthood saying Jeff with a G, Cook no E. Here's Broad in again, bowls, and just back of a length, and again Van Beek plays it well, fends it down towards fine leg. Liam Guthrie on his sub for James Sales, I think, now comes in off the boundary to field. 1 more to Logan Van Beek, who goes to 9, 91 for 6. The lead 204.
It was round about sort of 1988, 1990 that it all started to change in those terms, technology-wise.
Yes, that's right. Here's Broad in and bowls, and Holland defends. Back to the bowler. Yes, it was the first sort of laptops that would send copy directly. So they were called Tandies.
Yeah.
So they were always known as Jessicas. Jessica Tandies. But I do remember a Sunday League game at Luton where the story kept changing. Northamptonshire were not chasing very many against Somerset. I remember it vividly. Here's Broad in, and it's a short ball which Holland ducks underneath. It goes through to Lewis McManus, and it was Somerset bowled out for not that many, and you thought Northamptonshire were going to knock these off. And Peter Roebuck was bowling his little dibbly dobblers and kept getting wickets, and what was started off as a cakewalk became a bit of a scramble. Broad in, bowls, and on the back foot goes Holland, works it into the onside. That's the end of Justin Broad's action with the ball today. 1 over to go, 91 for 6. Holland is 9, Van Beek is 9. Broad's been very good in this spell, 4 overs for 8. And who is going to bowl the last over of the day?
Harrison has been warming up.
Yes.
Very hard, and it looks as though he's going to take off his cap, hand it to Sue Redfern, and bowl the final 6 deliveries of, as we say, what has been an extraordinary day. We'll stop lapsing into nostalgia for the moment.
No,
we will again.
I just remember being surrounded by bits of paper before eventually Northamptonshire got home by, I don't know, 3 wickets or something.
For about 2 years, the cry of the journalist was, "Got your tandy working?"
Got your tandy working, that's right. Yes, that's right, yeah.
Getting it connected to the office was another thing.
It made odd noises.
Telephone lines.
Yes,
and
odd noises.
Oh, goodness, didn't it? Please connect, please connect. Wi-Fi was not a thing.
No, indeed not.
All had to be connected via a telephone line. Great when it worked. Harrison then, from the pavilion end, is into Logan Van Beek, who is forward, thick inside edge. It trickles past James Sales, who jogs in pursuit from short leg, padded and helmeted Sales. Slip, short leg, the only two close catchers, along with, of course, McManus behind the stumps. In goes Harrison. Again, he's on the money, but Van Beek just stretches forward. He hit one from Harrison that came fairly close to landing in our box in the first innings. I would be surprised if he essays a similar shot in the next 4 balls. Harrison is in, bowls. He does drive, but he makes sure he gets on top of the bounce there. There was the width there. Hit it out to deep point and takes 1. Van Beek on to 10. 92 for 6, the lead 205. 4 wickets in hand. Short extra is going in now. Broad, 3 pitches back. Not quite silly as Harrison is in. Forward goes Holland, who has been determination personified in this knock. 67 balls he's faced for his 9 runs. 2 balls to go tonight. 10-7. Sun begins to sink towards the horizon as Harrison is in, bowls full, and Holland can block that one very comfortably. And does. Last ball of an almost epic day's county cricket. Harrison makes Holland wait, tosses the ball from hand to hand. In he goes and bowls down the leg side, and it's going to pick up 4 byes, I suspect, because hard though Vasconcelos chases. Up goes the hand from Sue Redfern. It wasn't taken by McManus, and Leicestershire end the day with a very welcome boundary. They close on 96 for 6. The partnership for the 7th wicket already worth 21, which means that they lead by 209 with 4 wickets in hand. 210 would take some getting by Northamptonshire tomorrow, and if Leicestershire can stretch that out to 250, they'll consider themselves favourites, but not definitively so for sure. You know, they'll be firm favourites if the lead gets past 250. But Northamptonshire will still back themselves to get these runs. It should be a great day tomorrow. Hopefully you can join us. It's myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton. Oliver's back with us tomorrow, Oliver Tewksmith, and that will be very welcome because it could be a really great day's county cricket. This has been one. 16 wickets have fallen, and it has been hugely absorbing and entertaining cricket. And hopefully we'll be tomorrow. We'll be back with you bright and early, just before 11 o'clock, and look forward to your company then. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, it's a very good night to you all.